All right, what is going on, everybody? Hope everyone's doing well. Doing some commercial fly tying. We're just going to be hanging out and working. You can see banner heads, banner bodies, banner strips. So we're going to be cranking out some banners. We got to cut these prism strips down. You can actually get one head from the two, or you can get two heads from one strip. So I'm going to be cutting these up. I got all my heads pre-cut, the bodies pre-tied. I think did we do that on stream the other day? I forgot. We were doing some commercial tying. Yeah, we were doing some banners. Then we were doing clousers. Clousers are all done. We have some sand eels that are pretty much finished. We just need to put a little bucktail and then glue them. And then we have some other sand eel flatwings, but we also have surf candies to tie as well. So what I'm doing right now is I'm getting all of my banner strips cut in half. And then you can see we're going to wrap these heads with these foil, like so. But I have all these different heads here. We're going to ream them out with a bodkin as well. Kind of old school style. I was thinking we should probably try and find like a 3D jig that we can use to poke the holes in the banners. I don't know if that's a thing or not, but I have 3D jigs for poking holes in foam for terrain building and stuff. Now, unfortunately, my chat doesn't seem to be working here. Oh, okay. Don't give me that loud message, please. There we go. Okay, I think it should be working. Just gonna double check a couple things. Okay. I think we should be good. Now we just rock and roll. We'll see if we have any severe internet issues. It's been raining. It's been pretty crappy out. Yesterday we were doing some fishing. We actually took out that big poplip we tied the other day on stream, and it was swimming beautifully. It actually came out really well. So I do want to tie some more poplips one at some point. I don't know about today, but probably not today. We're focusing almost purely on getting a bunch of Bob Spanners done, and then sand eels and stuff. Oh yeah, no, I'm feeling good. I think I had to eat something. I got super nauseous while we were doing our fishing stream yesterday on Twitch. I don't know what happened. Conditions were looking beautiful. Incoming tide. Had the wind at my back. We had the switch rod. We also had a 9-weight intermediate. And it was going good, but then I got really nauseous all of a sudden. I don't know why. I just didn't eat enough. It's probably like my blood sugar or something, honestly. Alright, first things first, we're going to wrap all of the chartreuse heads. And we got to cut the foil, and then we got to ream the head. So, I mean, there's a process to all of this, but for sure. We're just going to hang out and tie. I always apply just a little bit of super glue somewhere, very small amount when I apply this foil. The foil sticks really well. You don't need it. For years I didn't do that, but it's almost like a little safety measure for when the fly really gets beat up. We only have a certain amount of chartreuse heads left to do because nice organization. I specifically cleaned my desk and organized the stuff before the stream. It normally is not like this. Normally it's a complete mess. And I thrive in utter chaos. But for you, I figured I'd make it look a little better. A little more presentable. So it's pretty simple. We're just going to wrap the heads now. We'll see if we do drop frames here and there. Just bear with us. It's quite stormy out, but I think we'll be all right. Looking good. We're just going to pretty much try and get as many of these done, or as many flies done. No matter what, I'm going to be tying all day, but we'll see how long I plan on trying to stream for a while, so. And you can see it's pretty simple. I have all the head cuts. These heads come together like this. This is a 5/8 foam head. You can buy these at saltwaterflies.com at your local fly shops. These banner strips conveniently come pre-cut. I got these from saltwaterflies.com. I used to buy, traditionally the foil comes in these larger sheets and you can cut it. It's a little bit more of a pain because then you don't get as many clean angles. So I find it easier just to buy the strips from saltwaterflies.com, and they're pretty cost effective, so. Most of the time, I shop either locally, Whitewater Outfitters, or I buy most of my material from saltwaterflies.com because I've been buying material from Chris at saltwaterflies.com for more years than I can remember. I have the old Got Backing bumper stickers. I remember on my dad's station wagon with the fake wood paneling back in the day, so it was really, he was one of the first websites that was selling material online, so. Hey Andy, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. We only have a couple more chartreuse, but then we have quite a lot, about 26 silver heads, because I actually had some extra some extra bodies. I may want to apply a little bit more Estaz. I had some shorter Estaz, but I'm actually going to trim this right here. I overshot that one. Usually I try to be a little bit, I try to get them neat, but that's right. You can always clean it up. We still have to trim the back sides, but I'm going to put them all together first, then trim them. I try to do everything in steps. One thing I found in commercial fly tying, you can't tie a fly all at once, especially when you're tying 2, 4, 5 dozen at a time. So it's best to do things in steps. It's a little bit more efficient. The less you need to pick up, you know, a tool, or the less time you need to mess around with the material. I got my super glue handy. I know I'm using that. I got the strips right in front of me. All the heads pre-cut. The bodies are all done. All we got to do is ream it, glue it to the hook shank, and then put eyes on them. So I guess we'll see how long it takes us from the start of the stream to make the heads and finish the flies. I'm going to guess it's not going to take too long unless I start going on tangents, but I'm trying to be a little bit more efficient today. I'm always much faster commercial tying not streaming because I end up talking all the time and stuff, but that's right. It also makes it a little bit more entertaining for me. I still can, you'll see, we're still going to crank out quite a lot of flies here in a pretty, hopefully, efficient amount of time. I'll probably end up with more heads because I think I bought a good amount of heads to also tie for the local shop. Yeah, the less you got to fiddle and move around, the better. I actually have a book from, is it the guy who created Able Reels, I want to say is the guy. What's his name? Steve Able or something? I think I have a book on production fly tying that my mom got me way back in the day when I was a kid. Mostly pertains to dry flies, but essentially the overall gist of the book, quite an expensive book too. I should probably find it somewhere. I don't know where it is. Is that, you know, the less amount of time you need to do, you know, you're moving with tools and stuff and having your tools in the right place. I personally don't use a lot of utensils fly tying. I have a bodkin scissors, which these are like, I bought these at Rite Aid. Usually I use these Fiskars. You'll see I'm not a big fan of buying like expensive fly tying scissors. I get these at the hardware store for like $10, and these things last for years. They're so good. I haven't bought one in a while though because they didn't get them at the hardware store. I was yelling because I know the people that work there. I was like, "Where are my Fiskars? What happened? I've been buying these for years." And I have a bobbin, which you can see this bobbin is in complete disrepair. This right bobbin, but I've used this so much. Funny thing is, if I go to right bobbin, they'll just give me a new one. Because last time I was at the New Jersey fly fishing, so I was fly tying at the saltwater edge booth, and my right bobbin, the ceramic was slightly damaged, and apparently somebody from the right bobbin booth walked by, and I don't even know how they noticed it, but they saw my bobbin was slightly damaged, and they came over and just gave me a brand new one, and they fixed the other one for me too, so, which was awesome. And I got my vise, you know, bobbin, scissors, bodkin, and a vise. That's really it, and a UV flashlight. Now, if you're doing all sorts of different fly tying, that's different. But for saltwater, it's pretty straightforward. Epoxied mice. Hell yeah. No. Epoxied ears? Yeah. I had it super glued. But I'm going to be honest with you. It swivels. I kind of like how my bodkin swivels. Maybe it's just because I'm used to it now. I like to think it's a feature, not a bug, you know? Alright, cranking. Definitely one thing you can say is that fly tying in large scale definitely takes time. This is a trade of time. That's why you need to be efficient with your time. I can't see, I'm trying to, these popper heads, I always try and get them as clean as possible, but I can't sit there and fiddle with them. I have to just be confident with my my tape wrapping, you know, just line it up, send it. If you overthink it, you end up screwing up things a lot. I find, at least for me. I don't know if anyone else is like that. But I hope everyone's doing well. We got Twitch, YouTube. I hope all you folks are doing good. A rainy day up here on the northeast. No fishing for us, so we're fly tying all day. We did a ton of fly tying yesterday, but we're going to be sitting down at the vise all day today. Oh, come on. See? This, now we're costing time. Now we're losing money. This one piece of tape. Like sweating profusely. There's like a time clock for each banner head. And then you have Frank Reynolds from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. You're in a basement somewhere. He's yelling at you over a loudspeaker in Vietnamese or something. When they were making the dresses. And they had like a sweatshop. Oh, God. That's funny. You couldn't get down with it? Was annoying? Gotcha, yep. We'll see. I'll probably just glue it back at some point and be fine. I'm really just putting a tiny amount of super glue. It's just a little security, you know what I mean? Is anyone who's ever caught 10 big bluefish on a single bob spanner? Unfortunately, most of the time, it's not going to be a lot left bucktail-wise. Probably half the amount of bucktail. And the popperheads usually get pretty destroyed, but it doesn't matter whether there's foil on there half the time. I feel like they'll still eat it, right? But as a little security measure, the foil a lot of times won't completely come off. It'll just break in parts because with a little bit of super glue. But if anyone's ever done any serious amount of fishing for bluefish, whether a fly or a spinning rod and using any sort of topwater lure, you could take a Gibbs pencil popper, and after 100 bluefish, there won't be any paint on it at all. It'll just be like bare wood or something, right? So it's like, they still eat the crap out of it. But as fishers, you know, fishermen and fisherwomen, we definitely have a certain level of confidence, you know, in a lure or plug with a certain color. It's funny. I always ask people, oh, what's their favorite color? Nope, I'm asking them, what color are you using or something? Not that I rarely see people out nowadays. I do a lot of my fishing in like secluded areas. But when I did a lot of albie fishing, people would be like, oh, what color are you using? Because I'm not getting any bites. You know what I mean? But a lot of times, really what it was is perhaps I'm putting my fly in the right place and stuff. Perhaps color does have something to do with it, but I'm kind of more in the camp of profile, you know, the overall length and shape of the fly is a lot of times more important. Color is important, but I'm in the camp of where it's either light or dark, you know, depending on the conditions. Because I don't really think it matters whether it's chartreuse or olive or blue. And that's my opinion, saltwater fishing. Kind of heavily inspired by Kenny Abrams and stuff. And look at Bob Popovich's. Look at a lot of the flies he's tying. He's got all sorts of crazy colors blended. And a lot of my favorite flies Bob Popovich ties are the ones where it's like all white and then it'll have, you know, a pink head or a chartreuse head like the bucktail deceivers and the hollows and the beasts. I kind of like doing my fly tying like that. You'll see with a lot of the flies I fish, they're not necessarily like pink over white. It might be white and then pink and then chartreuse or something in collars. This is kind of my personal thing, but when it's dark, I'll fish darker flies. When it's light, I'll fish lighter flies. For the most part, try and fish a fly that's got a relative length and width and, you know, profile, top and bottom, side to side of what they're eating. But this time of year, I find myself fishing a lot of bigger flies because I'm essentially just searching. You know what I mean? I'm putting something out there that pushes water, that has great action. And the colors I don't really think matter much. I do like fishing herring colors early in the year. Do the fish care? I have no idea. I think it honestly is more to do with me, you know, feeling confident in that bucktail deceiver, for instance. Based off of, A, not only the fly looking fantastic, but B, I've fished over the years, and that's a fly I tend to use, and I tend to do really good, so. I don't know, it's funny. I always have this conversation with people who have, you know, like serious surf fishermen or fly fishermen that have fished for a really long time, like the older guys. It's always an interesting conversation to have. I don't know what you folks feel about it, but because a lot of people I meet, they're very adamant that certain colors are like the go-to, you know? And I always think, is it the color or is it the fact that somebody's fishing a particular color very intently? You know what I mean? But that's part of the allure of fishing. If we had a science to it and we knew everything about statistically the best way to catch fish, I think it would be much less interesting. That's why we fly fish a lot of times. It's a very efficient way of fishing a lot of times, but also for me, saltwater, I could catch way more fish with a spinning rod most of the time. You know, I used to do it as a kid with, you know, plugs and bucktails. You take a bucktail jig, you can do some damage catching straight bass. Good old 2 ounce, 1.5 ounce white bucktail jig in the surf or something. But I know one day I'm going to get a 40-pound fish on the fly rod in shallow water somewhere, and it's going to be... I wouldn't have caught that if I was too focused on throwing, you know... I've caught really big fish on spinning rods before, on plugs and stuff out in Montauk, but... Yep, you don't know if it's luck, what? Yeah, it's very interesting. Very interesting. Hopefully we don't come to the point one day where everybody knows everything to where there's no mystery behind fishing. I don't think we'll ever get there, but unless there's some sort of crazy technology. Like your lures and flies can emit some sort of electronic emission to like trick the fish into biting. If that ever happens, then we're screwed, but you know. Hopefully we won't get there for a while. Another like 800 years till we're on like some other planet somewhere with robots, companions or something. Right, Slim Thunder? If you ever wondered what goes on inside of the mind of somebody sitting down tying 24 banners, there you go. Robots and aliens and fly fishing in the future. I'm still interested in running a live tabletop role-playing game in Savage Worlds with Mike Ross. And it's completely all based around, there's like fishing's like the main mechanic, fly fishing. I don't know. Maybe it wouldn't be as interested, but I feel like, you know, I feel like it could be pretty funny. He gets a critical failure and just starts drowning in his waders. It's like the most dangerous thing, not having a wading belt. Oh, your wading belt popped off. Oh, God. It's probably a lot less exciting than I'm thinking. But we have the fly fishing skill, the fly tying skill. We'll have like a mend skill. Because you can just come up with skills in that game. It's pretty funny. Now, I'm really curious, though, like, where the fish are. Locally, I do pretty good, but we've gone out, I think, 6 times now. I've only had a single bite. Actually, I don't think it was a shad, because it was literally on a Sadati slammer that was like 7-8 inches long, but I've been throwing big flies, small flies, top water, low, incoming, outgoing, dead high, dead low. I mean, we haven't had luck at all. I feel like either the fish are like a week behind, but I feel like I've heard that it's early all around. So maybe for some reason they aren't coming into the back bay where I am. Like maybe perhaps the water was pretty nasty, and there almost looked like there was some sort of a tide line. I'm curious if there was some sort of algae bloom in my creek. Because there's good algae blooms and there's bad algae blooms. There's green ones. And the green ones technically aren't bad. That's what all the shellfish and everything eat, you know. and brings in a lot of bait and microplankton. But the problem is when that stuff dies, due to either red algae blooms or whatnot, it becomes anaerobic, and then you lose oxygen. And the red algae is more resilient because it has a hardened shell around it. So it's those red algae blooms that completely screw up everything. The water becomes anaerobic. There's no oxygen and stuff. And that usually doesn't happen until like late in the year, like August, you know, and that's due to pollution, it's due to runoff, it's due to all this Scott's lawn fertilizer people put on the topsoil. And it rains for 2-3 days like today, and then all that stuff goes in the bay, so. And then you get a really big green algae bloom, but what happens is that green algae bloom can't sustain itself because all this nitrogen came in one shot. It wasn't a steady distribution of nitrogen. It was a really just giant dump of nitrogen from all the runoff from the sewers into the bays. And then you get that giant green algae bloom. Then the green algae dies, then the red algae is resilient, lives. You get the anaerobic state. That's kind of how it happens. So hopefully we don't have some situation like that going. I don't think we have, but I mean, there was like some really reddish, nasty, dark-looking water up in the creek, so I don't know. I think I just need to go out and fish closer to the ocean where the water's cleaner. Will be a better bet. I'm almost certain there has to be fish here in force. It's unless, I mean, maybe they're getting sidetracked. Maybe there's a ton of bait or something along the way, and they haven't completely made it to my area. Hey, Mikey Fred, what's going on? There's like 20 guys all lined up under the bridge over there, and then usually right around now is when the blues are in the bay. Everything seems to be pushed off a couple weeks because of fluctuating weather. Gotcha. So were people not hooking up like crazy down there? I know this time of year there's always 100 people at that particular spot. But how you doing, Mike? Yeah, I've been fishing out here. We haven't caught anything yet. So I was wondering if we're behind a little bit, because usually by now, it's usually the first week of April over here. Nothing. Yeah. Interesting. All right. So maybe my suspicions are right. Oh God, I could barely talk. My suspicions are right about the fish being behind a little bit then, because that's what I was thinking, honestly. I did get one bite on a big bunker fly, so I'm almost certain, but that could have just been some sort of resident schoolie or something. Could have been the odd, I mean, possibly a shad, but apparently last year around this time, big weak fish were showing up, bass were everywhere, so I don't know what's going on. Those are all our heads. Now we got to cut them, ream them out with the bodkin, and glue them on, and then put some eyes on. See you later. Move on to the next part. That's what we're going to do. I think I'm going to cut them and ream them in one step instead of cutting them and then ream, because then I'm just picking it up and putting it down again. Now the way I do it is I always have the tape, the strip of tape where it meets up. There's like there's the strip where it lines over. That's where I always poke from the front side or the clean side, and then I go straight down, and I always favor it so it's below the center. I like that popper hook riding higher up in the water and that hook sitting lower down in the popper head. That's kind of how I do them. And I flip it, just ream it like that. I'll just put that there so I don't have to reach over. I want to be efficient. All right, yeah, so it might not be any fish, but I hope you're doing well, Mike. How you making out? Have you been doing some fly fishing? I barely did any fishing last year. And let me put this here. Barely did any fishing last year. But I did catch some bluefish, but oh yeah, the big blues, believe me. I put that up on Instagram from last year. It was my only time going out fishing. We were looking for bunker, and I was filming from the boat while I was scouting. Giant bluefish everywhere. It was driving me crazy. I was like, oh, I wish I had my rod. So after work one day, I was able to sneak away. These two cops were watching me try and cast out to these bluefish. I could not reach it because I was like in the water, so I had to go to a different spot. But I was watching. These two cops were watching me fly fish. They were like, "What are you doing?" So I was explaining to them, talking, and I was showing them the tails. I'm like, "Look in the water. You see that?" And they're like, "Oh God!" They were like freaking out. Good. And then I went to a different spot where I know I could reach them, and lo and behold, I got some. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to stream it or nothing. One of my favorite things to stream live is catching giant bluefish. It's some of the most exciting stuff. Mostly fly fishing off the boat. Nice. Very cool. Doing some Montauk fishing. Yeah, these flies were actually tying a mix for whitewater, but also for Westlake Marina. Let me double check. But one of my customers, who bought flies for me for a while privately, is now has like a marina or something. I want to make sure. I believe it's Westlake. So while you're there, yeah, Westlake Marina. So if you're gonna need some flies, they'll be there, Mikey. If you guys run out, just pull up to Westlake Marina. You can get some surf candies or albihos. That's good to know. That or whitewater as usual. But Montauk's a pretty long ways away from where I am, so it's pretty cool that there's somewhere out there that's going to have a decent selection of stuff, specifically fly stuff. Alright, let's see how fast we can do these. Because I have a lot more stuff to do. God, I can't even find the foil edge. There we go. And I just try and go straight through. Yeah. Yeah, it seems like they're going to have a good setup because there isn't many places out there that have enough fly stuff, so I'm assuming they're going to have tackle. They're obviously going to have... They ordered a decent amount of flies from me, selection-wise, so they're going to have a nice variety of flies as well as, I'm assuming, gear. So that way, if you do end up breaking a fly rod in Montauk, you're not done for the day, you know? And you don't have to probably go to a random place where they have like one fly rod maybe or something that someone dropped off a boat. Here, you want to buy this? Give me $1,000 or something. You know what I mean? Yeah, it sucks that Polly's closed. I went there for years when I was a kid. I think I remember buying a pair of waders one day there because mine leaked. But Montauk is very different than it was. Every time I go to Montauk, I went with Mark Sadati a couple years ago. We went and did some fishing on his buddy's boat, and I mean, there's just like young rich people partying everywhere. So they did order plenty of surf candies. We're gonna be working on them later today. So, and then it's the start. I'm sure, hopefully, many more surf candies to go. Man, that silver is really hard to see where that strip is. And you can see, I don't know if you can see, but I'm favoring the lower side. I'm not right in the middle. I'm slightly below the middle when it comes to where this is placed. It really does, in my opinion, make a difference where the hook rides. So, that's my 2 cents at least. Maybe I can like stick this there. I just want to like dump the thing. Boom, dump it in there. Perfect. And I never take the tape off, you see? Little trick. When you don't have to take the tape off because the tape will always stick to the next tape, and then you'll have like 30 tapes eventually all attached on your scissors. That's a little tip. I try to favor the tape a little bit so it's not all the way to the back, but sometimes I trim it flush. But I like to have a very, very slight overhang, but not a lot, because with a big overhang, that I feel like the tape's more likely to pop off after heavy use. So one problem though is you get, oh man, these tapes. They end up all over the place. I was doing fly tying at this one ex-girlfriend's house. I mean, there was banner strip tape like stuck to the floor. You know where I am because during fly tying season, because there's a trail of feathers and flashabou everywhere I go, and bucktail. You know how bucktail kind of gets into your clothing and like poke your legs and stuff? It follows me wherever I go during fly tying time, which is every day. Be very careful not to poke your hand while you're doing this. I say that as I'm not looking at my hand, and I'm looking at my hand via OBS through the camera. But so is anyone doing some fly tying themselves today? I hope everyone's doing well. You been doing any fishing a good amount yourself, Mike, or you just been heading out here and there? Alright, we should probably change songs soon, huh? I mean, I just kind of have it lightly in the background, but hopefully it's not too loud. Since I've started streaming more, though, my throat's been a little bit better, because after not streaming forever and starting again, I forgot how much your vocal cords are like, you know, from literally just talking for 4 or 5 hours. Spring cleaning and selling off everything I can to sell my place. Oh, okay. All right, super. You got some changes coming up. Nice. Hopefully it's a good move, a good change. Well, that's good. Yeah, I went through earlier and did a lot of organizing in my material. I threw out probably about 30 bucktails that barely had any good hair left. I mean, you can always keep them. You can always, what do you call it? You can always use the backside to like spin the deer hair and essentially get pseudo deer belly. It doesn't float as good, but I mean, there's a ton of material you could use, not just the regular front side of a bucktail. I should probably do a video on that one day, but that being said, I had so many, I was like, I'm throwing out. I threw out like 15, 20, 25 bucktails, old ones. It's almost easier to use my finger to find where the strip is. Jump around different spots waiting for the blues to show up. Nice, nice. Yeah, we might need to do some fishing this year. I don't know how busy I'm going to be with commercial stuff, but I use them for trout flies and not much else. Not much use for streamers or anything. You know how I feel about it, but you guess it's a good thing, positive change? Yeah, good. I'm sure it will. It's nice to sometimes have it, you know, sometimes you need it. So I'm sure everything will go good, Supra. Be start to something new, you know what I'm talking about? So I'm sure everything's going to go good. Tell you what though, I haven't eaten anything yet, so I do need to eat something. I kind of want to finish these first. I'll go grab a snack or something real quick. Maybe some new fishing area, right? Is it gonna be, you gonna have some different fishing? Maybe some new rivers or something? Was fishing on my kayak last week up on the North Shore and got tangled up on my rod and picked up a small spring flounder trying to untangle it. Oh, nice. Are we talking about fly rod or your like a spinning rod? Yeah, I've seen like a lot of bunker herring. I think there's probably maybe even some shad around at the moment. But I haven't seen like anything. Yesterday we did have a significant boil like right next to us. So I think that was a bass. I was standing there and there's always terrapin turtles. There's ducks, you know, and whatnot. And the waves are pretty rough, but it was a signature like bass boil. And they get up on that flat over there, so. Fly rod? Okay, gotcha. Watauga Lake, Eastern Tennessee. Ooh. Oh, yeah. No, I think that is some very good fly fishing. I've heard good things about Tennessee when it comes to trout fishing. Isn't there like the Blue Mountains or something? Or is that North Carolina I'm thinking of? I don't know. There was a time where I was going to possibly move to North Carolina, and I was looking into it. I had no idea that there was like a world-class trout fishing down south, inland. Fly rod. Oh, nice. Nice, you got a little, you got an actual, was it a winter flounder? Like an actual winter flounder? What's the difference between, I know summer flounder, they call her fluke, essentially. They are different species, but there's winter flounder, which are very rare nowadays. We used to go out and catch them when I was a kid, in the Shinnecock Canal and on the Shinnecock Star, but they're like barely around anymore due to, I think it's the seals that are like crushing the population. There's so many seals nowadays. That's like one of their favorite foods. I don't know, I could be wrong. Does anyone... Is there a difference between them, or when you say spring flounder, are you talking about fluke? Because in our area, it's very rare. We rarely see actual winter flounder. Because then, for anyone that may not know, up here we call them summer flounder or fluke, and they're different. Their eyes are on different sides of the heads, and fluke generally get much larger. And then winter flounder are like an actual flounder species. I think summer flounder or fluke are a type of flounder, but it's just different. I don't know. I could be wrong. It's crazy. You go from one state to the other, and they call one clam another, one fish another thing. Fluke, gotcha. Okay. Very cool. Nice. Yeah, I think fluke fishing starts May 15th or something like that, if I'm not wrong. May 12th. Yeah, I haven't seen a winter flounder in a very long time. I remember catching some big winter flounder, though, when I was a kid. Which looks nowhere near as large as a fluke, but they were pretty big at the time. For anyone just tuning in, we're tying some Bob Spaniers, or finishing up some Bob Spaniers. Good amount of them, 2 dozen. And then we got some sand eel candies we're going to be working on. Yeah, I figured I was going to be sitting down and tying flies all day commercially, you know, or orders, so I figured we might as well stream it. Maybe some of you folks are interested in how I go about tying 2 dozen, 3 dozen, 4 dozen flies at a time. There's got to be an easier way. I think we could have someone make, like I could even have my buddy make a 3D printed jig that has a poker. And you just stick it on there and ream it like this, and you can have like ridges or something almost. So you can kind of work the foam slightly, just big enough for these 3-odd. And we'll have it for a 5/8 head, maybe a 3/4. I want to see if I can get someone to make a jig for this, because this is a time-consuming part. And if you're not paying attention, you can literally stab your hand with that bodkin. So I think there's totally we could 100% make a 3D jig. I might even be able to do it if I learn in like Blender or something, but I have the software for 3D printing, you know, for the plate and everything, but not for modeling. I know there's a couple different programs, but my buddy's pretty good at it, so. But essentially you just poke it on there, and then you just spin it like this, take it off, and done. And it'll be like, it'll have a base like this, you know, be somewhat heavy. You can hold it down and do that. I think that'd be pretty good. I'll see if I can get somebody to like help me make something like that. Because I literally use stuff like that for making terrain and all sorts of stuff. So it would make sense, like I should be utilizing this sort of stuff for fly tying. I remember going with my dad when I was little and catching flounder and clamming, getting buckets. Yeah, the scallops got decimated. Flounder decimated. It ain't what it used to be. We're lucky we still have clean enough water out here. I mean, out west in Long Island, I mean, some of the bays are Great South Bay, for instance. They're trying to restore it now, but it's terrible. I mean, used to have like 1,000 people clamming for a living out there every day. Back in the 70s when it was in its prime. Let's see. Let's go here. Just change the music real quick. Bear with me. But yeah, it ain't what it used to be. I know that. I heard that many times. Apparently you used to be able to go out and get, I mean, you would sink the boat. There were so many steamers. Piss clams. You wouldn't even know what to do with it. But water quality over time and sewage leaking and fertilizer and stuff killed a lot of these back bays and creeks. And that's why we saw the DEC the other day while we were out fishing. Remember that boat stopped by and we were talking to them? That was the DEC doing water testing. And they go around to the creek mouths in the back bays and they test. And a lot of times, like where I am, you can't clam because it's a sanctuary that the town specifically made for shellfish, which is pretty cool. So you can't harvest any shellfish there. But the other reason, like around that creek, is probably completely closed due to water pollution. From the fact that it's also connected to another freshwater thing. There's houses along the way. There's the road. So, and all the oil and all the crap running off the road when it rains comes straight up into that pond. So all these little ponds and creeks that used to be full of steamers and all sorts of clams. Some of them still do, but we go around and look just to see if they're alive. And a lot of times they don't have anything or not as many. But you're not allowed to harvest anything anyway because it's a chance you have, God, I always forget the name of the shellfish disease. What the hell is the name of it? I totally forget. It's one of the reasons why we have to store our shellfish a certain way. They can only be caught in certain areas. Oh my God, I completely forgot the name of it. But so every time when it rains a certain amount, you have to check and see if the place that you plan on going actually closed or not. But yo, Banana, what's going on? How you doing? Appreciate you tuning in. I still need to figure out how I can get both chats up on the screen for a little bit more of a interactive thing going on. We haven't gotten as many people. We've had some people watching on YouTube, but I think it's going to take a little while for people to learn that I'm live streaming. I think on the next video I'm going to make sure to let everybody know that I'm live streaming on YouTube. So, oh, there we go. Hey. Sigurd Mar Ulfsson, how's it going? I probably butchered your name. Sigurdur Mar Ulfsson. God, I wanna get the pronunciation right. That's a cool name. Well, greeting from Iceland. Well, greeting. We're glad to have you here. We're doing some saltwater fly tying for some local fly shops for striped bass, but I gotta say, over the years streaming, so many people from Iceland, Sweden, Norway end up watching. So it just goes to show there's got to be a great fly fishing community there. As we know, especially from different YouTube channels like Canal Gratis TV or whatever. Canal Gratis, I don't even know how you say that. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong all these years, but we always have a lot of people from that part of the world. So we're glad to have you. You do any fly tying or fly fishing yourself? Some salmon fishing? Some big pike? Maybe some Xanders? Yeah, Vibrio. Thank you. It's Vibrio. Vibrio is the name of the shellfish. It's especially shellfish need to be stored at a certain temperature, and it's also the fact where around the runoff and stuff, you get this, and it's serious. You can get it, so I have to be very careful with cuts and stuff on my hands when I'm handling 1,000 pounds of shellfish. Siggy, okay, you've heard worse pronunciations, all right. Well, my last name is Turkish, and so I have some experience with pronunciation stuff. People have pronounced my last name wrong all my life, but how many we got to make? This is 2 dozen we're finishing. You can see the tails. There's actually more than 2 dozen tails here, but oh no, there is 2 dozen tails here. I need to do 6 more for whitewater of the chartreuse. I got to go pick up. Speaking of which, let's get these done. I want to tie something different. I've been doing banners, and I just did 2 dozen clousers yesterday from start to finish. I would like to, it's nice when you get whatever you got to get done and you can move on to the next part. It's just something different, But yes, thank you, Mike. Vibrio is what it is. You have to be very careful where you harvest shellfish. The rule is if it rains 3 inches, there's a good chance you have to call, because if you get, I think it's 3 inches of rain automatic, they almost always close the areas, but not always certain spots, so that's why they go out and they test the water constantly to make sure the harvest of shellfish is safe, and to see the effects of, everything on the water. But we're glad to have you, Siggy. I do a lot of tying and fly fishing. We don't have pike here, but I call myself a trout fisherman that occasionally goes salmon fishing. Oh, very nice. Very nice. So what are we talking about? A lot of nymph fishing, Euro nymphing. Are we doing dry flies? We chucking meat? You throwing any sex dungeons out there? Kelly Gallup. Had to throw out the sex dungeon. Open up the floodgates for all the weird fly names. These damn trout fishermen chucking meat. Man, it makes me think of the good old days when I used to make parody fly fishing rap songs. Never again. Oh, maybe again one day. Probably for a YouTube video or something. Yeah, these are for a couple local fly shops. We're tying some striped bass flies. These are Bob's Banners. You can see the finished product right here. Big popper head. Great fly popper, especially my favorite popper for big bluefish. I fish a lot for char and trout, and we are also very lucky to have both local and sea run versions. Oh man, I would love to. From watching Paul Yun hooked on fishing and seeing fly fishing around Europe and all over the world really, but sea run brown trout in Europe is one of my bucket lists. I mean, you could always go Chile, right? Chile or, Argentina, because they have their own thing going on down there. But I would love to get an actual European sea run brown trout fishing. Maybe Scotland or Ireland or something, because it's a little closer to me. But I love sea run brown trout. There is sea run trout here. There is wild brook trout on Long Island, and they do make it out into the ocean. And apparently there are, there's also stock trout in certain ponds and places, and they make it out. They survive the seals and the cormorants and the striped bass and whatever else is trying to eat them, and then they come back. So I would love to get a sea run trout here. It's kind of like the unicorn fish on Long Island. But I do have to admit, I am neck deep in articulated streamers. Yep, I called it. I called it. Once you said your name was Siggy, I knew you were chucking meat. Oh, man. So that's the classic term from the FFBI, the Fly Fishing Bureau of Investigation meme page on Instagram. The chucking meat debacles. It inspired me to make a song about chucking meat, a rap song with my alter ego, Little Peacock, my fly fishing rapper alter ego, who was banished to the Shadow Realm on Twitch a couple Halloweens ago. More on that later. But, yeah. Yeah, Super knows all about it. Super was there, probably. Guitar battle with me and Mike Ross. I don't think I could play that on YouTube. I want to get monetized first. Okay? Let's get monetized, and then I'll play that. Because it is... Oh, God. That's a Twitch thing only. You have to go to Twitch to watch that highlight. Oh, God. Yeah. That's a Twitch special. Not that there's anything crazy, but, you know, I'm just being an idiot. My local bucket list fish is the Arctic grayling, but I have like a 4-hour drive to the mountains to try and do that. I love grayling as well. They're beautiful looking fish. Another fish I've never had the honor to try and catch, like Arctic char or grayling. I know grayling in England and places like that is really big as well in Europe. When I was growing up, I didn't get the appeal because they don't look as like, you know, I'm like, oh, wow, trout's way cooler, you know, as like a little kid. Then I got a little older. I was like 10 or 11. I was watching. I was like, man, grayling are really cool. They're kind of like I don't know. They're very interesting fish. I love the look of them. 2.5 pound tiger trout. Oh, tiger trout are very beautiful looking fish as well. We had a lot of fun, man. You worked at it. That's true. My long, illustrious Twitch career. Still going, I guess, suppose. And by illustrious, I mean, arguably, definitely not successful. No argument, actually, but we had a good time. I'm excited, though, to be able to stream on YouTube now as well. Thank God Twitch changed their policies and stuff. Because, like, all my friends in the fly tying world, they don't watch Twitch, you know? So. But I like that I can stream to both because, you know, unfortunately on YouTube you can't see, but our community, our chat, I have to get both chats on the screen. I'm going to figure that out before the next stream. But folks like Supra... Doc, they've been watching the stream for years now, and, you know, I've been there while I was catching sharks live on Twitch and playing guitar, drinking Guinness, and making a fool of myself. So we've done a lot over the years. But I know what the people want, all right? You guys don't want to watch me play Daisy and paint miniatures. Some of you do, but I'm trying to focus on a lot more fly tying and fishing content, you know. We know Jin doesn't want to watch my, what do you call it? Watch my role-playing games. Another great channel would be Fish Partner. I used to guide for them and will do again, so I might be a little biased, but they specialize in trout fishing tours. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Very cool. I'll have to check them out. Yeah, there's a lot of amazing content creators nowadays. I was just perusing because when I first started making fly tying videos, there was already tons of people doing it, but it was like 7 years ago or something. There wasn't as many. Nowadays, in general, there's much more people making higher quality content in every category on YouTube. But that's just the evolution of everything, so. But I was amazed. There were some great fly tying channels I was finding. Times changed, and I went to work for 2 years at a new job, so I couldn't watch any streams. Yeah, and for 2 years, I started working a new job, essentially. Bunker fishing, bait fishing for silver sides, clamming, hard clamming, soft clams, razor clams. And I think I'm still doing that as far as I'm concerned. I don't know. I haven't talked to anybody in a bit. But I'm focusing very heavily on fly tying and streaming and making YouTube videos this year, dedicating like pretty much half the week essentially. I told my boss, listen, I'm going to need like at least 3 days off a week minimum to be able to keep up with my commercial, you know, fly tying, my content, my streaming, making videos, but particularly with fly tying. And I would like to get out there and do some fishing. But one of the main issues, for anyone that's been watching the channel for a while, you know my back is severely messed up, unfortunately. So it's one of my biggest weaknesses. So when I work every day, it really takes its, with the physical stuff, obviously clamming and stuff, it takes its toll. So yep, I tell you what, Supra, that's the way to go. Believe me, it's tough though. You have to be able to do it, right? Be your own boss and be able to stay on top of things, and not only that, but just earn a living. So it's rough out there, but we don't got to get too heavily into this stuff. This is the boring, depressing stuff in life. We're coming here to talk about fly fishing and slamming cores. Damn it. I hate everything. But you're right. Yeah. You're absolutely right. That's why I'm trying to be a little bit more independent nowadays. I was for many years, but you have to be motivated as well, you know? You have to want it. Just in general in life. You know what I mean? And it's tough at times, but that's part of it. Capitalism, baby. Get out there. Make something of yourself. So I'm putting a pretty serious effort. You're going to be seeing a lot of fly tying videos. I'm going to be streaming quite a lot. We're going to be going out fishing. I'm going to be doing a lot more. So some of the most fun I've ever had was streaming on Twitch and going out and just going on adventures, fishing adventures. You know what I mean? I've had some good times. I'm excited. Look at that. We sat there and rambled, and I didn't even realize we're almost done with the popper heads, ready to put them on the bodies. Let's go. That's the real key to tying a bunch of flies. Just zone out. Put on like a good movie or music or a stream or something. I watch a lot of, you know, streams while I'm commercial fly tying. Just kind of zone out and get in the groove. That's something Steve Abel probably didn't talk about. I don't even know if it's Steve Abel who made that commercial fly tying book that I have somewhere in my attic or something. But what was I going to say? Is a good playlist. They don't give you that. You don't get that info in the older fly tying books, do you? A good playlist is mandatory to commercial fly tying production. Okay, we're going to put these away for now. Starting a new job Monday. You're building and delivering office furniture, but it's 8 a.m. to 4:30, Monday through Friday, which is nice. The night trout fishing is good out here. Ah, okay. Very cool. Very cool. All right. Hell yeah. Do some night fishing. Yeah, I've never night trout fished. It was like a whole thing I've never done. And then I learned about night fishing for trout with mice flies and throwing big mice flies across creeks and catching big brown trout. I always loved that. I was like, I had no idea that this existed. Because I mean, fly fishing in saltwater, you could spend every day just fishing at night, and you'll probably do better than fishing at day. Fly fishing at night in saltwater is a very big thing, particularly with striped bass in general. But talking about zoning out, when I start tying, my ADHD shuts off, and I totally get locked in and forget the time. Perfect. I mean, one of the reasons why I love fly fishing, like the act of casting, I kind of just zone out. It's like a meditative state almost, you know what I mean? The same thing with fly tying. You kind of get sucked into it. That's why I was always drawn to it. Okay, we're gonna throw all these tapes away. I am so hungry, I have to eat something, but I wanna try and get these done. I'll go grab a nut bar or make a bowl of cereal or something. We'll take a break, watch one of my fly tying videos together or something. Did I just get super glue in my eye? What the hell was that? I felt something. And then I spin it with the tape on the bottom. I can't tell, but I guess we'll find out. My eye gets shut. I think I'm alright. Felt like something smack it. We're gonna put the eyes on while we're here, so we're not dilly-dallying. Those aren't the idealized, that's all I could get, but they're the same size, the ones I want, but the other ones they're just a little bit, I like them, they're a little easier to work with. I've never used this for trout. I've never used smaller Bob's Bainers. I don't see why there would be a reason that they wouldn't work, but I've never used them. I've used it in freshwater for largemouth bass, smaller ones, and that'll work good. Oh God, this eye got stuck to my... So I'm actually going to use a teeny amount of super glue to lock this one down. Very small. Like that. You gotta make sure the stickiness on the eye is good. It'll stick to the tape really good, but... Hey, Tish! How you doing? How you been? I hope you're doing well. It's good to see you. Yeah, I haven't used these for smaller fish like trout, but I'm sure if you if you could find a miniature popper like version, which I'm sure you could tie them. I don't see why not. Hour and a half before dark is so nice. Nothing but topwater strikes. I mean, you saw us fishing down at the creek. That's my thing, bananas. The magic hour, we call it. Oh, everything's been good, Tish. I hope you've been doing well. I was quite busy commercial fishing and clamming over the past couple years, but I'm trying to have more time every week to specifically stream and make more YouTube content and do my commercial fly tying. So that's what we're doing right now. Kind of a mix of two of those things. There's one of the things I love about being able to work from home, and it's something that I can stream, which I enjoy. Well, we haven't done any yet. We've been clamming. A lot of clamming. Steamers, razors. I plan on doing some hard clamming this year. Though apparently the people that I was selling to aren't buying them anymore, so I'm going to have to find new buyers for hard clams, which is going to be interesting, but I'm sure I can find somebody. And I'm going to be honest with you, in an ideal world, I would just be fly tying, streaming, and making YouTube videos, and then going hard clamming occasionally to make enough cash to pay all my bills. That's kind of my goal in life. I really enjoy the scratch raking, going out from shore with a scratch rake and earning a living like that. Having a boat would be even better, but I don't need to use the boat to clam, which is great. Because I'm going to tell you right now, boats break a lot, and they're really expensive. I know. Spending 20, 30 grand on a motor every 5 years is quite a lot, you know. But I really enjoy the scratch raking. But they're good money pits. I was also heavily into Japanese cars, specifically Nissan 240SXs and an S14 I have that's completely rusted out now because I didn't drive it forever, so that was idiotic. But so I used to go drifting. Oh shit, that one actually went through a completely different, so we got to redo that. I was super into drifting and drift cars, turbo motors. So I've went down different money pits before. And you know what? I think boats aren't that bad after being involved with drifting. So personally, so that's all right. I seem to get more use out of boats living right near the water as well, as opposed to having to drive to New Jersey to go drifting. That's why you love wading, I know. I have been enjoying fishing from shore, but as somebody who works from a boat all day and stuff, I have gotten so spoiled being on boats that I will admit it is kind of tough to, I'm going to redo this, man. I really don't. I have to re-ream it or something. It is tough to have to go wading all the time, but that's right. I'm getting humbled by the fish apparently at the moment. There we go. I got a new float tube coming Monday. I'm pumped. Oh, nice. Yeah, well, I'm lucky. Thank God I never crashed my car because I always drove it to the track 3 hours through New York City. I remember I actually was driving back from the drift track, from the course, Englishtown, New Jersey, and I got stuck in the Hasidic Hebrew part of New York City where, like, nobody drives through, and I'm driving through with a drift car with a blown exhaust through Brooklyn in my 240 in, like, 90-degree weather because I got off of the cross-country parkway or whatever. There was an accident, and I got lost in fucking Brooklyn. And I was like, I should have never done this. This was terrible. But, yeah, it's an expensive. Yeah, you could lose a lot more than 10 grand probably with a blown tire smacking into a wall. Here, you blow a motor, you just have your buddy come pick you up with his boat and tow you back, so you avoid the $700 sea tow fee. Man, I really feel like I got super glue in my eye, but a very small amount. It's like, I should probably go wash it out instead of just fiddling with it. I don't think I did. I think I'm just hallucinating it, but the mind is a hell of a drug. Got a trophy lake trout that you can only... oh, I got a new float tube coming Monday. Very nice. Got a trophy lake trout that you can only float on a small one, but it's a brown or tiger trout in it. Oh, okay. Interesting. Yeah, I've never done float tube fishing. It always seemed pretty interesting. Clearly in saltwater, like, I don't know, having my feet dangle in the bays. Not that something necessarily would happen. I mean, I work in the water. I always think, I'm like, oh, if we ever do get bull sharks, I guess we'll find out, because I'll probably get bit, but it's a little more ominous when you're in, like, 30 feet of water. I don't think I would do it in the ocean, I'll tell you that much. Float tubing. That would be such a great video. Float tubing around bunker pods. And there's just sharks everywhere. Yeah, I don't think that'd be a good video, now that I think of it. We'll leave that to the serious YouTubers, the ones that die making YouTube videos. I'm good. But in a river or a lake, man, I would love to do some float tubing. Yeah, imagine like 10 miles out, shark fishing in a float tube. There's probably a video. There's probably someone that's done it and has like 5 million views. I clearly wouldn't be surprised, to be honest with you. Yeah, I just saw on Instagram, one of the local wildlife places was posting it's something about National Bat Day. We saw like 5 or 10 bats the other day while we were out fishing. It was great. Do you have a preference for super glue or cyano, or feel they're all pretty comparable? I feel they're all pretty comparable. For years, I used nothing but this. Zap Gap Medium CA. This is all I used for fly tying, because Zap Gap's been around forever. But I recently didn't have that, so I went to Hobby Lobby while I'm picking up terrain building supplies for D&D and stuff, Savage Worlds, and I got this Gorilla Glue, and it works just as good. in my opinion. But I've always, if I went with one brand, it would be ZapGap, the medium CA, because I've just used it forever. But I'm going to be honest with you, I don't know if there's that much of a comparable difference when it comes to super glues and foams. I think as long as it securely holds. Like, you might even just be able to use dollar store super glue compared to ZapGap, but I like that you can get these bottles and they don't, I will say, anyone who's watched the stream for a long time knows, I will leave the cap off of my ZapGap for months at a time and it will not dry out. You can ask, like Doc, for instance. I specifically will not put the cap on it, and for like months it'll stay dry. So, something to think about, I guess. Yeah, and it's still usable. But I mean, once you get to a certain amount in the bottle, then it will probably dry up. But if you have a decent amount in there, leaving the cap off. Now, I don't dare do that with this one. I don't know why. It's just something to do with the ZapGap. But I always end up losing the cap, and then it's like fine, so I don't know. Blame Jerry. That's right. When in doubt, blame Jerry. What would Jerry do? Blame himself. And folks that you don't know, Jerry's our bartender here at the LI Flies Mike Twitch stream. Which, in fact, if Siggy and Joe, you guys can, he's serving empanadas for the lunchtime special. So make your way down there, right? We used to have a green screen set up and everything, and I had the LI Flies Mike bar. I had everything set up. We had Jerry, the bartender. Because I was heavily influenced by Dr. Disrespect. To stream. That was one of the reasons why I started streaming, so. Jerry's always getting into the Guinness, you know it. We got it tapped. I didn't find much difference from expensive to cheap, other than maybe the cheap ones being watered down or something. Yeah. So just go with the super glue you trust and that you can readily get. You know what I mean? And one that it doesn't dry up. Because I will say, cheap bottles, they dry up pretty quick for some reason. They definitely do. So, I don't know. It's probably something with the formula, but. Oh, the assistant? Yeah, we had the assistant. What was the name, her name that worked at the fly shop? I have no idea. But before Jerry, this goes back a long ways. Before Jerry, there was Manny. But we don't talk about Manny. Manny disappeared. Like the first year or two, Manny was the guy. Every time something went wrong, I screamed at Manny. Which is literally just me copying Dr. Disrespect, having Alex to yell at. But I love the idea of blaming someone else for every time we dropped frames and the stream wasn't working right. But I totally forgot that about Manny after looking on Nightbot and seeing the command for Manny. I was like, oh, dude. Nope. See, I got rid of that one, Craggerroll. Got rid of it. We're big time now. Streaming on YouTube and Twitch. No more bullshit. Excuse my language. BS commands. Damn it. Gotta watch out. They'll send the FBI YouTube to my house if I curse too much. No weird commands on Nightbot anymore. Alright. We're a classy fly tying channel now. Yes. Nice, nice. There is something, I forgot to tell you, Slim Thunder, there's for outdoor gardening, if you have aphid problems and whatnot, on tomatoes or whatever other things are growing outside, there's something called Doctor's, I forgot what it is, and it's this spray, but essentially it's apple cider vinegar with cayenne pepper and paprika and stuff. And you can essentially, it's something you can use in the future. I'll send you a link to it, and my buddy out in Colorado swears by it. And it did significantly help with my, I actually have tomatoes, I had pea plants, snow peas. They were getting decimated by aphids outside. And I know he's big into gardening. if you know what I mean, in Colorado. So he recommended it to me. It's all organic, and it's just essentially, from what I determined, it's some sort of mixture of hot spices and powders, chilies and like mustards, as well as apple cider vinegar, and you water that down. And it's just essentially to, you know, it's very irritant. It like, as well as like, you know, soapy, whatever soap mixture that allows it to penetrate through the skin of the aphids. I forgot what it's called. I forgot what you use. I don't know. I'll try and find it to you. It's some sort of, you know, thing. You can always try it. You can get a gallon of it or something. But it's all organic, so I was using it on my vegetable plants. But the problem is when you have stuff that's done ready to be consumed in whatever way you're consuming it. Like tomatoes. Yeah, bug heartburn. There you go. I do a lot of vegetable. I have a vegetable garden we do every year. We have a big problem with aphids and all sorts of stuff, as well as powdery mildew, because it gets very humid. And we don't get a lot of sun in my backyard, unfortunately. Where, oh, where is the strip? Hello? I can't even see the edge, which is crazy. That kind of blows my mind with that silver. It really blends in really well. Now I wonder, this could be a good test, trying different super glues with popper heads and seeing how durable they are, or perhaps using gel versus liquid super glue for certain things. I really don't know. All right, Banana, are you in our Discord, Banana? If you're in our Discord, I'll put a link in the gardening section in our Discord. Hey, Juan S, how you doing? Just got in. Is this going to be a popper fly? Yeah. So, in fact, I actually need to adjust the zoom and the focus. So we're tying Bob's Banners, Bob Popovic's fly. They're poppers for striped bass and bluefish for some local fly shops. No, you're not? Okay. Yeah, either join or send me a message on Twitch. I'll send you a link to it or something. You can get it on Amazon. I think it's called Dr. Zymes. Z-Y-M-E-S. Look it up. Dr. Zymes mildew and whatever spray. But I'll send you a link specifically to it. Gotcha. Cool. Well, we'd love to see some fly tying stuff. If you get some tiger trout photos, we'd love to see that in the Discord. What size hook? So we are using 3-odd Gamakatsu spinnerbait hooks specifically. I think they're called the 550s, the S550s or something. I forgot the exact. I don't have the package because I just cleaned up everything and I threw it all out, all the empty stuff. I believe it's called the S550s or something, but it's the Gamakatsu 3-odd spinnerbait hooks. And we're using 5/8 inch foam cylindrical popper heads that we cut in half. Then we tied bucktail, flash boo, and crystallistaz, large crystallistaz, the grande, to the hook shank, right? Then we take the popper heads, we wrap this banner strip, which I get from saltwaterflies.com, but any fly foil or any permastic tape you can find. This is like old school stuff. And then you glue it on there after reaming it. It's a classic fly. It's called the Bob's Banner. I have a video on my YouTube on how to tie it, which is quite dated. I should probably do an updated video on the Bob's Banner and all the variations, like the squid ones. But it's a very simple fly. It chugs really good. I mean, there's tons of videos on YouTube. There's highlights on my Twitch of me fishing with these for striped bass, and it's essentially like you're throwing a really loud chug bug or something, but with a fly rod. It's just due to the flat face of the popper head, when you strip it, it just really splashes really good. So if you want a popper for bluefish, for instance, this is our main bluefish popper up here. That's really what I'm tying these for, is for local fly shops for popper, for bluefish. I catch a bunch of striped bass on them, but for bluefish, this thing makes so much noise. It's almost comparable to like a regular plug. And so, I mean, for big bluefish, it's just fantastic. It's one of my favorite poppers. In fact, there's a video of me catching like 15 to like 18 pound fish on one of these at night, like right around night. It was my biggest bluefish I've ever caught. We caught it live on Twitch on my kayak on a Bob's Bainer, and it was so sick. I'll never forget that. That one's going to be hard to beat. That was a memorable day. Those kayak adventures on Twitch were so much fun. Oh yeah, can synthetic hair be used on? Yeah, of course. I'm going to tell you this. Now, other than it manipulating the way a fly swims, I think in saltwater, I always try to let people know that, and of course you probably know this, but you can always mix and match. You can use different materials. Now, it may change how the fly swims. In this particularly, not really much. This material is just off the back to throw some action, but the real action comes from the popper head itself. So a lot of times what you'll have is this popper head doesn't even have hair on it anymore after you catch so many bluefish, because it's so beat up, and bluefish have really sharp teeth. I don't know if you're familiar with our northeast bluefish. But so what I did for a while is I actually started using synthetic hair, so that the synthetic hair wouldn't get, as it's much more durable to toothy fish than it is with, what do you call it, than the natural bucktail is. So you can certainly use synthetics. I always say, though, bucktail, just like with bucktail, you don't want to put too much bucktail on a fly, otherwise it becomes like a giant, dry piece of foam on the water or something, like a mop. But same thing with synthetic. I wouldn't put too much synthetic on here. You don't need much. It's really just to kind of dangle off the back. The real action of the fly comes from the actual popper head. Man, I got to ream this out some more, huh? I'm surprised. There we go. All right, gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, we're tying these for shops and stuff, so I have all the heads. We did all the heads, now we're gluing the bodies on. I do have a video on our YouTube if you want to see how to do it from start to finish, but it's pretty straightforward. And I believe this is like a closed cell foam is what they call it. But any sort of cylindrical foam that you can get from a fly shop. I'm sure you could probably buy this stuff in bulk from not a fly shop on Amazon or something, or from a place in China. I haven't found it yet, but you probably can. I believe it's this closed cell foam is what it is. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm not right. Yeah, and this is a 5/8 of an inch cylindrical diameter of the foam. They come in like 5/8, I think maybe even 3/8, I could be wrong, but 5/8, 3/8, or 3/4 you see. And this 3/0 hook, you see, it gives you enough room, these spinnerbait hooks. It has a wide enough gap for a large enough fish like a striped bass, because if your popper head is too far back, it can actually interfere, right? You want this fish to be able to bite down and grab it and get hooked. If your popper head, the hook's not long enough, your popper head will actually physically get in the way. So fish with really big lips, like really big striped bass, you might have a hard time actually physically hooking one. So you need a long enough hook shank with a large enough gap to also weight the fly down like a keel, right? So you don't want too small of a hook and too large of a popper head. I found 5/8 inch diameter foam and a 3/0 Gamakatsu spinnerbait, if you can find this sort of the rough dimensions. But that's the hook I use. And it's not a fancy saltwater fly fishing hook. It's a spinnerbait hook made for actually making spinnerbaits. But it works really well. I've never had any issues with these hooks over the years. And you can get a pack of 25 for like, I don't know, 13, 15 bucks, maybe 18, depending on where you get it. I don't know. So that's the Bob's Banner right there. Classic. Oh, very cool. Yeah, we'll take a look. I'll take a look at the Discord a little later. And we'll see what everyone's been up to fly-wise. I always like every once in a while on stream taking a look at our Discord. I'll have to put a link to the Discord for our stream on YouTube for any of you folks that we have a fly tying Discord. Because I've been streaming on Twitch for about like 6-7 years now. Finally now on YouTube as well at the same time. But there's tons of folks all over the world that fly fish and fish that, you know, post photos of their fly tying or fishing. And if you have any questions or they have any questions, you folks can all help each other out. So it's great. Even for the past 2 years when I wasn't streaming much, the Discord, you folks are all you're keeping it alive with all your fly tying and fishing. So because here on YouTube, there's probably a lot more people that do this, but on Twitch, I was really the only person that was consistently fly tying forever, still now. So there wasn't really much of a place for people on Twitch that liked fly fishing to go to, so we kind of became the de facto little hangout spot. Oh, okay, it might not work actually because there's probably all sorts of settings because I don't see it. So I'll post a link from now on, or I'll set up a special link from our Discord server to the YouTube description for the live streams. I don't think you have the permissions in the YouTube channel to do that, or at least I would hope you're not able to post chats without my permission, like Nightbot and Twitch. He's bypassed the system. I don't think there was 48. Well, I guess there was actually, huh? Well, no. How is there 48 eyes on this thing, dude? There was no way. I don't believe it. Well, actually, there was. Totally. Okay, now I believe it. Yep. Roger. I see now. Got distracted. Algae, yeah. Obviously, we can't have people posting links. I think YouTube naturally has the moderation set up from what it looks like, which is good. But the main issue with that is on Twitch for years, people coming in the chat promoting websites where you can pay money to get views and stuff like that. It's like the plague of streaming on Twitch for a small streamer, dealing with that nonsense in your chat all the time. So nobody should be allowed to put a link without permission. That way you don't get any funky scam stuff going on, especially on YouTube. YouTube has all sorts of crazy scam stuff. If you ever go to a larger YouTube channel and there's every comment on this big video has like a fishy looking profile thing of the creator responding to every comment saying you have won message me on WhatsApp or something. It's like, you know, unfortunately there are people that fall for that stuff. It's very unfortunate, but YouTube, you really got to watch out for that. There's a lot of that scam stuff going on in the comments. I think they've gotten better with it. I don't see as much. I was even getting it on my videos, but everywhere you go on the internet, somebody's trying to do something fishy. Yep, keyloggers. Damn, that's crazy. From a streamer's link, huh? Yeah, maybe some old link or something that's not updated, or a link to a mod in a game and the mod gets hacked or something, or the streamer, I don't know. But so imagine people that don't fully understand, like, you know, the dangers of that. They could fall victim to that, you know, pretty easily. Anyways, don't click weird links from fishy spots. Alright, get these chartreuse ones glued up here. I think we are going to stretch our legs. I made a coffee an hour and a half ago, so I just realized my coffee is probably cold. Unfortunately. So I should probably go get that, and I'll just take a quick break, use the restroom real quick. We could take a quick stretch break chat if you've been sitting down for the past hour and a half. Maybe, I'm not going to tell you, I'm not your dad. I'm not going to force you to. There's a good chance you might even be older than me. But, what do you call it? Now's a good time. Kind of stand up, stretch around a little bit, maybe grab a drink or something, and we'll be back in just a moment for some more fly tying, all right? We have our away video here of our fly tying break. So I will be back in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be fly tying for a while today. So, the bees are angered. Oh no. Oh my God. The bees are angered. What a name. I love it. Give it up for the bees are angered. In the house with the follow. I hit the wrong thing. I did not mean to hit the cheers button, by the way, but cheers. Thank you. I meant to hit this button. My alien insect attack noise from tabletop stuff on my soundboard. My insect noise. There we go. The bees are angered. You're attacked by a swarm of bees in the magic forest. What do you do? All right. It just makes me think of D&D. The name, the bees are angered. I like it. All right, we'll be back in just a moment. I am going to grab a snack and whatnot too because I have not eaten anything yet today. So we'll play this. I'm going to grab a nut bar or something, maybe some crackers. I'm going to stretch my legs, grab my coffee, and we'll get back to some banging out these poppers. And after this, we're going to be doing sand eels, and then we're going to be doing surf candies. So an agility cloak? But you're not going to try and disengage and roll for stealth? All right, I'll be back. All right, we're back. Quick little break. Little fly tying vid. All right. Back to tying. Stretch your legs, stretch the back out a little bit. Yeah, Banana, beautiful flies, by the way. Beautiful flies for just tying a year ago or something. Fantastic. I gotta say, looks great. Looks real good. I do have some other eyes here. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, we got enough for those. Sweet. Just trying to double check, make sure. These eyes are giving me a little trouble. Why are you giving me trouble? One thing I found, high quality stick-on eyes makes the difference. Other eyes right there, trying to get it off, sometimes they stick. What'll happen is it'll actually destroy the pupil. The black pupil of the eye will scratch off, and I always hate that with eyes. So these are pretty durable. I get these from saltwaterflies.com. Whatever ones he uses are great. These have been sitting for a bit, so they're probably it's probably humidity or something. They're stuck, but the eyes don't get messed up in the process. Got my fresh cup of coffee. Let's go. It's an hour and a half old. Not warm anymore at all, but that's all right. Something. I'm excited to get these done and out of the way. We can move on to something else. I always feel good. It's like a little mini accomplishment. The best is when the order's done all together. It's a very good accomplishment. Feelings like it is a rewarding job, in my opinion, but was anyone doing anything interesting this week? I'm getting rained out for the next couple days, so I probably won't do any fishing, but I would love to go out and do some fishing. We'll see. Maybe once I get done with all this stuff today, I'll take a little break and maybe go do some fishing in the rain if it's not raining terribly. Get skunked again, that is. I think this weekend some of my buddies might be coming out, so we might do some fishing together on stream. I think it's incoming tide. High tide's going to be at 6:30 today. So we could go fish later. If it's not raining, I don't know. It'll probably rain, but I guess we could take a look. I can't help myself. I want to catch a bass, so I try and sneak out for an hour every day, and just, if I can. I haven't been able to every day, but what have we fished? 6 times so far? I've streamed every time we fished. So that way when we catch that 30-pounder, we'll have a perfect clip to remember it. I just enjoy fishing and streaming. It's fun. Chatting with some folks while throwing some flies. After placing the eyes, do you use resin? No, Juan. No, they're durable enough. Adding resin would probably add weight to the fly. You could probably add a little nail polish if you really want to, maybe for the eyes, like on top, but I don't do anything. You could, if you really want to get, for durability, you could put a little tiny bit of super glue. Like the residual on the end of the tip here, not even getting some out. And then you could put that, but you don't want the super glue spreading out from the eye afterwards and seeping out. It's very unsightly, but I guess if you don't really care about the look, then it's probably a little bit more durable. But I mean, the fly is durable as is, but you'll see after catching 20 bluefish, it'll definitely be beat up. But most of the time, it doesn't really matter if the eyes are on there, that you lose the eyes. Most of the bucktail's gone, the foil's off. A lot of these fish, they still eat it just because the foam, but... Do you need eyes to catch fish as well? I don't think so, you know what I mean, but... Yeah, the bluefish are going to destroy it anyway. For bass, though, you know, it'll hold up much better. But even striped bass have very rough mouths, and they'll rough it up. What'll happen with striped bass, they don't completely destroy it. What happens is you'll lose bucktail over time just from them chomping on it with their sandy, their sandpaper lips. But they also rough up the foil to where the foil kind of just breaks apart a little bit here and there. But, I mean, most of the time, the eyes stay... I don't put any glue or anything, just like this. The eyes stay on there as long as the foil's on there, so... Can you use a marker? Yeah, sure. Of course you could. It'll probably get worn off, you know what I mean? I honestly don't think you need to put eyes on these at all. Most of the time, I don't put eyes myself. This is for customers, you know what I mean? Or for people at fly shops. I really don't think you need the eyes, personally. But this is a whole debate we're getting into with, like we mentioned earlier about, do you need eyes? What do colors even matter? Is it just bright or dark? But yeah, you could certainly draw them in with a permanent marker or something like that. A very strong permanent marker. It'd probably wear away over time, but... Yeah, you'll see a lot of times we don't even put the eyes on there on the ones I tie, just to save myself time, you know? And material. Sometimes I don't even put foil on, I just use the bare foam. It looks so much better with the eyes and the foil, though. It just looks like a proper popper, so... And maybe there is something to it. Maybe you will catch that extra fish or two just from having eyes on there. I don't know. It's part of the allure of fishing. We don't know. That's why I like it. I need to get a couple more hooks. I got the part done for Westlake, but for whitewater I need a couple more hooks for green. But they got a bunch of pearl I have. Yeah, again, very simple, but sometimes, what, Kiss, right? And I'm not talking about Detroit Rock City, even though I love Kiss. I'm talking about keep it simple, stupid. A classic term. I don't think you have to overthink it a lot of times with a fly like this. I've gone very fancy with these, and I'll tie intricate like feather tails and stuff. But then you always end up having a big toothy fish, like a bluefish, coming along and just absolutely destroying it. So I said, you know what? I'm just going to keep them simple. This is what this fly is. It's a simple, effective, loud popper that when I want to make a bunch of noise and attention, I strip this thing and it'll, anything that's in the area, if they want to hit topwater, they're going to have an option. There's other times where you want to fish different topwater flies, like a snake fly or a slider, where maybe it's really calm out and you're in shallow water, and throwing something like this maybe doesn't work. Maybe you've tried and the fish have been following it, but they're not taking it. So that's when you switch to something quieter that just kind of throws a wake and doesn't necessarily go bam, bam, bam. So it is effective having different types of topwater flies. I will say the Bob's Popovic Bob's Banner, I don't use it. It's not my sole topwater fly. I do use other topwater flies because there are times that you need to. You know what I mean? But this is great for making a lot of noise, and I mean, it's very effective. Most of the fish I catch every year on topwater are on Bob's Banners, but I fish them a lot, so it's hard to say. But there's some great flies like the Posh Slider and stuff, some just slider topwater flies with a cone head. And it's not made to throw a bunch of water, it's just made to throw a wake, imitating something on the surface. But not something necessarily like thrashing around or something. I think a lot of times they probably just eat this out of pure curiosity. You know what I mean? Maybe annoyance. It's so loud and obnoxious, it probably just annoys the striped bass into eating it, I like to think sometimes. What sort of fishing do you do, Juan? If you're thinking about tying these, what sort of fish are you going to be targeting? I asked for a 9-weight, 9-foot saltwater rod for Father's Day, and it's my first fly rod, and I will practice a lot. Oh, very nice. That is the perfect. So what are you fishing for? 9-weight, 9-foot in the Northeast for striped bass bluefish is the perfect universal fly rod. Because it's strong enough that you can fight a large fish in strong current, but it's light enough that you can fish in back bays, and it's not too, heavy for smaller fish. Salt? Okay. Any specific sort of species you're targeting, or? But yeah, that's perfect. Did you get a floating line? Did you get a sink tip? Did you get an intermediate line where it slowly sinks? Off the beach and jetty? Gotcha. We're talking like striped bass or something. Oh, I did not mean to put that on there. Oops. Wrong color. Are we talking Florida-ish, South Coast, or South, tarpon, snook, redfish? Is that it for those eyes? Oh, we got 12. These are, I'm gonna do probably for whitewater. So I'll put different eyes on there. You asked for intermediate? Okay, nice. Yeah, that's perfect. For the sort of fishing you're doing, it's good because you can either keep it up high and strip it in faster, or you can let it sink and go down. Especially if, let's say you're fishing for striped bass off a jetty or off a beach, intermediate's the perfect sort of all-around line in my opinion. But it'll cut through waves for when you're trying to get it deeper below the surface. I just got a 5-foot or a 5-6 weight 9-foot that I use for trout and gold eyes, but I'm scared to try it for pike and walleye. I just run floating line with 6-pound fluorocarbon. I hate buying tippet. Yeah. I mean, I think, why are you scared to use that for walleye and pike? Because it's too large? What you could do is take 12-pound and tie like a 4-foot section of 12-pound, and then tie or a 4 or 5-foot section of 12-pound, then a 4-foot section of 6-pound, something like that. Or you could just go bump it up and put like a bite guard, drop the 6-pound for the pike and walleye. I would do like maybe 20-pound, 4-foot, 5-foot section which is up to the fly line, and then down. You feel like you might snap the rod. It's all about handling it. We can catch on a 6-weight, we can catch striped bass, and a 5-weight, but you need to, it's not ideal because you don't want to stress the fish out too much, but I think you'd be all right. If you're catching pike that are probably above 5-6 pounds, it might be a lot. Otherwise, I think you'll be okay. It's just a matter of how you fight the fish. Give them some time, You know, just take your time and don't hold the rod above the grip. That's how you break rods. It's called high sticking. You need to be careful. You don't want to bend the rod too much when you're trying to land the fish. I do it all the time. I've done it many times, and I always break my rods on cocktail bluefish because I'm trying to rush it and get them in. Yeah, no, that's a perfect size rod. 5-6 weight for 2 to 6 pound pike and walleye. If anything hits, you'll be happy, Juan. I think you'll be surprised. You know, I don't know how much experience you have with fishing, but you're going to essentially apply. I mean, if you know how to read, if you've been fishing beaches and jetties, you probably know how to read the water, right? You have an idea of the rips, you have an idea of troughs in the surf where the bait gets washed into. You're not going to have the range, right? And it's going to be a struggle probably at first to learn how to fly cast. You got to keep up with it, and you have to learn how to essentially use the rod and the line to your advantage or not work too hard. It's all about the loop while you're throwing it, but I don't want to get too deep into the fly casting, but you're essentially going to be fishing the same way you would with a bucktail jig, drifting it into a hole, or a pencil popper coming over a sandbar into a rip. But, you know, you might need to learn how to adapt because you can't reach as far, so you might need to cast parallel with the beach and have the wave wash your fly down into a hole where perhaps a striped bass is waiting or something. Or off the jetty, you're not going to be able to target the middle of the inlet. For instance, we have inlets here in jetties. I used to fish with bucktail jigs. The funny thing is you learn over time fishing, especially with a fly rod because you're forced, is that a lot of times the fish are really close to you. They're literally right up against the jetty wall. They're right in the wash in the beach. So you don't need to cast 300 feet out with a pencil popper. You know what I mean? You might get fish out there and stuff, and there might be days that you need to cast it out. But you'd be surprised how much time, especially with watching drone footage from my buddy South Fork Salt, the fish will be following your fly right up to your feet almost, and they turn around, or they're in the wash. They come up with the waves. The waves smash down. It churns up the sand. Maybe the sand eels and the sand fleas tumble back down, and the bass know to come in with the wave and then come back out. So you're going to have to learn how to apply fly fishing to the normal fishing you've done. It is a challenge, but once you figure it out, I think you'd be surprised how successful it is. You know, I only fly fish nowadays because I like the challenge, and I also would rather catch a big fish on a fly rod than on a spinning rod because I've done it many times over the years. But it is tough. You know, I probably could have already caught some fish by now if I stuck with a spinning rod, but it's one of the best ways to fish in my opinion, so definitely stick with it. Don't be discouraged. And I'll say, don't only fly fish when it's nice out, because as you know, fish in the salt, it's always windy. So you're just going to have to learn how to fish in the wind and cast in the wind. Learn how to back cast so you don't hit yourself with the fly and stuff. And there's nothing wrong. I for anyone that still that fly fishes and fishes with a spinning rod, there's this like idea that like, and there is. I am a fly fishing purist. I don't think differently about any other sort of fishing, but I just purely want to fly fish because that's how I enjoy it. But there's like, you know, a stigma almost where there's like a hatred for people that don't only fly fish in the fly fishing community, and that's completely not true. A lot of people that I know that fly fish, you know, fish with a spinning rod half the time. Just some of us, you know, we choose to only pick up a fly rod or whatever, but however you want to do it. The main thing is have fun while you're fly fishing, because it really is a lot of fun, especially mastering your fly cast. Half the time you're trying to just get it out there and cast beautifully every time and learn how to, you know, have that line lay out perfectly and stuff. That's half of the joy, let alone fighting a fish on a fly rod. And you're like, you catch a 5-pound striped bass in the surf on a fly rod, and that thing's going to be pulling twice as hard as you've ever felt a striped bass pull before. So good luck if you hook a 20-pounder. You're going to be in for a ride in the surf. We haven't done much streaming on with surf fishing because I don't have service on the beach. But I'm telling you right now, you catch a 10-pound striped bass in the back bay, even in current, they fight very hard. You catch a 10-pound striped bass in the surf, and it feels like the fish is twice as large because they know how to use their body, they know how to use the waves, they know how to use the current. And with a fly rod, man, it is a hell of a lot of fun surf fishing. It's one of my favorite ways. It's unfortunate I can't really stream it. I'll probably have to record it for you folks just so you could see from the stream, but thing about surf fishing too is it's very violent. Everything gets covered in sand and waves, and there's rogue waves that come, and you're like, oh. So streaming it's really tough because you end up destroying all of your equipment. I've gone through multiple phones over the years from streaming saltwater fishing. Easiest is from my boat because I can protect my equipment, but you know, fishing from shore, particularly in the surf, is and trying to stream it, if you even have the service, is a dangerous endeavor. Wild Angels TV World Classic Spay Casting Lessons with Bruce Crook. Yeah, there you go. Now, with a 9-foot 9 weight, you're not going to be spay casting. I just want you to know. A spay rod is like a 13, 14-foot rod, right? So I don't know if that's what you're putting that in the chat, saying like are you using that to get an idea to cast? Because you're casting with a traditional fly rod, which is a 9-foot 9 weight. You have your intermediate line. The shooting head's probably 30, 40 feet, and most of the weight's in the shooting head, and then the running line has weight to it as well. But so you're going to be doing a traditional false cast. So you're casting it forward, or you're bringing it back, and you're casting it forward. And each time when you do that, your line is looped. And as your line straightens out, you're already moving forward. And as you're moving back, your line's straightening out. And you can slowly let out some line, but you're only... I want you to really get in the habit. Which, by the way, I don't know if you have Discord. I have to put a link and stuff, but like this is where our Discord comes into play really well, because people can, you know, essentially kind of, if they're having issues, they can have a more in-depth discussion about what's going on. But yeah, you can practice the loop. Yep, you're going to be doing a more traditional fly casting. So I think probably Orvis has some great videos, like what's his name? I always forget the guy's name. I'm sure there's probably many videos online, but really just going out there and like actually physically looking at the line and like watching the loop and stuff. And it's all about the timing and whatnot. I think you'll get it. If you see any other fly fishermen or women in person, immediately go up to them and be like, hey, what's up? That's the cool thing about fly fishing. Generally, people are, especially in the saltwater world, there's not as many fly fishermen. It's not like on a river where everybody's fly fishing, where it's like competition. And one thing I love about saltwater, a lot of times you see another fly fishing person, and yeah, Tom Rosenbauer, thank you. Tom Rosenbauer probably has some fantastic videos on fly casting, or like videos of Lefty Cray, for instance, or somebody fly casting. It's very hard to describe fly casting just over the internet. I feel like I think videos and in person is the best way. But if you find any other people that fly fish in saltwater, go up and talk to them. A lot of times you'll end up making friends with them, and they'll maybe even give you some flies, let alone give you some fly casting tips. So anytime I find anybody new that's out there, I always take some time to talk to them and show them some tips. Because when I was growing up, when I was 12, 13, 14 years old, 10 years old, learning how to fly fish for straight bass, there was nobody. And I would see some older guys in their 40s or 50s, and they would like kind of, give me some flies. They'd be like, all right, this is what you got to do. You got to go on this rip here. You got to fish this. And without people like that, I mean, it would have taken me probably another year to learn to know what I was doing. But you have the internet. By the way, Thomas Flying Tackle, how you doing? Appreciate you tuning in. I hope you're doing well. You have the invaluable resource of the internet. When I was growing up and learning how to fly fish, it was just books. You know what I mean? And going to like a fly meeting, like a club. So what I did is I essentially read books, and I learned how to fly cast in my yard. Do not learn how to fly cast on concrete or your road. You will destroy your fly line. I will say even casting in grass can be pretty rough on fly lines as well. So I think it's best to just go down to the water and physically practice, because you're going to have the wind in your face. You're going to really have to learn the real deal when it comes to fly casting. I used to be able to cast 100 feet on my yard as a kid because it's perfect. Or my buddy's yard, because I don't have a big enough yard, so I would cast on the street. That's how I learned about destroying fly lines, but I'd use old fly lines. But I used to cast 100 feet, no problem, out at the park or something. But when I got to the water, I couldn't cast past 15, 20, 30 feet when it was blowing 30 miles an hour, and it's coming from the left, so I'm trying to back cast. You know what I mean? So it really helps if you get out on the water and learn how to fly cast. Doesn't mean you can't, learn a lot down at the park with the overall mastering loops. But when it comes to double hauling when it comes to turning your rod sideways a little bit so you don't hit yourself with the wind. That's like a classic lefty cray trick I learned. Instead of holding your rod straight, you turn it a little bit so the backbone of the rod is facing outwards, so that that line is less likely to hit you in the back of the head or something like that when we're fishing heavy weighted saltwater flies, for instance. I had a 50-year-old guy last summer tell me to put my spin rod away and grab my fly rod out of the car, and he gave me some flies, some pointers on how to fly fish stillwater, and I'm addicted now. Yeah, and I'm telling you, I found nothing but fantastic people in the saltwater fly fishing community, being from a 10-year-old kid to now in my mid-30s over the years. Everybody I've met has been fantastic. I think maybe once or twice there were some really ultra-rich douchebags that like showed up in Mercedes that were like $300K and they weren't nice. But every other, and I've met a ton of rich fly fishermen that come from Manhattan. They're all fantastic, or women, you know. So the fly fishing community, especially in saltwater, don't be afraid to. And I'm just saying this, Juan, so that way, hopefully you meet somebody in your area and they can give you some tips and tricks and stuff like that. That's how I made a lot of my personal friends over the years. It's just meeting random people fly fishing. Oh, you're doing some commercial fly tying yourself, Thomas? Very nice. You're doing some Ausable wolves and some bombers for a local fly shop. Your live stream popped up in the recommendation, so here I am. Very nice. We're glad to have another commercial fly tyer. Doc over here started doing some commercial fly tying not too long ago. I've been doing it myself since I was in high school or middle school. Some local fly shops were nice enough, but now I tie for saltwaterflies.com in Massachusetts. These are being tied for local fly shops here on Long Island. Do you think the barometric pressure has any effect on saltwater species? Oh, yes. Like right now, before a rainstorm, when the low pressure systems come in, you'll find striped bass tend to come up to the surface a lot more, is what I find, personally. So before a storm comes, it's really rough. It's going to rain. We have low pressure systems. I'm pretty sure it's just a fact that the low barometric pressure has less of an intense effect on striped bass when they come to the surface. I could be wrong or something like that, but I remember reading that in striper books over the years. But I believe so. I could be wrong, but I'm almost certain. Maybe someone else can back that up, because I'm pretty sure that's a pretty common fishing thing. Damn, we need to get a link for the YouTube folk. What's that for? Oh yeah, for Discord. Let me put a link. Let me get a Discord link in the chat for YouTube. How about that? Give me a sec. Because we have a great fly fishing and fly tying Discord that we've had for like 6-7 years now, and I definitely want to share it with the folks on YouTube. So, hold on, I gotta pull it up from my Discord. Give me a sec here. We're about to move these banners. We're about to work on some sand eel surf candies is what we're going to be doing here in a sec. How do I do this? I forgot. Oh yeah, here. Expires in 7 days. Now I think I could set up like a permanent one, right? No limit. Okay, I got that. Hold on, YouTube folks. I'm putting this in the chat. I'm putting this in the description. Hey, no problem, Juan. Appreciate you stepping in. I do think barometric pressure does have a change, though, in effect. And that way you also get, I post when I'm doing the new fly tying videos, when we're doing fly tying streams on Twitch, because unfortunately I can't stream to YouTube and Twitch at the same time from my phone. If you go in the description, though, there is a link to our Discord, which you can see our fly tying Discord. Hold on. We have our fishing Discord here. You can see we have folks that have been catching. There's Brew with his first brown trout of the year. Bamboozled, who makes videos on YouTube but streams on Twitch. Some beautiful trout. We have Marano out in, where is he? Is Marano in, I don't think he's Sweden, right? Is he like Denmark, I want to say? With a beautiful cod. And look at that, a photo of a wolf fish. That is so cool. I saw you guys talking about that, Doc. Some giant smallmouth bass, damn, or largemouth. Look at that. Holy, I didn't even see that. 6-pound holdover from Bamboozled. Bamboozled is amazing fly fisherman, by the way, and fly tire, if you guys don't know him. And then we have the fly tying room. So we got some stuff from Sneaky Brews here, which I gotta say, this is Banana on Twitch. Your flies are really good for just fly tying for a year. I gotta say, they're really good. You can see we just tied a poplet the other day. That's the one we were fishing. Oh no, this is the first one I did. The most recent one we did on YouTube I didn't take a photo of. Craggerol, who tied these in Africa while stationed at a military base. So getting paid taxpayer money to tie squimpish flies. Hell yeah, baby. I love it. That's one of my favorite. Oh, Bamboozled. Here we go. Look at his fly tying. He's an amazing fly tyer. He does some commercial fly tying as well. Thomas, nice. We're good. We're glad to have you. Glad to have you. So anyways, I'll make sure that link will be in our... I might even put them in the YouTube videos, but it might just be for live stream. I want to make sure we don't get a bunch of spam. I've set it up so you can't. So you kind of have to have a verified account and whatnot. So because over the years we've had people try and hack it. And God, the internet's a wild place. But anyways, we're just some lowly fly tyers. We're just trying to fly tie. What do you want to mess with us? Yeah, we're glad to have you. All right. Bob's Bainer's done. I have some beautiful Flatwing sand eels we need to tie. Which, real quick, I got my little goodie box of what I'm commercially working on. Should probably buy a lot more of these. Clousers. You can see all the clousers I tied yesterday. 2 dozen clousers. We got bucktail surf candies, regular surf candies need to be glued. And banners. Man, I don't even have room for the banners, huh? I'm keeping this Flatwing for myself. I mean, that half and half, by the way. Consolidate clousers. I really should just, in fact, go get Ziploc bags because I use the big gallon Ziploc bags, and that's how I send the flies to these companies, because I told them I'm not doing plastic bags, so that stuff ends up in the ocean. I tell them, the fly shops that I tie for it, either figure out the bags yourself or build a display box, because I don't do bags. It's just another thing that ends up in the bay or something, you know what I mean? And no, I mean, most fly fishers are pretty conscious when it comes to this, so they don't, but it naturally happens, you know, stuff gets blown away, it just ends up in the water. So I hate the plastic sleeves and bags personally, but that's why I tell my customers to build display boxes or something. I am blind. I don't see the link. Or am I blind? Oh my God. I thought for a second you were actually physically blind. I was like, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know how we're going to figure that out. There's got to be some sort of... It's in the description below where it says... it's got our Twitch link, Instagram, and it says music made from Epidemic Sound and music made by me. It's right below that in the description, Daniel. Well, no, I mean, someone could very well be blind and just watching. But there's a way. I know there's people that are blind that watch Twitch streams. You can use voice commands or whatever where it'll read out the chat and stuff. Because there's blind streamers. I'm not even joking. There's a real... One of my buddies who was in high school, he was legally blind, had a seeing eye dog. So he was using all that sort of stuff. It was actually pretty interesting. But I'm assuming the technology is probably only better now. Very bottom of the description live, yes. That is correct. Thank you. Oh man, the Discord's going to be popping off now. We're going to have all the YouTube folks too. I got to get the chats linked up together. I want to make sure you guys can see the chats. I need to look though. I think Twitch has a certain policy. I think we're okay. But Twitch is really weird about certain stuff. So I want to make sure. I just think I can't promote from one website to the other, like telling you guys to go to one or the other. I think that's for both. But I would love to have the chat on the screen so you guys... Why is my mic peaking right there? I apologize. I should put a compressor. I don't think I put a compressor on this audio since I re-downloaded OBS for that. That would help for the peaking. I would like to get both chats on the same screen so you guys can at least see each other. In fact, real quick, I should do that off stream. I want to make sure I don't get a... I should probably just put a compressor on the overall input capture for the audio because I run it through a mixer, and that way it'll be a little better. Do you? Oh, Daniel, you know, you might need to update the stream, so you might need to close down the video on YouTube and refresh it, because I did it just recently mid-stream. So if you somehow had it didn't update on your end, yeah, it's the browser. That's one thing. Twitch pretty much auto refreshes things pretty regularly, but like titles, you'll need to refresh the browser. With YouTube, a lot of times you got to make sure you're like fast forwarding the stream sometimes, because the stream will lag behind and it's a saved video. So that is one downfall to YouTube, but I do like a lot of the features of YouTube compared to Twitch. They've been stepping up their game, but that is one thing that's confusing to people sometimes who are new to watching live streaming on YouTube, is that due to just bit rate, whatever issues, maybe on your end, maybe on YouTube's end, maybe on the streamer's end, and then the video lags behind a little. So like Jin the other day was chatting, and he was talking about things that happened like 30 minutes ago or 15 minutes ago. I'm like, dude, you got to refresh. It happens on Twitch too, particularly with mobile, but YouTube, it happens a lot more. So that's something in overall, if you watch YouTube a lot like I do, I watch Dr. Disrespect on YouTube. I always try to make sure the stream is, every once in a while I make sure I'm up to date. It's much easier noticed on a big stream where there's a lot of people talking, because you're like, I didn't see that happen. Yeah, no problem, Daniel. Glad to have you. Welcome to the Discord. Oh, I love streaming on, but I don't want to get in, I don't know. I'm sure I'm not going to get in trouble, right? It's not like it's the 1982 George Orwell. I can't give my opinion. Twitch is messing up with the ads. As somebody who's watched Twitch for the past 8 years, it's impossible to start watching a new stream and the streamer's not even purposefully running those ads. If they're large streams, they're running ads, and the ads are atrocious. 8 ads, 30 seconds? Come on. Unskippable? YouTube's got that beat. I'm sorry. They want to ban me, let them ban me. Jeez. I love Twitch, but man, the ads are just, whew. Good luck trying to watch Shroud. They're rough. And I love Shroud. I love watching Shroud, but man. I mean, he's got to make money, so I get it. So if you really enjoy watching somebody on Twitch, you use your Twitch Prime, because everybody's got Amazon Prime nowadays, or you subscribe to them, right? Or you buy. Twitch does have Twitch Turbo or whatever, where you don't need to pay for ads, so that is pretty good if you watch Twitch a lot. But I will give it to YouTube in that regard. I'm gonna tell you right now, I don't make any money on ads. If I could, I would disable ads entirely, but they don't allow me. They force me to run ads at the start. You get 30 seconds of ad when you click on my stream on Twitch. Who wants to do that? You know what I mean? I don't want to watch 30 seconds of ads when I'm trying to check out a stream for the first time, but I can't do it. The only way I can get rid of that is by running ads every hour on my stream, and I'm not doing that. I'm not a cable TV show, you know what I mean? But anyways, that's right. Enough about the ads and the BS. I'm just glad to be on both YouTube and Twitch, so we got both communities now. Or we just got to get you guys joined up. Get the chat on the screen, you know what I'm talking about? I could switch the camera angle, and I think I am. I think we're going to switch the camera angle, and we're going to be tying some surf candy, so I need some olive bucktail These are essentially an adaptation of the Glenn Mickelson epoxy minnow is what we're tying essentially. Just get you guys set up here. All right. Is that okay? Am I going to be smacking it left and right over here? I think I'll be all right. I think we can zoom out, though. This is like a little close. You can target bass with this hook? Yeah, of course. This hook is a Mustad. This hook is the Mustad C70 SD Big Game hook, which they've slightly changed the name of it. But this would make a great largemouth bass hook. It's not specifically made for largemouth, but that doesn't mean this hook just doesn't work in general for predator species, you know what I mean? I'm just trying to get that. You know, I've had pretty good eyesight for a while. I feel like as I'm getting older, my eyesight's getting a little less better. I'm trying to get that focus perfect. Oh, you tied some candies the other day? Oh, I'd love to see it, Doc. I would love to see your surf candies, for sure. All right. Oh, yes. So all we're tying right now is a Flatwing with a epoxy body. Okay? But what all you need to do is to tie a Flatwing is just a smaller hook and to scale it down. I mean, Flatwings are essentially based off of like Atlantic salmon flies and stuff like that. Oh, yeah. True Slim Thunder. Of course. Of course. But what do you call it? For Flatwings, all you need to do is just scale down the size. Like, if you know anything about where Flatwings come from, and Kenny Abrams, he based a lot of his fishing off Atlantic salmon fishing. So essentially taking older Atlantic salmon streamers and applying that sort of, or trout streamers, and applying those sort of, you know, early 1900, you know, or whatever, 1900s Atlantic salmon flies, and adapting that to striped bass fly tying. And that's how you came up with a Flatwing. So, whatever we tie, you can scale it down for freshwater, I'm sure. I don't know if it would work great for trout, you know, but it could certainly, you know, work for different species. And that's one thing I never want it to be like, okay, this is a striped bass fly. Yes, I'm tying it for striped bass and it's mimicking sand eels. There's sand lances and sand lances on the west coast. There's sand eels. There's probably sand. I know, Doc said there's sand lances in Ireland. So there's all sorts of different species. There's probably small eels and stuff in freshwater you could replicate, you know, or imitate something with. But nothing has to be, particularly with saltwater fly tying. It's purposefully meant. A lot of these flies, you know, broadly cover all sorts of different things, like the Clouser minnow. Clouser minnow, you can take anywhere in the world and catch a fish with a Clouser minnow, I guarantee you. Tips for making bucktail jigs more durable. I've never fished saltwater, but my landlord does, and he wants to make a durable bucktail jig. His others, I guess, fall apart all the time. Yeah. Don't buy cheap bucktail jigs. I don't know if he's catching bluefish, Thomas, or anything with really sharp teeth. That's going to be tough to make them. But what you do is you have a lead head. You tie a bunch of bucktail. If you've ever tied a bunch of bucktail jigs or tied bucktail jigs, you tie a bunch of bucktail on there. You want them to be full. You want bucktail jigs to have a lot of hair. All right? Cheap bucktail jigs you get off Amazon. And this is from talking to people who bucktail jigging for striped bass is like an art form when it comes to consistently catching large striped bass with a bucktail jig. It's literally like an art form out here. They're like masters at it. If you ever, like the guy that I was clamming with recently told me his boss bought these cheap bucktails off Amazon. They barely have any hair on them. He didn't catch a single thing, but all the good high quality bucktails, they're very full. And they usually, you tie so a fairly large amount of bucktail, and then if you're doing multiple collars or you're just tying big bunches and you're tying in one spot, I would heavily, not heavily, but I would make sure you put super glue and then wrap on top of that, and then epoxy the entire thing. You know what I mean? Where the thread wrapping is. And we're just talking about a classic bucktail jig. But I will say the secret to a good bucktail jig is fullness. If you don't have enough hair on there, it's not going to fish as well. And I don't know if you're talking about striped bass fishing or what sort of, but bucktail jigs for striped bass is like the #1 thing people use. It's something the old timers tell me. The cheap bucktails, they always have very little hair. They're very poorly made. But that doesn't mean, I mean, you got to find the right balance, right? But make sure you put enough hair on there and make sure you glue it in a way. Yeah. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Very cool. Yeah. Blackfish and striped bass. Yeah. For anyone that doesn't know, I'll pull up a photo of a bucktail real quick. Bucktail jig. Just make sure there's no like penises. Okay, perfect. So you can see right here, big striped bass on a bucktail jig. So you can go to Dick's and you can buy these, these cheaper bucktails like this right here, or these Cabela ones. They're crap, all right? This is the Saltwater Edge, for instance. Saltwater Edge is a place that I tie for in Rhode Island. So we'll just take a look. Let's go to their website. Let's look at bucktails. This is the classic sort of, this is what what I was fishing as a kid. It's got, a pretty decent amount of hair, but it's got that classic jig head with the red lips. But let's go real quick. The Spros, highly recommended for fluke. That's one of the favorite for fluke fishing out here. But you could see even this SNS or something, they're very full. There's a good amount of bucktail. These even have hackle and whatnot. But the way the bucktail jigs are, they have like a ring, and it kind of flares out. You want to make sure that bucktail's flared. Something like this, But I really recommend, or something like this, you want nice full bucktails, right? Don't skimp on the hair. That's one of the big things when it comes to, but this is literally like what I fished with as a kid forever. In an ounce or 2 ounce in the surf. You can see they're nice and full, right? I might even like this. I might even go a little bit more hair than that, honestly. But you want to talk about big striped bass? You fish bucktail jigs. You catch big striped bass doing that. It's really hard to replicate, and it's one of the, it's just in general, up and down motion of a jig is such a effective way of fishing in general, right? Yeah, you can tie that in minutes, Thomas, for sure. You just got to make sure you put enough bucktail. I would like do chunks of bucktail and then move around, and then I would glue it really well, and I'd put that red thread or whatever thread color, the classic is red, and really wrap that down good, and then epoxy the hell out of that thread. So. Oh, Thomas, dude, buy the bucktail jig heads, all right? I know you're going to make it, but be very careful. Do it outside, all right? I tried doing lead pouring. I thought I was going to make bucktails, and I'm telling you right now, that stuff is really bad. So I highly recommend make sure you're doing that in a very, very well ventilated area, and, be very careful, because pouring lead and dealing with lead in that sense is, it's a pretty serious thing, so. If you're just doing this a little bit here and there, I even bought the lead stuff too. I hope, don't be like, oh, I bought the lead stuff. But I'm telling you right now, I was like, I'm not doing this because it's too much for me. Even the older guy that I work with who got really big into bucktails, he's like, I don't even do that, man. You got the respirator fan and fume hood? Okay, good. At least you got a legit setup, so. But yeah, personally, I just recommend buying some jig heads. You know what I mean? But if you have a proper setup, that's one thing. But me, I tried it, and I'm like, I want nothing to do with pouring lead. I'm going to tell you right now. Personally. But yeah, once you tie the jigs, it'll just take a minute or two to tie. You'd be surprised. You could tie a lot of them. 3D print it. I don't know if you could get... I don't think 3D printing resin or filament is heavy enough to replace lead, but maybe. You never know. You get 3D print a lot of stuff. Do I believe in making my flies fancy? Juan asks on YouTube. To a certain degree, yes. And if you're wondering when we're going to tie here in a sec. I might even go grab down a nut bar. We'll take another quick break. We're just kind of chatting at the moment, taking a break. I do believe in making my flies fancy for myself, not for the fish. I don't think the fish care. Do I think the fish care if I used a perfect saddle hackle or one that is kind of messed up and is missing some little bits? No, I don't think they care. Do I think they care whether there are eyes on the Bob's Bainer or not? No, I don't think they care personally. But I make it fancy for myself, and I'll tell you why. Because if you're confident in what you're fishing, you're going to fish it effectively. Number one thing I hate doing is constantly changing lures or flies. I don't do it. And I hate fishing with my buddy. You know, when he first gets into fly fishing, he wants to change his fly every 3 minutes. I'm like, dude, take it easy. You got to fish for like 30 minutes or something first, you know? You're never going to know if it's going to work. But if you're confident, you look at the fly and you're like, oh my God, I'm definitely going to catch something on this because it just looks perfect. Like it came out perfectly, the shape and profile, you know what I mean? And I'm very confident in the fly, then I'll make it fancy for myself for that reason. But a lot of times I don't need to go extra steps of perfectly manipulating the bucktail because in the water it's going to come together and it's going to flow a certain way. But so that's my personal opinion. But yeah, the corn fly, for instance, Slim Thunder is very confident in corn flies. Classic. You know what I mean? Would UV resin be okay or the epoxy? I will tell you, I think epoxy overall in general is more durable than UV resin, but no matter what, bucktail jigs will get banged up heavily. So you can do UV resin, but what I would do is, I would do this. I would super glue, right? Wrap thread. Then I would apply head cement. Then I would UV resin. If you want to get real fancy. Because the downside, if you go with epoxy, you're going to need to have an epoxy turner for the jigs. And that's a whole nother ball game. And we're way past epoxy at this point. We're in the future. You know? Yes, retrieve is important. Not only retrieve and how you retrieve the fly, right? And how you present. Presenting is probably the most important thing. If you're not putting your fly in the water column where the fish are, how are they going to get it, right? And sometimes you might need to just have that fly 2 feet below and it's drifting perfectly and you're wet fly swinging a flatwing for striped bass along the rocks on the inlet. Or maybe, you know, maybe they're up on the surface, whatever. So presenting it, and that includes the way you're stripping it, is probably the most important thing, right? After that, profile. If you're fishing for sand eels, you want a skinny fly. You don't want to throw a Bob's Bainer. You may catch some fish on the Bob's Bainer, right? Because it's a popper and you might attract some fish. But if you're trying to match the hatch truly in like, and that's a whole nother conversation, do you have to match the hatch? But let's say there's a sand eel blitz going on. You want to fish really slim stuff because, and the length, the physical length of the fly in relation to what they're eating and the physical width and the profile. I believe that and presentation, the two most important things. After that comes color. Whether it's light or dark. I don't care whether it's an olive sand eel, a blue sand eel, a pink sand eel, a chartreuse, a yellow and orange and magenta sand eel fly. It's just whether or not it's light outside, you fish lighter flies. Dark outside, you fish darker flies. But the number one thing, presentation, then profile, then we get into color. And that's the order. And that's my personal opinion. That's kind of the belief of like Kenny Abrams, if I'm not screwing it up, and other fly fishers that I've listened to. And some people may disagree, but that's my personal opinion and whatnot. And I think there's some reasoning to it. But this could also just be the ramblings of a fly tire. So. All right, I already chugged through this coffee. I don't know if I'm going to make another coffee because I think I've already had 3 today. But I am going to grab a nut bar real quick and maybe a glass orange juice or something. So we'll be back in just a moment. We're going to play our Albie video. Don't go nowhere. We're going to get started on these sand eels. So we did the popper heads. We glued up the poppers. Beautiful. Those are all done. Now we're going to be working on these sand eel candies. We're going to be putting olive bucktail on top, wrapping the top Mickelson style, putting eyes, and then we're going to glue them. Okay? So that's what we're doing next. So don't go nowhere. We'll be back in just a moment. I'm going to go grab a drink and stretch my legs again real quick. So don't go nowhere. Yeah, dude. Yeah, dude. Stay tight, alright? Yeah, keep it tight. Yeah, dude. Yeah, Aiden. Knuckle buster. Are you good? Do you need me to do anything?
Yeah, I might need a ride. Yes.
Okay. Hold on, I'm gonna turn now.
I'm gonna try and get on the valve.
Yeah, get on the valve. Alright, you're doing good. Keep doing your thing. I'm gonna move us away.
Is that a little one?
No, that's a nice one.
Oh, let's go!
Come here, hold next to your alley. Good job.
That's sick.
Alright. Nice.
Let's go! Albie slap!
Good job, dude.
Yee!
Looking down the barrel of a 12 gauge little tuning, bro. On the albacore too. Oh my god, dude! What the fuck? Woohoo! Oh my god. Yep. my god!
I gotta turn the boat so I can cast. Oh my god, dude! Alright, get back to catching him, Diego.
You're gonna kill him now. There's a shark.
Frigates!
Howdy?
Frigates.
Frigate.
Whoa! Whoa! There's gotta be bluefin or something. Look at. Hell yeah, dude. To grab a fish like that, to grab a fly like that, a big deceiver. Albies in the rain on the half beaks, baby. Greenbacks. And until next time, guys, we'll see you. And as always, slam it, cores.
All right. Slam it, cores. Good times. Classic video, good times. All right. Oh, I need to get some eyes for these, don't I? Should have some eyes right here. Saltwaterflies.com. Yeah, these are the right size. Classic. Size 3 is what we're using here. So we're gonna tie, we got a dozen of these. We're gonna finish up the bucktail, wrap them up, put some eyes on them, and then we're gonna glue them. Then we'll move to the next thing, which I think we have flatwing tails and flatwing, regular flatwings with epoxy heads to tie. Okay, let's start tying. You know what? I am actually going to zoom out though, so that way you can see a little bit more. Alright, so we're using some olive here. Now, ideally I kind of need some long bucktail for this, but... And these are sandio flies, so they're pretty sparse as is. And get all the shorter hairs out of the way. But yeah, I think retrieve is certainly important and where you're putting that fly. You're going to be fishing on the jetties and rocks a lot, Juan. You might be having fish right up against the rocks at night, smashing, when the waves smash up against the jetty walls, the fish might come in and, oh, my bad. We're using monofilament. We got to put some mono on, because these are candies. Slot that in there, put that to the side, grab a spool of mono. We like clear thread for this, so that way you don't see the thread and you can see the colors of the bucktail through it. Even though it's nice light for me, I'm going to move that so it's not too bright for you folks. By the way, I hope you've enjoyed the stream. So far, we've just been doing some commercial tying and chit-chatting, but we will be doing a fly tying stream where we, probably tomorrow, where we just tie some flies for fun for ourselves. It looked like it is raining again, so I probably won't be going out and doing any fishing unless that stops later for an hour or something. Maybe I'll get out, but who knows. I don't know if I really feel like fishing in the rain when we haven't caught anything. But they might be blowing up down there right now for all I know. Can't really stream in the rain, unfortunately. I can fish, but I can't stream. I've fished in the rain most of my life. So we're tying this Mickelson style, where we actually take a flash boot here and we wrap it on top. Almost like a blonde, the classic blonde fly by Joe Brooks. I kind of want to do a series on old school saltwater flies, like the Joe Brooks fly. Or the blonde fly. I mean, not the Joe Brooks, the Harold Gibbs striper streamer. I want to kind of do a series of, it's probably not going to be very popular YouTube view-wise, but I would love to do a series on older flies from like the 1930s, 1940s, when people really started experimenting with fly fishing for striped bass. What happened is people were going fly fishing for salmon and stuff overseas in Europe. And they were like, why can't I apply this to fishing on Long Island or Massachusetts? You know, there's striped bass. We should be able to do this sort of thing as well. And that's kind of where it came from. You know what? I actually might use some eyes that are slightly smaller than this for sand eels. Well, actually, let me see real quick. Hold on. Yeah, I do have. These are 2.5. I'm actually going to use something slightly smaller. I'm going to keep these for surf candies because I just realized for sand eels, I want to put the eyes farther back, and I also want slightly smaller eyes. All right. We're good. Yeah, for sand eels, I want to put the eyes a little further back, and I want them to be a little smaller. And just like that. And then we're going to coat the body in epoxy, kind of like a surf candy. But we are going to do some traditional Flatwings here in a little bit. Now we are epoxying the heads on those, but I'm not rich enough to throw jungle cock into my flies, so. Let's see if I can get some lawner hair. There we go, on the sides here. Getting some lawner stuff. I'd really like to catch a striped bass. Even right now, I'm like, man, I wonder what the weather's going to be like in an hour. It's a sickness. I got bit by the fishing bug after not fishing for a full year. I'm like definitely consumed by it again, which is good. I'm kind of excited for it. I was looking at old pike too the other day, using full peacock eyes on things like that and crazy stuff. Yeah, exactly. There's an old fly imitating juvenile swordfish with peacock swords. full peacock swords, which are like the peacock curl where it's cut in a certain way and it's like the full quill. Really cool stuff. I could break out some books, have some really old school flies. They're very heavily based off salmon fishing, really. And then they're just very basic, like the Joe Brooks streamer. Very basic, early adaptation of using bucktail and a little bit of flash, or they didn't even have flash, so they had mylar strips, or like Christmas tree decoration type stuff. And they used just bucktail and a little bit of that. You know, this was early on. This was kind of really pioneering fly tying. And essentially a lot of the stuff was done for trout, but you know, they had to learn how to adapt it to saltwater. But a lot of them are just very basic, sort of bucktail flies, because you didn't have any synthetic materials. It was all natural. It was either feathers or bucktails. And that was it. There were some other types of hairs, but for saltwater you need length, you know, a lot of times. So yeah, there's some really interesting patterns out there that are older. Stuff that probably, you know, we don't really use that sort of techniques anymore, but they're really cool techniques that are probably getting forgotten. Most of the stuff is used, but you know, a lot of it is not used because it's probably pretty bulky. It's probably awkward to cast and stuff. Oop, I need to do that again. Must have stretched a little too much. Stretch too much. Yeah, these are very simple, but one of my favorite flies to tie. They're great. The Mickelson epoxy bait fish. It's kind of a shame a lot of the videos I did on my channel that are very popular are ones that I did 5-6 years ago or something. And my filming and my editing wasn't as good, so I kind of want to revisit some of these flies and reshoot it in 4K. Oh, okay, very cool. Yeah, we'll check it out on the Discord. Cool. Yeah, I have a lot of old books from the 70s, from the 60s on saltwater fly fishing from Lefty Cray and different people, so I kind of want to check those out and maybe do some sort of YouTube series one day, who knows. Because it really is like the evolution of saltwater fly tying as we know it, you know. Maybe we'll do a series slowly over years, from start to finish, the evolution of saltwater fly tying. But now we're talking about like a project where I need to do research and stuff. William Blacker, he was known for tying extravagant flies. Oh, okay, very cool. I'll tell you what, a lot of that stuff is the innovative stuff, doing stuff differently than other people did at the time, you know? Using crazy peacock curl eyes, full eyes, and all sorts of stuff. Those are the stuff I like the most, the crazy flies, because that's where perhaps some evolution came from. Even back in the 1800s and 1900s, there was some crazy dude throwing some weird fly like me in a creek somewhere trying to catch something. Like a big poplip or something, you know, some crazy fly. This has got to work. I don't understand. I don't want to keep fishing the same boring streamer every time. Oh, especially for salmon, yeah. Well, salmon flies are a whole nother ball game. I love salmon flies. Even just the traditional ones. I don't know about the crazy ones, but it's where a lot of saltwater fly tying came from, is salmon flies. In my opinion. Not from trout. Real quick, I am going to check the weather. Is there any hope whatsoever to do an hour of fishing? It's still incoming tide till 6:30, so I got more than enough time. See what the weather is looking like. That's the most important. I know what the tide is. I want to see what the wind and what the weather is looking like. Let's see the radar. Let me reload it. One of the pioneers of the day, man. Rain, 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 rain up until 6. Wind northeast, 12 miles an hour. Northeast, not the worst. Ideally southeast, but northeast isn't the worst. And apparently it's going to rain till 7. We're going to have light till probably about 7:38. Let me take a look. The radar. If it lightens up around like 6, I guess I can head out around 6. It'll probably still be raining, but I'd show you the radar, but then you'd see where the hell I am on Long Island, and I don't want anybody showing up at my house in assless or buttless chaps or whatever. Pardon my French. That's one of the dangers. It's one of the dangers, Slim Thunder, for sure. What is going on here? I'm just gonna rip you out if you don't want to cooperate. You're gone. See ya. There's enough of you. I'll give you guys a zoom in here so you can see what I'm doing on the next one, wrapping that. Give you a more close-up shot here. All right. Hey, we're getting a good amount of stuff done. I figured if I force myself to stream while I'm commercial tying today, then I have to get a lot of stuff done, right? Not that I wouldn't have had it, I mean, anyways, but... Yeah, you don't really need much bucktail because, again, we're tying a sand deal, and they're very sparse. They're very slim. Almost like matchstick size. Not when they're this long. They're a little thinner when they're this long, but this is more like an ocean sand deal. You know, I'm going to add just a little bit more to the top. Oh, you can hear the blue jays out there. We put birdseed out. The blue jays are calling their buddies to show up. Left-handed tire? Yes, sir. That's right, Thomas. Left-handed. Caster tire. Guitar player. Eating pizza with a left hand. Sometimes right, but... I play guitar right-handed, actually. I'm sorry. I'm a left-handed in every other way, but my dad taught me guitar right-handed. I don't know why I said guitar left-handed. I actually play guitar right-handed. That's kind of why I think I suck, but no. So the tail is green hackle, white bucktail, and silver crystal flash, not flashaboo. The flashaboo is pearl flashaboo, and it is on there to specifically wrap the body. Unfortunately, this flashaboo just broke, I think, so I'm going to quickly cheat. Yeah, it's just bucktail, then a single feather tied flat. All right, laying flat, extending backwards. That's where the name Flatwing comes from. And with some silver, because sand eels have silver lateral lines, some silver, what do you call it? Crystal flash. And then I take body braid and I wrap it forward, but we have a long piece of flash boo hanging off the back. So when we tie the bucktail on top, Joe Brooks style blonde, the bucktail is just sitting up like this normally, right? So then you wrap the flashaboo as like a ribbing, essentially, to lay down the bucktail, and then we're going to glue the whole thing over. Otherwise, it would break in a second, and the bucktail would shoot back up once a fish grabbed it. But we're going to UV resin the whole thing to make it a candy. Not the whole thing, just the front head, or the body, I should say. But the body braid's important because you have a nice shiny belly with this bucktail on top. I've tried it where I've tied the white for the belly and wrapped it. It's too much. Just stick to the classic Mickelson formula. It's the best, I find. You know, keep it simple, stupid. Even though this isn't necessarily a simple fly, but it's simple enough, I guess. I don't know if I'd teach this to a new fly tire, like brand new, you know, fly tire, but I would probably teach them a deceiver or something, or a clouser. But intermediate fly tying, this should be easy for you. It's not very hard to wrap some flash boo. Alright. Zoom out. Now that you get the picture, when it comes how to tie these. Yeah, these are actually coming out really nicely. They usually do. They're not very hard to screw up, but these are size 2 odd, must add big games, because I picture these being used for pretty large striped bass out in the ocean in Montauk. You know what I mean? We get large sand eels out in the ocean. They don't really come inshore, but I'm talking about the 4, 5, 6, 7 inch. And they get larger than this, and that's bluefin tuna bait. Oceanic, out in the middle of the ocean, sand eels. That is the favorite food of big bluefin tuna. I tie some flies replicating oceanic sand eels for pelagic species as well. Not sure if you have green. Yeah, this isn't green, this is olive, but I mean, you can tie this in any color you want. Banana. Feel free to tie this in any color you want. And I will say the traditional flatwing, if you look at the herring flatwing, or the flatwing that we're going to tie up next with white bucktail on the belly and no epoxy, that's, I think, a little bit more up your alley when it comes to largemouth bass, because I've used flatwings for largemouth bass, and I've essentially just used like a bucktail deceiver style flatwing or a classic traditional Kenny Abrams flatwing, and I've caught a bunch of largemouth bass with it. Or like, you know, even for pike, I think that's more suited. This is more of like to replicate really small bait that we get in saltwater, but you could certainly tie these. But my most recent YouTube video on Li Flies Mike YouTube, which some of the folks are watching on, has the herring flatwing video. That's a great, and you just scale that down. a little bit, that's a perfect fly to imitate a lot of the medium-sized bait fish with the kind of larger profile top and bottom that you get in freshwater, like shad or whatever stuff. Like imagine like a crankbait profile almost, but slightly longer with feathers and hackle that swim really nicely out the back. Doesn't swim like a crankbait, but that's all right. We don't need it to. Unless you want to start tying pop lips, but good luck with that. I want to go down in this nasty weather and throw some pop lips. Yeah, that's right. Get wrecked. Stupid bots promoting your view botting websites. Get out of here. Oh yeah, aggressive tiger trout and brown trout. So also Sadati Slammer. Mark Sadati, one of my favorite fly tyers of all time. Good friend of mine. Grew up as like a fly tying idol of mine, and then being able to meet him and go fishing with him. He's an awesome dude. He ties something called the Sadati Slammer. He loves scaling them down to about 4 or 5 inches and catching big lake trout, big giant brown trout. He's been to Europe, has caught all sorts of crazy larger trout on Sadati Slammers. This is where the chuck and meat kind of comes into play, which is the term for throwing the streamers that the kids use nowadays with their fish whistles at the creeks. But but yeah, so I mean, you could definitely throw, especially like flatwings or Popovic's hollow flies for larger aggressive trout species, 100%. In fact, we should do some smaller Sadati Slammers at some point. I mean, Mark could sit there and talk for hours about it, but I did my video on Sadati Slammer. People were like, this is nothing like a Sadati Slammer. It's a cool fly, but I'm like, oh, okay, all right. It's pretty much the same thing, and I mean, I know Mark too, and he did, all right, but yeah, all right. It is slightly different, I guess, but that's YouTube in general, but it's all good. I can take criticism. I've streamed on Twitch for 6 years. I've pretty much had people tell me a lot of things directly to my face, so it's all good. You know what? Maybe before we get done tonight, maybe we tie a smaller Sadati Slammer, something that you could use for larger trout, and that I'm going to use for striped bass. Because Sadati Slammer is one of my favorite flies in general to fish for striped bass, but gotcha. I'm sorry. I keep forgetting that just because you're fishing fresh. I keep forgetting you're from Alberta, so that you don't have any like largemouth and stuff. But whatever predatory species, perfect. You have larger trout. That's even better. Yeah, maybe we'll tie like a size 2 or a size 1 Sadati Slammer, a smaller one, or even something a little larger, like a 1/0 or 2/0, and you can scale it down smaller. Make sure we get those smaller hairs out, otherwise they'll poke out through the flash a bit, and we don't want that. Trying to get a nice clean body to the fly. I might need to get another olive bucktail for larger flies, because unfortunately this stuff is just long enough. I would almost prefer it be slightly longer, but you know, that's alright. That's where the hackle comes into play on top. Yeah, I don't necessarily have a schedule at the moment, but I plan on trying to do as many live fly tying streams as I can, as well as fishing on, unfortunately on Twitch, because I can't really stream to both for phone, but I plan on doing as much live streaming as I can while, you know, working. So I don't know what my schedule is going to be like this year, but I'm trying to have at least 3, maybe even 4 days off or something to work. So on my business, I have no idea what's going on at the moment, but with the commercials, fishing or clamming, but. If I can, I'll sit down and we'll be doing a fly tying stream every day, so. Smoke break coming up. Yeah, we just had one not too long ago, but it's in my contract. I mean, stretch break. Yeah. We gotta stretch. I'll go with a little bit more on top, just a teeny bit. Oh, don't want to break that flashaboo. Got wrapped on there. Be very careful with that. Because I do not want to have to retie that on there. Yeah, this was developed by Glenn Mickelson, another famous Long Island fly tyer. Cool dude. Spends his day out there catching albies in the fall. You'll see him out on the rocks. Amazing fly tyer. So credit where credit's due. Check out Glenn Mickelson and his flies. He's an older guy, probably not a big internet presence, but you can certainly read about him in books and stuff like that. Posture check. Now, you'd be surprised. Sometimes those clams come up with a lot of weeds on them and stuff, so they're, you know. Yeah, posture check. That's good. Ugh. Oh, let me stretch real quick. Oh, whew. Whoo, daddy. Oh. Oh, man, do you hear the crack in my neck there? Yeah, for anyone who doesn't know, I have a pretty bad back. My spine's all messed up. I have a mixture of scoliosis and the other one where it curves multiple ways. So I try and stand straight as much as I can, but man, it's been my biggest downfall. But, you know, it is what it is. Especially with physical labor, it's, oh, God. After a couple 1,000 pounds of clams, picking them up and moving them multiple times, I feel like I'm going to end up in a wheelchair, but one of the reasons why I'm trying to do a lot more fly tying this year is, God forbid, knock on wood, nothing, thank God, nothing has happened so far, but there is a chance I could end up hurting myself one of these days. It's happened multiple times, so I just got to be very careful. Lift with my knees, don't overwork it, don't overdo it. As you know, I'm sure if any of you have it, back pain is one of the worst things, man. Incessant. But I'm not going to complain about it too much. You guys have heard me complain about back pain over the years so much. So oh, no. We broke our mono thread. Shame. Shame on me. Luckily, this one I think we can just push right back through the bobbin. You can't bobbin suck these. Oh, by the way, so we went to D&D on Tuesday at my buddy's house. I went with a sorcerer because I'm a crazy old man named Coot Jenkins. Yep, name's Coot Jenkins, and I'm a prospector. There's gold in them hills, and I'm a crazy prospector from the 1800s. I was somewhere in California in the Wild Wild West, based out of Savage Lands, Deadlands, which is like a fantasy version of the Wild Wild West in the 1800s. But I had such a good time. It's one of my favorite characters so far. He's a sorcerer. He does magic. But he's a crazy old drunk dude that's addicted to gambling. 1980s prospector. To give you an idea, if you ever watched the skit with Will Ferrell where he's the old prospector that's assigned to an army unit, he's wearing a million pots and pans and stuff, and there's no reason. It's like one of those 90s weird SNL skits where they were probably on cocaine or something, but it's so good. So that's very much so what my character's like. Just a million pots and pans just jangling around everywhere, like, shh, shh, shh. There's dangers in these hills. You know? But I had such a good time. It was just me and one of our other buddies who showed up, and my one friend was running it. And I told him, I don't care, you're getting us started. So we went on a riverboat and gambled, and then had a duel against these two people. But it was so good. It was so much fun. I was like cracking jokes about my ex-wife and stuff as my character in the middle of like a fight and like drinking moonshine. It was so much fun. All right, that was pretty quick. We got those done. Now we can glue them up. Should be pretty simple. 12 epoxy sand eels. Good old Coot Jenkins. It's like, sir, why is a prospector being assigned to each army unit? Aren't we like special forces? This is an unconventional war. It's such a ridiculous not fly time. It's such a ridiculous Saturday Night Live skit. It's so good though, with Will Ferrell as the old prospector. He's like, don't we rely on stealth? And you just hear the pots and pans like ding, 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 jingling in the background. He's like, you better watch out for coyotes in them hills. It's so good. It's so ridiculous. All right, let's glue these up. Oh god, yeah, it's pretty rough. I mean, just even breathing is tough when I throw my back out that bad when it happens. It's pretty severe, to say the least. So I'm only going up to the hook point, and I'm not going too far back with it. With this particular fly, with the Mickelsons. Put some medium resin on there. And it's going to take about 2 coats. The first one is going to be our base. And then after that is going to be our kind of finisher coat where we even up the body and whatnot. Go ahead and apply some resin. I'm going to zoom in on this part so you guys can get a better idea of applying that resin. Damn, Sneaky Brews. God damn, bruh. Hell yeah. Sheesh. I see what you guys got going on in the Discord in the gardening section. Holy shit. Very nice. Mm-hmm. I see. I like it. Mm-hmm. Good old trimmer, huh? Oh. I don't want that resin tip to hit the feathers and stuff. Yeah, very nice. I like what I see. For sure. Speaking of which, we're going to have to take another hookah lounge break here in a minute. Refresh ourselves. You can see we're just kind of getting a basic profile, and then we can always add a little bit more resin to it if we want. Oh, didn't I grab a nut bar? Oh, I did. I'm starving. I completely forgot. Mm-hmm. I know, right? It's therapeutic, trimming in general. Not only just flies, also plants. Mm-hmm. While I quickly eat my... Oh, Hydro, very nice. Right as I clicked over to the Discord. Beautiful game changer, by the way. Very nice game changer. That's pretty much how I tie them. I like them like that. Mmm. Very nice, very nice. Are those the wolves? I think, right? Because the bombers have the, yeah, bombers have like that beetle shell tie to it. Look at that. Holy cow, wait. 1801. Pike fly. Circa 1801. From Blacker. What did you say? Jeff Blacker was his name? It says Australia? From Bob Ferguson, Blacker's Fly, East Gippsland. Look at that, though. Oh, Ausable Wolves. Yeah. No. I know, just in general, bombers, I was thinking in general, are different flies. Or the bombers. That is awesome. Look at that pike fly from 1801. From, what's his name? Jeff Blacker, I think you said his name was? The fly tire? Where was he based out of? Is he like Irish or Scottish? That's very cool. And Doc, these are beautiful surf candies, by the way. Good job. Look at that. I love it. Having the flash through the mono thread, is that what that is? Or did you go lateral scale style? Very nice. Great job. Good job on those. All right. Just give me a sec. I'm eating some. I'm eating a nut bar real quick while we tie. We need some calories. All right. Let's keep gluing these. Yeah, very nice. Look, I'm already glad that we now we got folks from YouTube coming over to Discord. So we'll have a nice community of fly tires and fly fishers, which we already did before, but I'm always glad to get more people in there to share, because I love seeing what you folks create yourselves, what sort of flies, the sort of fishing you do. I mean, we have people from all over the world. I would never have known about the wolf fish and the pollock fishing in Denmark or something, for instance, or whatever, you know what I mean? if it wasn't for somebody like Morano. I still don't even know if he's from Denmark. I think he is, but I have so many different people watching in that side of the world. I always get mixed up with Denmark, Finland, Sweden, Norway. Like, this is my American geology skills. I'm much better with world history as opposed to geography. I guess they're kind of tied, but... I don't want to jinx myself, but I've been happy with restreams so far today. We haven't had any issues. Yeah, these are most likely going to be used out in the Atlantic Ocean in the summertime when big striped bass are around eating sand eels and the larger sand eels show up in the ocean. If you talk to anybody that fly fished back in the day, sand eel bites up in New England are probably some of the best striped bass fishing you'll ever have is when they're on sand eels. It is literally like candy to them. I think it was a year or two ago, there was a crazy sand eel thing happening in the surf, and everywhere you went, 007 jigs. There's these diamond jigs, essentially, if you know what a diamond jig is. A diamond jig with a surgical tube on the back. And the 007s, or those diamond jigs, were sold out in every single tackle shop because the fishing was so good on the sand eel bite in the surf. Everybody was fishing the surf. I didn't get it, but because, of course, I was busy, what do you call it, working or whatever, but apparently it was nuts. That's one thing you learn. Sand eel fishing, when the sand eel bite's good, you better get out there because striped bass they start going nuts. And they literally they're like a mix between an eel and a bait fish. Very interesting fish. And extremely thin. A lot of times your fly's a little too big. It's too thick. Too much material. Kenny Abrams has a fly for juvenile sand eels imitating them, and it's 10 to 15 strands of marabou and Bill's body braid, and that's it. He describes if you use like 20 pieces to 30 pieces of marabou, it's too much to imitate a juvenile sand eel because they're so skinny and so small. And sometimes when striped bass really do get locked in on a certain size bait, particularly with sand eels, I've always found this with sand eel bites. Sometimes they get so focused on the size and they will not eat anything, so you'll have to strip material off of the hook and off the fly to get them to eat it because there's just too much material. I mean, this is an oceanic, a larger sand eel, but or more like an adult sand eel fly. But for really small ones, you'll see the I forgot what the Kenny Abrams fly is called. It's literally just marabou and body braid. It's wild. I always feel like, is this even going to work? But it works. It's a great fly, by the way. It's a very good fly. I'll have to look up what the name of it is. I always forget. I want to call it the matchstick fly just because it's like the thickness of a matchstick. That's not the name of it, but... should do the matchstick sand eel. Where it's literally just a matchstick tied to the hook. Oh, God. That'd be funny. That could be a funny YouTube series, just taking random bits and bobs from around the house and tying flies, like a paperclip, building the body of with a paperclip and then epoxying it, like the classic mono loop, filled with epoxy bait fish flies or something, or a matchstick fly. And then go out and fish them. Like a freaking like marlin baits where you make the lure and then go out and fish with it. But almost like a parody slash real thing, What camera do we use? The quality is very nice. This is a Sony A60 It's the A6400 mirrorless camera. It's a mirrorless lens. And if you watch, I've recently started shooting my videos in 4K, so I have the capability of shooting in 4K, and it looks great. It's a great camera. But for live streaming, it's very important that the camera doesn't overheat. So I had an older A6000, which is the cheaper version of this camera. I mean, the body alone on this was probably about $1,000, let alone lens. I'm using the kit lens from the original A6000. But the A6000 would constantly overheat, and I'm not recording right now. I'm just capturing what the camera's seeing via an Elgato HDMI cam link. So it's taking the HDMI output and putting it into the computer. The other important thing is, for this sort of thing, not using a regular battery. I have the external battery, like a battery that's plugged into an AC adapter. But it's a fantastic camera. Right now it's shooting, or right now it's capturing, I guess, quote unquote, in like 60 frames per second or something like that in 1080p. But when I shoot my fly tying videos, I film 24 frames per second in 4K for the fly tying videos. But it's a fantastic camera. It's one of the only cameras I found, you know, it's one I had to get specifically researching streaming with, and I like mirrorless cameras. I don't like digital SLRs for this. But, because we used to have every hour, we would take a break for 10 minutes. Because I would go step away and we'd play a video or something because my camera would overheat like every hour. My old Sony. So, and the digital SLRs, a lot of them, if they're not, you know, really nice ones, if they're like beginner digital SLRs, they don't have a screen capture in HD. So you can't output HDMI anything better than like 480p. So it was quite a process learning cameras and stuff. But the main thing is having a capture card made by Elgato that can capture in 4K and stuff, or, you know, 1080p, and output it to HDMI to the streaming software. Believe me, for a long time I used all sorts of janky stuff, but eventually, I mean, I've been doing this so long, so with fly tying, I can justify having a really nice camera because really you kind of need one, right? For if somebody's going to sit here and watch this for 8 hours or something. It's the sort of thing where you kind of need the finer detail to really understand a lot of times how to tie a fly. Yeah, I love the Sony mirrorless cameras. Either like the A6400 or higher, they have the A6500, or even better, the A7 series, or they have the A series where it's like, instead of A6000s, it's like A7, A8, II, or whatever. Really good cameras. I mean, you gotta do research, but... Alright, we'll get all these glued up real quick. Then we'll take a break. I'll come back, let them cool. I like to let the epoxy body, the UV resin bodies cool, because they'll actually overheat and yellow. We'll take a quick little break. We'll apply the last little, very light amount of resin just to even out the body of the fly. And then we'll start tying flatwings. I think we got to do a dozen of those. And then surf candies. So I don't know how much we'll get done, but I want to stream for quite a while. I mean, we've already been streaming for 3.5 hours. I want to try and go for 5 or 6, but I do want to go fishing at like 5:30. I want to go down for an hour or two. But the goal was to do a pretty long commercial stream today, so it's been a while since we've done a decent stream. Over 5 hours or so. And we're being pretty productive right now, which is my favorite thing. I'm getting a lot of stuff done, so I'm happy about it. And maybe some of you folks are learning something. If not, just maybe keeping you entertained, I hope, throughout your day. I do appreciate everyone hanging out, though. I appreciate it. If you're new to the channel on Twitch, give us a follow. If you're new to the channel on YouTube, you could subscribe over there so you don't miss either when we're going live on either channel, or you know the routine. It's funny, in my YouTube videos, I never say it. You know, if people are going to subscribe, they'll subscribe, right? And I kind of don't necessarily like always having that shoved down my throat. So in my videos, I'm never like, oh, make sure to like the button and do this and do that. You know, if somebody's going to enjoy it, they'll do it. So I'm not going to try and force it down their necks. But when it comes to the live streaming, if you don't want to miss our live streams and stuff, make sure you either follow or sub on whatever platform. Well, the great thing is you never have to spend money or anything like that. If you want to support the channel, you can, but we're just here handing out fly time, and you folks are keeping me company as much as I am keeping you company, I hope. So hopefully you're enjoying it. So I don't have to sit here all alone and tie flies all day. I can chat with you folks. Keep myself productive, hopefully. But if you're new and this is your first time tuning in, we do a lot of fly tying streams where we're actually kind of sitting there and tying certain patterns and whatnot. So we do that as well if you're looking to learn some new flies and whatnot. Alright, I do need to charge this light as well. This light's starting to get drained. Alright, very nice. So, we'll let this cool down for a sec. I have some thin resin. We're going to do a very light coat of thin resin, completely just coating it and or we could do medium, it depends, I guess. We'll probably go with thin though, because I don't want to add too much. And we're just going to fill in any nooks or crannies. You can see the body looks pretty good, but there is slight uneven bits here and there. So by using a thin coat of thin resin with a much, what do you call it? Higher viscosity, meaning like or lower viscosity, I guess, it'll flow easier. It'll fill in all the nooks and crannies. So, the gaps, if you will. Oh, very nice, Banana. Nice looking fly. I love it. Great looking fly, by the way. Oh, I didn't, I didn't mean to hit that, but yeah, give it up. Round of applause. I think I got to adjust the volume on this. It's kind of loud. Give it up. Round of applause. But yeah, I didn't mean that. Don't flatter yourself too much, all right, Banana? It's a good looking fly though. All right, we're taking a quick little break. I'm gonna charge my light real quick while this is happening. Don't get too cocky now, all right? All right, we're gonna charge our light up. We're going to go hit the hookah lounge real quick, get refreshed, and we'll get back to fly tying here in just a sec, all right? We got the light charging. Beep, 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 beep. One of the only Loon products I actually like. Sorry, Loon, but I do not like their resin unless they've changed it. We're using Solarez resin, by the way. It's my favorite. All right. Yeah. We'll take a quick little break. I'm going to go wash some resin off my hands. And what do you call it? We'll be back in just a second, all right? I like to get up every hour and a half or something. Just kind of stretch around a little. It's part of one of the things to do with my back. But also we have the Li Flies Mike cafeteria, Li Flies Mike bar, and the Li Flies Mike hookah lounge. If you're appropriate age, that is. So you got to have an ID and whatnot. But it's part of the features of the stream. So make sure you go check them out. Jerry's got empanadas. And yeah. So I'll be back in just a moment. All right? Don't go anywhere. It's a great light, Banana. It's a great light.
All right. Yeah, keep looking. Still, it looks like rain's gonna stop around 6. What they say. Keeping my eye on it though. Keeping my eye on it. Tempted to even. Hopefully, we'll be able to stream it a little, but I might even go down there a little early, fish in the rain for a little bit, and then whip out the stream and stuff after it stops. We'll see. And then we're going with just a little bit of thin on here to finish these candies. Oop. To level out the body. Which, hold on, I'm gonna fix the camera here in a second. I don't think I did that yet. Hey, Gabes, what's going on? I've been tying up a bunch of these for the upcoming blues. Oh, very nice. Very cool. You getting ready for some blue fishing? Yeah, I am too, man. I got a bunch of poppers tied up. That's my favorite way of blue fishing is poppers. Fly poppers. As well as some larger bucktail deceivers and stuff, big flashy. But small flies work great on bluefish as well. They always do. Little nub right there. Let's just cut that off. Yeah, essentially a Mickelson epoxy bayfish with some Launer hackle, but this is essentially just a Mickelson. Epoxy flies or UV flies are pretty durable when it comes to bluefish. Good choice. They still get pretty smashed up over time, but no matter what, bluefish will destroy anything. They're monsters, but I love them. They're one of my favorite fish. Losing flies all the time is not one of my favorite things, but then again, it's not bad for a commercial fly tire. Because people end up losing a lot of flies to bluefish. So fish wire if you don't want to lose bluefish. You might end up losing bass, but I mean, I've caught a lot of bass using wire over the years. I know it's like a whole debate, but you'd be surprised how many bass you catch using wire. Yeah, you're not risking the hollow flies on the bluefish, that's for sure. They'll end up getting crushed. All that beautiful Bucktail gone in a second. I remember I was fishing a bunker blitz out in the ocean. I threw this beautiful beast fly I tied. One of the first beast flies I tied, and I was catching these giant bluefish. And like, by the time I was done, there was nothing left. I was still catching them the entire time, but by the time I was done, there was nothing left on the hook. Nothing. It was completely gone. It was just a bare hook. And then I kind of stopped catching them with that one last fish. It was like I caught like 10 to 12, like 15 giant bluefish in the surf. And people were behind me watching me because they thought it was like a freak show. This is back when fly fishing wasn't as popular. And like people are watching me catch these giant bluefish on the fly rod. And they were like, it was like a spectacle for the entire beach. It was great. They had no idea what I was doing. There was like a crowd of people around me. I'm like, you can't stand there. I'm going to hook you guys. You got to move. It was during like September when there was still a lot of people on the beach. They were like, what? They thought I was like an alien or something. They were like, what is this guy doing? Yeah, I'm excited for some big bluefish. I put a post on Instagram not too long ago, showing some tailors from last year. One of the only fish I actually caught big bluefish last year. I didn't catch any bass or any albies. That's why we're probably going fishing in the rain later. See if we can catch some stripers. Not catch a single striped bass last year. First year I haven't caught a striped bass in like 20 years. Plus. Because I was so busy with work. But I'm changing that this year. We're fishing like crazy. Doing a lot more fly tying, a lot more streaming, all that. So I want to get back on the fishing wagon. I'm like addicted at the moment to fishing. Hooked on stripers, and I haven't even hooked one yet this year. I don't know. Were you here the other day while we were tying that pop lip, Gabe? For whoever was here tying it. Unfortunately, you folks on YouTube don't get to see our fishing streams live because I can only stream to one platform, and I've been streaming to Twitch for so long. So many people support the platform. I mean, support me on Twitch monetarily and stuff. So I'm doing the fishing streams on Twitch. If I could find a way to stream to both, I will. But we were fishing that pop lip we tied the other day, and it looked so good in the water. Throwing it with the switch rod. I think I'm going to bring that down again today. Yeah. Oh, it came out so well. I have to put a photo on as a YouTube post. A community post on YouTube. Gabe, if you haven't, I don't know if you have Discord. Join our Discord. We have a link in the description in the YouTube stream. We have a fly tying and fly fishing Discord. I completely forgot about that for YouTube. But we've had folks over the past 7 or 8 years join from Twitch, all sorts of amazing fly tiers and fly fishers. So if you have a Discord, hop on in there. We'd love to see some of your flies. Some pics of giant bluefish in the springtime, you know? I know not everybody has Discord, but a lot of folks use it nowadays as a way to communicate, so. If you want to share any flies or anything like that, you have any questions. And you also get all the, whenever we're going live for fishing on Twitch or fly tying on here or YouTube, or whenever I post a video, I'll post it on there and stuff. Felt like I was going to hook a kid because they didn't know anything about fly fishing. Yeah, that is one thing. As your duty as somebody who fly fishes in public, particularly if there's anyone around, if you're not just on a river somewhere, but you know, in saltwater fishing around jetties and stuff, you need to be very mindful of people because they have no idea what you're doing. Most people don't really know much about fly fishing. They know about fishing, you know, but they don't know much about fly fishing. So you need to be constantly mindful of if there's people walking around you. Because you're going to be the one at fault if you hook somebody. I don't care if you try and tell them, well, you shouldn't have been walking around. They don't know what you're doing. So you're the one at fault. So not only you got to worry about not hooking yourself, but particularly hooking someone else. I'm pretty certain once maybe I or somebody else hooked someone else, but didn't actually like the hook go in them, but it was like on their jacket or something because it was super windy and stuff. But I'm very conscious when I'm fishing in public on jetties and stuff where people like to walk. Hey, Pacific Dom, what's going on? Even the other fishermen don't know what you're doing? Yes. Even the people who spend every day out there fishing for striped bass on these jetties don't know what they're doing, what we're doing. They look at us like we're crazy. I think a lot more people know about fly fishing nowadays because of social media and stuff, like YouTube. But, I mean, in the early 2000s and stuff, people came up to me and they're like, what are you doing? And I'm like, what do you mean? I'm fly fishing. They're like, yeah, you can only fly fish for trout. I'm like, what are you doing over here? And I'm like, no, yeah, you can fly fish for striped bass. There are people that have caught sailfish and marlin on the fly, and I have to go into this whole explanation about it. And they're like, oh, I didn't know that. That's really cool. It's like, all right, 15 minutes later, can I get back to fishing? And then they stand there and they want to watch you. They're like, can I just stand here and watch you? You're like, yeah, sure. And they're standing right behind you. You're like, okay. And then you start thinking, maybe this person doesn't have common sense, because I'm clearly swinging a hook in the air. You're like, can you please just move over on this side just a little bit? Oh, yeah, sure. But I always try to be polite to people. I'm never, a dick to anybody, but sometimes it makes me wonder. I'm like, what is... But I try to be a good ambassador for the sport, you know what I mean? So I'll explain stuff to people, and like, if there's a family with some kids or something, I'm like, oh, well, I'm doing this, or... But yeah, there's been times over the years where I'm like, oh my God, dude, please, just leave me alone. What are you doing? How do you not get it? I'm fly fishing. Yeah, that's why you fish at night, exactly. That is true, that's why you fish at night, Gabe. Oh yeah, people fighting over fishing spots. That's I hate to say it, but for grown men out here in New York, I've seen many adults fist fight over fishing spots on bridges and rocks on jetties, particularly on jetties when the fishing's really good in the fall. Like in Montauk, people have gotten stabbed out in Montauk. I mean, you have people showing up from Bronx, New Jersey. There's a wide variety of mix of people and all sorts of probably mentally stability, different levels of mental stability as well. But just a couple years ago, I think someone got stabbed at one of the bridges, which just blows my mind. If somebody wants to act like a tough guy, I'll just move. That's fine. I'm not fighting over a fishing spot. Chances are, too, the good on thing is, most of the time, they don't even know what they're doing, too, you know what I mean? But whatever. I'm too old to fight over a fishing spot. There's been times I've almost gotten into fights, but the reason was because people are poaching. People are keeping small-sized striped bass and stuff. There's been a couple times me and my buddy back when we were in high school and we were a little younger and a little more rowdy that we almost got into it with people a couple times. We're telling them, like, listen, I don't know if you think you can just brazenly break the law like this, but you're keeping juvenile striped bass. Going back to your car, we know what you're doing. Either stop it or we're calling the DEC. And then the guy, wants to act like a tough guy, and we're all in each other's faces and stuff. But it's not worth it. I always tried to avoid that. It's so dumb, fighting over fishing. The funny thing is, most of the time, people that do that sort of stuff aren't even good at it. If you need a certain rock to catch a fish, I'm telling you right now, you probably aren't as good as you think you are. Yeah, park manager got killed at one of the local spots a couple of years ago. Yep. I'm telling you, it's so stupid. It's very notorious for Montauk. People, you get a lot of tough guys, particularly a lot of people who fish the surf. Very ego-driven. Fishing, there's a lot of ego in fishing. It's one of my least favorite things. In fly fishing, in general, I feel like in the saltwater world, we're like a smaller community, saltwater fly fish for striped bass. I'm sure there's egos and stuff, but it's different. For a lot of serious surf fishermen, they want to catch 40, 50, 60-pound bass. They're very serious about it. They sleep out in their trucks. Like, some of these guys don't even sleep in between work. I worked with this one guy who would work all day as a mechanic when I was a mechanic, go out at night, fish, sleep for 2 hours in his truck, make coffee on the way back, and come to work. Like, we're talking about really serious people into fishing, right? And some of these guys, they got big egos, and not only that, they're just big in general, and like old man strength, like 50-year-old, you know what I mean? Like break your jaw sort of strength. So I've seen some crazy stuff, but I always leave the crowd. because I fly fish, you know, people just walk behind you. So I go far away from everybody else. I'm not hooking some old dude on a Sunday night, and I'm not dealing with these bozos that fight over spots. It's so stupid. But it happens. It's crazy. I don't know. Yeah. Well, you know, you got to realize not everyone, Banana, knows. You're talking about having people wanting to fish right on top of you. And not everyone knows everything. So they see someone fishing, and they're like, oh, we'll go over here. Let's bring little Jimmy over here. Somebody else is fishing. You know what I mean? So, like, certain times when stuff like that happens, and, you know, you got to be careful, right? But maybe I'll try and tell someone, oh, you do this, do that, or whatever. I try to be nice, but yeah, I usually just move on. That's why you see me a lot of times fishing spots where nobody is whatsoever, because I like being on my own, even if it's not the best fishing sometimes. A lot of times the best fishing is where you are all alone. And that's why spot burning is a bannable offense on this channel. I hate spot burning because I try to be very careful. I mean, you will see things at times, but I specifically don't tell you where I am, and if I ever post anything on Instagram or something, I'm very careful. Some people don't understand why, but nowadays, and I'm partly contributing to it myself, going out and streaming and fishing, even though I try to make a conscientious, I can't even say the word, but you get what I'm saying, effort to not give too much away. I also fish in spots that aren't very noticeable most of the time, but nowadays in the age of the internet, on Instagram, one Instagram post, and there could be an additional 100 people down there at the jetty the next day. Somebody posts a photo about a false albacore showing up. Next thing you know, the next day, I'm telling you, you'll see 50 more trucks. So, I don't know. Fishing is very different than it was when I was growing up, but very, very, very different. But it's the same thing, but the community is definitely different. I don't know if it's necessarily, I wouldn't say it's worse, right? There's always good and bad, but it's certainly different than growing up in the 90s or something pre-internet. No, see, that's the thing, Bananas. You don't want to... See, now you're not being any better. You say the spinning rod ego is the small man syndrome. It's the same thing with people who are hoity-toity about fly tying. You know what I mean? I hate that as well. That same thing was going on between compound bows and traditional bows. We're all bow hunters, you know what I mean? But I get what you're saying. Hey, Hunter on YouTube, what's going on? Sick work, bro. Dave Flanagan put me onto your channel. Been learning a lot. North Island Fly, I believe is his charter name. Dave Flanagan. In my opinion, one of the future great fly captains of Long Island, and an amazing fly tyer. He's an amazing fly fishing captain in general, but he's an awesome dude. I've known Dave for a while. He's a cool dude. So I'm glad he put you on us. For any of you that are on Long Island and you want to go out with a guide and do some fly fishing, check out Dave Flanagan. I believe it's North Island Fly, if I'm not wrong. Unless I'm mixing that up with no, that's North Fork Flies, which is our good friend Jackson on Twitch, who is now a grown man and was a youngster when he started watching us. But he commented on my Instagram post the other day, little Jackson. But we're glad to have you here, Hunter. Have you been going out and doing any fishing? I've gone out like 6 times now. Still haven't had any bass yet. I think they're not in full force out east. But I'm trying to get some word. I'm trying to find out. I think we're having a little slower start to our season. I don't know if you're finding that up where you are. I don't know if you're up on the North Shore or what, but you don't got to say where you are, by the way, too. But I'm out east here on the South Shore, and it's been slow. I haven't got a single thing yet. I let him fish right next to me. I don't really care. You probably can't fish it like I do. Yeah, there you go. Exactly. Now, if you start casting over my fly line with a plug, then we're going to have an issue. Pacific Dawn, right? Then I'm going to start saying something like, what are you doing? Do you want the spot that bad? Do you want it? You can have it. Don't cast over me. You cast that way. Or cast... Look, I'm going to bring my line in. You cast 3 times as far as me, so I strip my line. Like, we're off sync. We need to get synchronized here. It's basic fishing 101 in public. Got on a few last night in Western Nassau, but had to drive 30 minutes to find them. Yeah, I think it's slow. I think it's slow. I'm telling you. Hunter, every year, I usually start catching fish in the back base here over by my house is where I do a lot of my fishing. And in the creeks. And I usually get them the first or second week of April. Usually around April 8th or April 9th, April 10th. I usually start catching them. They're covered in sea lice. And they're usually generally nice fish, like upper-sized schoolies, right? Almost approaching slot. And I haven't caught a single thing. I'm like, and we started later this year. So I really don't know what's going on. I heard it was really good over here last year, mid-April to early May. They're apparently big tide runner weak fish out here, so I'm trying to get on that. But I'm like, everything's completely off sync than it has been, so I don't know what's up. I've had that bobber go over my line. Yep. Well, it happens once or twice, but if they're doing it every cast, we're starting to have a problem here. Have I been plugging yet? We were fishing, do you mean with a spinning rod? Or do you mean with the fly rod? We were fishing big poppers the other day with a fly rod. But no, I haven't. And mind you, I've only been fishing this one spot. I've been kind of lazy. I probably could travel closer to the ocean. But I really am not convinced that they're out here yet. I think it's going to be another week or so. We did get a bite. I did have I'm assuming a striped bass because I was throwing a Sadati Slammer bunker fly. Something smacked the crap out of it, so I'm thinking that was a bass, but it could have been a resonant fish, maybe a single, but there's not like 20 bass down there cruising the flats. That being said, we are going to be streaming, we are going to be doing a fishing stream on Twitch later. Unfortunately, I can't stream to both YouTube and Twitch on my phone, but I am going to be going fishing later after the rain stops for a couple hours and see. But no, I haven't, I pretty much never spin fish anymore. I'm kind of dedicated to just fly fishing, but there became a time where, especially early on in my fly casting days, I wouldn't fly fish if it was windy, and then I would never fly fish. So I told myself, especially, look, I make a living fly tying, I make fly fishing content. This this came after college and all that, but when I was like in elementary school, I said, or middle school, I'm just fly fishing from now on. Sometimes I'll spin fish, but I mean, it's very rare. Maybe once a year I'll spin fish, or if I'm on my boat. But I've just told myself I'm just going to fly fish, and because I'm going to tell you the one thing. Whenever I would pick up a spinning rod, every once in a while, I'd be fishing, I'd throw a plug, and boom, I'd catch this giant bass. I could catch big 20, 30-pound, 40-inch fish on plugs at night and stuff, but I want to get that fish on the fly. I'm like, I could have caught that fish on the fly. It ate the plug right at my feet, So as much as I just have completely dedicated myself to fly fishing over, I don't know, however many, I've been fly fishing now for like 20-something years, so at some point I told myself that's it. I'm just fly fishing, and that's just how I enjoy doing it, personally. I like the challenge, but, I mean, I could take you guys out and we could just crush fish on plugs on stream. And I probably would actually have been a partnered streamer on Twitch by now if I picked up a spinning rod every day instead of a fly rod. I'm just going to tell you, because people want to see you catch fish when you're streaming on Twitch. And a lot of times fly fishing is tough, but we could go out there early morning with pencil poppers in the fall and stuff, and we could go catch some serious bass. Or fishing eels at night. We could be fishing eels under a bridge. Probably be great streams, but I have no desire to catch fish on plugs or eels, So on the school bus bomber, nice, very nice. Yeah, where is that bomber? I actually have a bomber that we were using as a reference. What did I do with it? I have an old school bus bomber. Let me find it. Bought it years ago, actually. Did I put it back? Yeah. Like this right here. Classic yellow school bus bomber. And this is the old ones. This is how they used to make them in the old days. I bought this. This is like a 90s one. I bought this at John Luke's Fly Shop in East Hampton. Some old crazy French dude who's not there anymore, I think. But we used to buy him unfiltered cigarettes from France and bring it back. And he loved me and my dad. But this is what he told me. It's like old crazy French dude. Crazy old French dude is the only way I could describe him. Go in there, and he's like, instead of like, oh, a customer, yes, can I help you? He goes, what do you want? You know, like some crazy old French dude. Little fly shop, you couldn't even find it. I'm like, yeah. I'm like, well, that's cool. I'm looking at these plugs. He goes, you can't buy that. I'm not selling it to you. I'm like, why? He goes, you said you're a fly fisherman, right? I'm like, yeah. I'm like tying him. He was spooling up fly reels for me because there was nowhere to get your fly reel spooled at the time. He goes, no. If you're fly fishing, I'm not selling you plugs. You're either fly fishing or you're spin fishing. You choose right now. And I'm like, I was like a young kid, you know what I mean? Like, and that's not necessarily something you have to live by, but it was so funny. And it kind of stuck with me a little because, you know, what happens is you kind of get comfortable and you're like, all right, well, I could either struggle learning how to fly cast in 40-mile-per-hour winds, or I can pick up the spinning rod. You know what I mean? So I told myself, listen, I'm just going to stick to fly fishing. And that way I'm not going to be like, oh, it's windy. I'm not going to fly fish. Oh, it's raining. I'm not going to fly fish or whatever. You know what I mean? So that being said, man, yeah, looking at this makes me want to go take a, 8-foot intracoastal ugly stick and go throw a bomber out in the surf and go catch a 20-pounder. But, I do love myself some bombers. Yep. Hell yeah. All right, we got these sand eels tied up. We got sand eels and beiners finished, which are looking very nice. So now we got to do some flatwings, I think is what we're going to do. Some flatwing tails, specifically. We got to do a dozen of those. I have a bunch of surf candies. Some of them are ready to be glued, some aren't. My sister-in-law lure fishes on her 6-weight for pike, and it works. It's funny. We were throwing our switch rod the other day, and I was laughing because we were throwing a giant pop lip. And I guarantee you, our switch rods are like a broomstick. It's so heavy, and it has really big shooting heads. I guarantee you could be chucking a bomber with a with a switch rod, a smaller bomber or anything. You could fish it. Now, you're not fly fishing at that point, but hey, who cares? You're having fun, right? I wouldn't do it, but totally fine if you do. I wouldn't judge you, I guess. But yeah, we were laughing because, some of those rods, you could easily do it. All right, so I have some hackle here for these sand eel flatwings. We have some Flashaboo, body braid. I think we're going to be using size 2-odd hooks. On the Pacific West Coast, on the West Coast, if you bring a spinner on the boat, you get a dirty look. What, as opposed to a conventional reel Pacific Dawn? Like a Boo Garcia or something? Yeah, it's weird. I don't know. And here, people, my buddy fishes with a conventional reel, but with a, fishing the surf. So he's got crazy ball bearing setups. And he fishes like you would with a spinning rod, but in the surf. And that's how they used to fish, under the Montauk Lighthouse back in the 30s and 40s. They had these, bait casters. They would use, surf reels. And people look at him all the time like he's a little crazy. But I know what you're talking about. Yeah, there's a lot of, what do you call it, bait casters or something. Gotcha. Out here, spinning rods, that's what everyone uses pretty much if you're fishing from shore. Almost everybody uses spinning rods out here. Now, what am I looking for? Peacock curl I'm grabbing. Grab a little peacock curl. What else was I getting? Oh, the hooks. Yes, I need to get some hooks. We have flash, we have body braid, we need bucktail. We got that. We just need a little white bucktail now. I have the white ones here. Which one are we going to use? Oh yeah, that'll work. Yep. Scary on the boat with her? Oh yeah, well, I'm telling you right now, I snagged a bomber. No, it was a Rapala crystal minnow, and I got the treble hook deep into my friend's head one day, deep with the barbs. And local bait shop tackle owner, who was one of my friend's stepdad, we called them up. They were coming back from a drag race in New Jersey, at the Englishtown, New Jersey Raceway. And he comes back. He's like, "All right, listen, you ready? Bite down on some leather." He goes, "I'm counting to 3," and he goes, "1," and he just rips him out because he goes, there were barbs, and you couldn't, with a treble hook, you can't kind of cut the hooks out. You know what I mean? And he had really long hair because we were hippies in high school. But what do you call it? Yeah, so I'm gonna tell you right now, you do not want to get a treble hook in your head. So definitely position the boat so you don't get hooked by her. Yeah, he goes, "All right, get ready. 3." No, he goes, "I'm counting down up to 3 or whatever." He goes, "1," and just rips it right out. I'll never forget it. I felt so bad, but he was standing right behind me while we were fishing in 40-mile-per-hour winds. We're down at the beach, 8 of us by my house. We're getting lit at the time, if you will. You know what I'm talking about. And 2 of my friends were wrestling in the sand, full on wrestling to the death almost. And he was sitting there watching them while I was fishing, and he was just standing right where I cast. And I was like, "Oh no," I felt so bad. But it was definitely his fault that I hooked him anyway. So, anyways, moving on. It's like a 9-foot 1980s speedboat. Your grandpa's nice. Nothing better to fly fish than off a 1980s speedboat while listening to some what do you call it? Some AC/DC or something. In my opinion. Come on, guys. Trying to get that thread through. Really? What's going on here? Let me cut this. There we go. These are 2-odd hooks. And these are the newer mustads. And they call them the C70 SAPs. Alpha Point Curved Streamer Hooks is what they are. They're supposed to be thinner. They're supposed to be stronger, apparently. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. But this is how they are now, and I've always used them. So far, with my testing, they've been all right. You just got to keep an eye out there. I'm going to be honest with you. Their quality control has not been very good. You have to, at least almost every other box of hooks, I find one hook that's defective and has damage. It's either bent too far in the bending on the gap, or the gape of the hook, or there's damage from where it's molded and there's a crimp in the bend. You got to keep an eye out for that. That's probably because it's a brand new hook, you know what I mean, a brand new design. But I will say keep an eye out for that because I never really had many quality control issues with the old C70 SD Mustad Big Games. All right. So we got Flatwing hackle. We're going to be tying some sand eels. Are these long enough? I think so. We're going to be using a couple colors of hackle, essentially. Like to essentially kind of get my hackle ready in one shot. So I don't need to fiddle with it the whole time. Don't want to pull too many out, just enough. All right. We got hackle. We have our flash boo under there. Let's go ahead and start tying these. Seems like the rain has kind of slowed down. I think I'm going to go do a little fishing around 5:30 or 6 on Twitch. Speaking of which, phone is pretty well charged. I should charge my phone and I should charge my battery pack. That's what I should. I mean, we're probably not going to stream for long, but probably like 2 hours. All right, so what we are going to do is we are going to put a little bit of bucktail to support our flatwing tails, or what I do. Not much, just kind of like so. And we're doing 3 hackle. We're doing a white hackle, and then a olive hackle, and then a striped hackle on top. For these flatwing tails, so 3 feathers. And the olive is going to be the longest. And the striped olive will be slightly shorter just because that's the length, but I also kind of like the look of that striped olive being a little bit shorter. You can see that nice striped olive tail, by the way, which looks awesome. I love it. And then we're going to do 4 pieces of flash boo folded over, 3 or 4. I don't really keep track too much. And you know what? I personally don't like traditional flatwings like this. I try not to make them too flashy because Kenny Abrams really didn't. So I try to stay somewhat true to it. Got some body braid. So these are very similar to the flies we just tied. The only difference is all the bucktail will be tied in the front and there's no epoxy or anything on it. This is a traditional flatwing. This is what I would be tying for the trout banana, by the way. If we were going for aggressive predatory trout species, I'd be tying something like this, except a little bit, tie it shorter and a little bit more bucktail top and bottom that we're about to do. This is a sand eel, so it's very sparse. But if you were trying to, for instance, imitate a juvenile brook trout, let's say, I don't know what they eat, but juvenile brook trout, juvenile rainbow trout, I don't know. Probably brooks where you are. Is Alberta East Coast or West Coast? I think it's East Coast Canada, right? If I'm not wrong. Or is it middle? I don't know. And then we're going to go pretty sparse. We're not really adding too much bucktail top and bottom, just a little bit. Because again, this is a sand eel. And this bucktail is just going to go a little bit past the bend of the hook, maybe an inch or so. Like that. Because we don't want to drown the flatwing hackle out and screw up the movement by adding too much bucktail. And we go very light on the thread wrapping as well, so we don't have too much thread built up. I might add just a little bit more, just a tiny bit. But again, you got to remember what we're imitating. So central and more west. Okay, so do you have rainbow trout up there, or is it all like char? Like, what others? What are the tiger trout or whatever you're catching up there eating? What are these predatory fish eating? That's the question. How do you like to cast flies with little weight, like flatwings? Because to be honest, I only just got to start fly fishing for stripers. It's essentially the same way you would cast a clouser. I will say with flatwings in particular and long hackle, you do need to slow down the cast sometimes if you find the hackle is fouling a lot. That does have something to make a difference. Something to keep a note with traditional flatwings, but you're essentially casting them the same way. A lot of times it'll be easier to cast because something like a Clouser minnow has a fair amount of weight to it at times and can add to the difficulty of keeping that line up in the air while you're doing your loops. So you're not really going to find it much difference. If you're talking about like fishing, like in terms of retrieving, you can fish it the same, or you can dead drift a fly like this. This fly has so much action in the water due to the tail being the way it is. So what you can do is cast it in current and let the current swing the fly with a floating or an intermediate, preferably a floating because it's easier to control. So if you've ever fished for trout or you've ever fished for salmon and you've swung a fly, or if you've ever swung a jig in current and had it swing in really strong current, you can do the same thing with a fly like this, and the fish will actually eat it without you even touching the fly because there's so much action to it. This fly was originally designed to be fished like an Atlantic salmon fly, but you can just strip it and retrieve it in as well. You don't have to fish it with a wet fly swing or a greased line fishing. If that's what you're asking. Hopefully that cleared it up. And if you're talking about the fact that you use weighted flies with a floating line or something like that, and you're using that to get it down, then you may want to, what do you call it? You may want to, use a sink tip or an intermediate. Or you can even, Kenny Abrams used to use split shot on lawn leaders with a floating line. And you mend the line so it doesn't have too much resistance, so the fly actually sinks. But if you're using a traditional intermediate line for striped bass, like most people use nowadays, then you just fish it normally, essentially. So that was one that we tied right there. I'm just going to tie the tails at the moment, and I also don't need this entire box. We just need 12. Okay, good. I'm glad that helped. Oh, tiger trout are stocked. Okay, minnows are bugs, but we got wild rainbows, browns, and cutthroats, and bull trout. Oh, okay, gotcha. I know the bull trout are serious when it comes to throwing big flies for those. That's what I would be wanting to target, to be honest with you. If I was doing that, I'd be going for big bull trout on streamers. Because that seems like a lot of fun. That's the closest thing I would have to probably saltwater fishing. Because they get big, right? If I'm not wrong? Bull trout? They get pretty big. And they eat other fish, right? Like other trout. Or am I thinking of lake trout? I know lake trout get massive and do that as well, but I think bull trout are pretty aggressive, right? I just finished running 300 foot of cable and I still have 5 hours left on the shift. Oh no, I'm sorry, Cracker Roll. Hopefully it goes fast for you, brother. Yep. Hopefully it goes fast for you. They get big, but it's northern Alberta, almost Yukon. Oh, okay, gotcha. I just put a little bucktail to support the tail at times. I find it helps a little bit with fouling, particularly for someone maybe who is not as good with casting. Because with flatwings, you really want to slow down your cast, especially if you're actually having issues with it fouling. But as tying flies for other people, you need to think about that, whether flies are what I like to call serviceable, whether they last and whether they fish well. They're not fouling all the time, this and that. But then again, with certain flies, you can't really, it's just material in the way it is. You have to be a little bit more careful casting with other flies and whatnot, so. But I learned early on from Mark Gustafson, a great fly tie here on Long Island, really big into flatwings, that if you're having issues with flatwings and stuff like that, you need to slow down your cast. Like I was fishing a fly completely just made of marabou, baby juvenile sand eel fly, and it kept fouling. He tied it for me, and I was like, why does this thing keep fouling? It's because you're fishing it like it's a deceiver. You got to slow your cast down, and you'll find you won't foul as much. And lo and behold, I did. So when I'm fishing these sorts of flies with natural material lawn tails and whatnot, that are meant to be fished a little bit differently than just a clouser stripped in really fast or whatever, mindless stripping, then sometimes you gotta slow it down. Okay, interesting. A little baby brook trout or something. Very cool. Everything hurts now because yesterday was the first day back in the gym. Oh, I bet. Yeah. I couldn't imagine if I started hitting the gym again. I probably would be sore as hell. And I've never really hit it much, but there were times I did go it. So, but yeah, I can imagine. It looks like it's raining a little bit harder. I'm happy I didn't go out yet. I want to wait till this rain passes. It looks like 6 o'clock. The radar shows it's going to be gone, but we'll have to keep an eye on it. Maybe hit it with some dots? Yeah, for juvenile brook trout. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I love little trout imitations with in-depth fins and fun flies like that. I'll be honest with you. Stuff like that, like the very realistic looking flies, are not very practical for saltwater, if you ask me. Because they're generally too heavy, they're overcomplicated, But I do love that sort of fly tying where it's very realistic looking fly tying. It's not very practical, but I think it's very cool. And I'm sure you can do damage with them. Beautiful looking flies. But I'd hate to spend all that time tying a crazy articulated fly and just snag it on a rock. But, that's part of fly tying, I think. Sometimes it's good to snag a fly on the rock and lose it because it forces you to keep tying some flies and getting better. I'm personally the type of person that I like to tie one fly before I go out, and sometimes I'll just fish that fly or something. I get kind of hyped up on certain flies, and then sometimes other flies end up just sitting in the box, But I generally try to, at least every once in a while when I'm excited about going fishing, I'll try and tie something day before and before I go. Yeah, small creek, still water. Well, it's definitely raining a little bit harder now. I don't know if there's going to be anything after all this rain out there, but we'll see. I kind of want to, I really want to catch a fish, so it might be a waste of time right now because they might not be here, but I guess there's only one way to find out when they do show up, and that's to go out, so we'll just go for an hour or two, and then I'll get back to work later tonight. Already done almost about, or 4.5, getting close to 5 hours of fly tying today. But generally, 8, 9, 10 hours is what you need to do at least. Growing up in Vancouver, Canada, I love rain fishing. Yeah. I don't mind fishing in the rain. You kind of get used to it fishing for striped bass in the rain. You spend a lot of days out there in the rain. Just over my years, streaming is almost... Fishing and streaming go together for me now, almost at this point. So I'm bummed out when I can't stream, but... Not because I necessarily have to capture it, I just enjoy fishing and, sharing it with you folks. It's fun. I could really care less if we get a good photo of a fish or anything. I'm not really too big on taking... You'll never see me take photos of fish. I really don't care about that, but... Yeah, it's cool. Since I've started streaming many years ago, I've been able to share some of my best fishing moments live on the internet with folks that enjoy fly fishing and stuff. It's been fun. Crazy worm fly hatches, shark fishing on the fly, albie blitzes, big tail and blues, bass blowing up. I've seen some cool stuff, man. A lot less people in the rain, that is true. I'll never forget when I was young growing up, we were fishing the bridge, started raining, everybody left, sat in their cars, me and my dad sat in our cars, we came back, these two guys, they both had 40-pound striped bass. They're like, oh, shouldn't have left. I was like, oh my god, all right, well, and after that, I just started fishing in the rain with rain jackets. I didn't care if I got wet anyways. I'll never forget that, though. We come back, these guys both have massive striped bass. Well, you shouldn't have left. They went crazy once you left. Of course. So a size down, would you still do 2 hackles or just 1? It depends. It's totally up to you. There's no rules. If you want a little bit more action, go with 2. You could go with 5 in ascending order or descending to ascending order in length. Depends really how much you want to go. I just scale it down for your preference. And with this fly, you can tie more bucktail in the front or the back. You can add more feathers. You could do this. You can make it sparser. You can make it heavier. You can adjust any of the flies that I'm tying pretty much. You can adjust to your liking. You know, they may swim different. They may do this and that, but that's part of you figuring it out. You can change the colors. You can do 5 hackle, 1 hackle. You can mix the bucktail. You can do whatever. Yeah, for the tail. Yep. You'll see I've tied some where they have like 10 pieces of hackle stacked on top of each other for larger flies or flies that fish where they have larger bodies, you know, like thicker profiles. But I'd say just 1, 2, or 3 is good, you know. But you can do as many as you like. I mean, think of those trout streamers where there's like 10 hackle tied in different places to make it look like a bait fish, or a giant peacock sword or eye, like what Doc posted for pike. But I've seen trout flies like that. Yeah. Well, this is one thing I want to get across to everybody that's new to fly tying. Don't feel like there's any rules or restrictions where you have to do this, you have to do that, especially in saltwater fly tying. You have a lot of personal creative freedom to this. I don't think anyone can tell you you're doing something wrong. All right? You may be doing something different if you're trying to do something exactly like someone else did it. Maybe then someone could theoretically say something. But are you doing something wrong for the fish? No. Some of the ugliest flies I've ever tied, I've caught the most fish on. I always tell this story, but when one of my buddies starts getting into fly fishing, what I'll do is I'll give them a bunch of my old flies. Like my buddy, Yo It's Okay, he was a mod on our Twitch and a good friend of mine in real life. He's just getting into fly fishing, fishing the jetties. I know he's going to break every other hook smacking the rocks because he's just learning how to fish. And he's also hitting a lot of, you know, it's very windy. So I give him all my old crappy flies from when I was like 8 or 9 years old. Lo and behold, he's out there catching bigger fish than me on the crappy flies because, you know, this is what I was harking back to earlier. A lot of times the fish don't care, so. But what I'm saying is it kind of just breaks the mold when it comes to like, oh, you got to do this now. You can do whatever you like. As long as the fish like it, that's the final, you know, that's the final rule of law. If the fish like what you're doing, then, I mean, nobody can tell you. Even if they're like, well, you're tying that wrong. Yeah, okay, whatever. Cool. Thanks for the opinion, bruh. The fish they beg to differ. You can't do that. Yes, I can. I can do whatever I want. This is America. I thought this was America. Well, you're in Alberta, so. But, yeah, exactly. You're in Alberta. It's different. Over here, you know, I'm like, listen, this is America, okay? I can tie my flies how I like, brother. I don't know what that like really had a crazy accent on it. Like. Yeah, no, I want you to make sure early on you get the idea that don't, you know, get stuck in a box of fly tying. Like, oh, get out of the box. Think out of the box. Start thriving. You never know. You might come up with the next hot new ticket. Nipple twister fish whistle 5,000 for Sims or something. I don't know. Whatever the kids call flies nowadays, you know. All right, I definitely need to stretch again. We've been sitting down, streaming almost 5 hours. My back is starting to get a little sore. So we definitely need to take a quick little stretch. And by quick, maybe a little bit longer this time. Let me real quick make a... But we're not done yet. Well, I probably want to stream for at least another hour or two. Probably another hour and a half or so, maybe longer. I don't know. We'll find out. We're kind of just taking it by ear right now. We're going by ear. Yeah, you figured that out a couple days ago? Good. Good, Gabe. I'm glad. I mean, that's kind of what the gist I got from saltwater fly fishing books when I was a kid. You're not restrained to something. Like, this mayfly has to be this exact size and color and the exact amount of twist, otherwise you won't catch. Nope, in saltwater, I never felt that way, you know? The fish will tell you. I mean, it's the same thing with freshwater as well, but I feel like you have a lot more personal freedom. I think it's the same way with freshwater now, but I feel like for a while freshwater might have had a different tone to it. In the old school freshwater trout tying, it was very regimental. But I could be wrong, that's just my personal opinion. Very nice, Beeves. It's called the baby doll, huh? I like it. Very nice. Looks good. Looks great. All right. Quick little break. Let's mix up the music. Trout flies in a book. It's like 3 turns and 6 ribbons, no more, no less. Yeah. I know. I can never do that. I know. Yeah, you substitute the materials exactly. Perfect. You don't have to. You don't have to use bucktail. Use the synthetic material. You don't have to use synthetic. Use bucktail. Use feathers. Use whatever you like. You know what I mean? Do it however you like. 7 hackles, 8 different threads. Yep, I know. I can't stand that, to be honest with you. I don't think it makes a difference, but not hating on that, like anyone that ties with that sort of style. Okay. All right. I will be back in just a moment. Don't go nowhere. I am going to make a... Zoom that out real quick. I am going to make... Real quick. Oh. I am going to make that just so people know. Scale that down. That's way too big. All right. I will be back in a moment. We have some beats that I made. And just don't go anywhere, all right? We'll be back in a moment. I'm not going to play the same Albie highlight over and over again. You guys can hang out, and I'll put a nice fly in the vise. How about that? Yes, as Mike Ross would say, there is no right or wrong. Do what makes you happy. Yes, exactly. Sure, that sounds like a Mike Ross quote. I'm glad you remember. I don't. All right, I'm going to put a fly in the vise for you guys. You want to see something cool? This is a Mark Sadati Slammer tied for striped bass. It's got 2 hooks, and it's about 12 to 14 inches long. So if you ever want to go fly fishing for striped bass, throw this in your vise. I can't even put it in the... It's massive. But there's a hook right there as well. I don't know if you can see that. This was tied for giant bluefish. Put that in your pipe and smoke it, chat. It's one of my all-time favorite flies right there, tied by Mark Sadati. So why don't you guys take a look at that? It's a beautiful fly. That was tied by Mark, by the way. That wasn't tied by me. So it's a beautiful, beautiful fly. All right. I'll be back in a sec. Don't go nowhere. You guys can listen to some beats. All right, we're back. Sorry about that. My main fly this session. What's that? Slammer? What's your main fly this session, Gabe? Go here. All right. Beautiful Sedai Slammer, right? I could barely even get this in the vise. It's such a big hook on there. Okay. Pop, pop. Put that back in my treasure trove, personal flies. Never gonna fish that, by the way. That's like a historical art piece, in my opinion. That's an old. It's probably tied in the 90s or something. Okay, man, those birds are loud. They're getting picked up through the microphone. They might have like blue jays from the sound of it. All right, back to the Flatwing train. Yeah, it looks like the rain's going to stop around 6. So, well, let me turn this down a skosh. I keep forgetting. I got to throw a compressor on the audio on OBS, otherwise it's going to peak every once in a while. You've tied so many of those slammers? Nice. Hell yeah. I think we're going to tie a slammer here. Once we get to a point that I'm happy with our work done, we'll take a break. We'll tie ourselves a Sedati slammer for fishing down at my fishing hole down here for some stripers. Because it's one of my favorite flies. The only fly we got a hit on this year was a big Sedati slammer. It's got great action. It's one of my favorite flies. And it's far more different than a lefty's deceiver. I've had people comment like, oh, isn't this just a deceiver? But no, the lead keel, the way we tie the bucktail, the schlappenhackle, all that. Now, unfortunately, I don't really have any good schlappenhackle. It's like very hard to find nowadays. I love saying it though, schlappenhackle. Really big, wide hackle. If you can get that stuff, it really helps build up the body of the fly. But I'll use ostrich trail. We use a bunch of ostrich trail maybe or something. We could do it all sorts of ostrich trail and hackle. Your favorite to tie? Good. I'll make sure I'll tell Mark that the next time I see him. I'm sure he loves to hear that. I always tell him it's one of my favorite flies. It's the original big fly for striped bass, before the hollow tie was a thing. The only big flies for striped bass were these enormous synthetic flies that were so big and bulky, or they were flies completely made of flash, like these giant bunker flies that were made of flash. They weren't very practical. But Mark figured out how, at the time, before techniques like the hollow tie and the beast fly, to use mono and also use really long hackle and really long bucktail and tie it in a way to create the profile of a bunker and to counterbalance the bulk using lead wire as a keel. And I have seen him throw that fly, 14-inch fly with 2 hooks on a 5-weight 120 feet before, 100 feet in the middle of February in New Jersey at the fly fishing show in New Jersey. So the man is like a prodigy, in my opinion. He's one of the best saltwater fly tiers. And the Sedati Slammer is like it's almost like, as much as it is like the traditional art form of fly tying, it's also like an engineering feat, almost, if you will, because of the lead keel and all that. It and being able to cast a fly like that far on a small rod. I mean, mind you, he's one of the best fly casters in the world. He's like a fly casting instructor, and a top tier one as well. But I mean, casting a fly like that in a 5-weight in wind, you know, says something to the design. That's why I highly recommend learning how to tie a Sadati slammer. Before the hollow fly was a thing, the slammer was the king. There you go. New catchphrase. Trademarked. By trademarked, I mean I give the trademark to Mark. And he wouldn't say that. He's a very humble guy. But I'll say that, you know, before the fucking, excuse my language, before the, ducking, I said, clearly. I keep forgetting on YouTube, I'm trying to be a lot more family friendly than my class. It's tough. I'm a New Yorker. I'm a Long Islander. I grew up learning how to curse in an elementary school bus, first grade. It's part of my New Yorker dirty mouth, but what do you call it? Yeah, I love the Sadati Slammer, one of my favorites. Trying to curse less, that's what I'm saying. YouTube doesn't like the potty mouth. We're gonna have to put a quarter in the jar. You could see it on a t-shirt. Yep. I wouldn't make the t-shirt though, because it's kind of corny. But as a corny catchphrase, it works really good. Before the hollow fly was the thing, Sadati Slammer was the king. Yeah. I think Mark would probably be like, if I made that a t-shirt, but I don't know about that one, Mike, but it's pretty creative. Yeah. One day I'll do a fishing stream with Mark Sadati. I told him I'd love to get him on stream one day and us go fishing together on my boat. I need my boat. He wants to go big bluefish. He wants to catch big bluefish on the fly. I told him, but I'm broke. Even working all the time, I'm still broke. What the hell's going on? But I'd love to get him on the boat. And he's so entertaining. He's just such a cool dude. Mark Sadati needs to be documented in every way, shape, or form as an example of one of the greatest fly fishermen of all time. I love him. He's great. You know, these kids nowadays, too, they don't know much about some of these fly tyers from when I was growing up, so I like to spread the word. David Skoke, Chris Windrum, a lot of amazing fly tyers in New England. Jack Gartside. I bet you a lot of kids, or a lot of younger fly tyers, or people just getting in, they don't know about Jack Gartside. He passed away, unfortunately, but the gurgler, if you've ever seen a gurgler, that's a Jack Gartside creation. 4-stripe bass and largemouth. But one of the great, all-time great fly tyers from Massachusetts. Lou Tabery, still around. The reason why I got into fly fishing in the first place, really. Lou Tabery's Inshore Fly Fishing book was available. Highly recommend the book, by the way. I have it in hardcover. It's very rare to find nowadays, but I bought it back like, you know, years and years ago. Invaluable knowledge for learning how to fish the surf. I don't know if Juan is still here. Juan S. or from earlier on YouTube. You should really check out Lou Tabery's book. You know, that's probably a great thing for YouTube videos. That's a good idea. Reviewing older fly fishing books. Like, I'm telling you right now, if you're getting into fly fishing for striped bass, every once in a while, I like to just reread it. Because it teaches you how to read the water, how to fish rips and stuff, and it particularly pertains to inshore saltwater fly fishing. It's such a great book. Mostly striped bass and weak fish, but it pertains to other species as well. I should probably do a video on that. Hey Tex, how you doing? And Red Drum, gurglers crush the bulls? Yes. It's funny, I don't know if Jack Gartside ever knew the implications of creating the gurgler, but the gurgler fly is used for all sorts of species. It's kind of one of the go-to topwater flies nowadays. I mean, just think of the mice flies for trout, the mice gurglers that you see all over the place. I mean, Australis fishing in Australia, ties mice gurglers for trout. You know, it's cool to think that a dude in Massachusetts who used to ride a floating inflatable giraffe and would ride that around the what do you call it? The Boston Harbor, and catching striped bass on gurglers, and then, you know, somewhere all across the world, people would tie the same fly and you know, catch fish, all sorts of species. There's probably someone catching taimen in Mongolia on gurglers right now. You know what I mean? It's awesome. But a lot of people don't know about Jack Artside because, you know, he passed away, and he's, you know, a lot of these fly tyers, they're not as popular as they once were. Yep, you know those guys by patterns, yep. But how you doing, Tex? I hope you're doing well. Just learning about fly tying and about to be 32, yep. And nowadays, it's like almost you're flooded with fly tying information, so it's you're never going to learn about some of these people and whatnot because there's so much newer stuff. So I think it would be a cool idea as a YouTube series instead of just fly tying videos. Because I'm going to be honest with you, I don't think my fishing videos are as popular on YouTube. And I want to make content that people enjoy. So I guess we could try doing some stuff where we review older patterns as well as older books. Maybe fly tyers. We could do a video on Jack Artside. You know, but that would require me to do research. But we could do a video on fly tyers as well. Some of my favorite fly tyers. That could be a cool series. In fact, I'm writing these ideas down. All right. So, vid series for YouTube. Fly tying books. Fishing books. Fly tying legends, I'll put. And old school fly patterns. That's 4 great video series ideas for fly tying, I think. Maybe no one watches them, or maybe only a couple people watch them, but they might be good. Old school fly patterns. And I think the world needs to know about Jack Artside. Mark said, I don't know these people, and a lot of people do. But I feel like maybe a lot of younger fly fishers and fly tyers don't necessarily know about some of these great, these greats from when I was a kid. Oh, you got a nice little setup there, Beeves. Banana. Yeah, I have some really cool books. I'm going to have to dig some out. We'll start with Lou Tabery's Inshore Fly Fishing, one of my all-time favorite books. In fact, I'm going to pull it out and show it to you guys right now because the cover... the cover is the reason why I started fly fishing for striped bass. You want to see this? Hold on. I didn't think it was possible. Just like many of you folks and many folks around the world that watch our stream, they don't know striped bass can get this big. But wait till you see this. That was the reason right here that I started fly fishing. This book right here, Lou Tabery's Inshore Fly Fishing. But take a look at that striped bass. It's probably 45, 50 pounds right there. Caught on a fly rod in the 90s and or late 90s, and a snake fly. You could see the snake fly, a white snake fly right in the corner of its mouth. That's Lou Tabery right there. This is one of my favorite all-time books. I've had this book since I was a kid. It was at the library, and my mom finally got me a copy. I don't think you could find these. Maybe you can find a hard copy. But it has pretty much everything you need to know. You could see the first photo of a false albacore I probably ever saw right here. Bonito as well. You got weak fish. This is what a weak fish looks like for all you folks. I keep talking about wanting to catch a weak fish. That's one right there. Kind of looks like a speckled trout in appearance. Best waters to find weak fish. It It's literally going to talk about Long Island and the Peconic somewhere. Where is it? Because back in the day, before I was born, the Peconic Bay is one of the best places to fish for weak fish. The Peconic Bay area on the top, one of the top weak fish locations, feeds the northern zone. Unfortunately, nowadays, there's barely any weak fish. There is, but back in the day, before I was born, probably when I was a kid, the weak fishing was so good. And unfortunately, I missed it. But I think there's still some big weak fish to be had, but let's actually see what he talks about with weak fish. I think we need to fish at night. Best time of day for weak fish. Small creek fishing is strictly a nighttime game. Yep, only on occasion do you see him caught during the day. The first morning call of a bird ordinarily spells the end of the fishing. Unlike other game fish that feed in the shallows at the turn of light, weak fish head for deeper waters. In waters over 10 foot deep, you can find them throughout the day. But at nighttime, short periods, heavy feeding will continue to work into the first light, but it's infrequent. Best baits for weak fish. They love sand eels, spearing worms and crabs, so smaller flies. Working in deeper waters, different patterns. Yep. Best time to find weak fish is the April to mid-May run, which is what I'm hoping to catch. Again, in the Peconic. Damn it! But anyways, this is a fantastic book. I highly recommend checking it out. And, for instance, it teaches you just kind of about just the basics of where with like fishing the flats, fishing trenches, and fishing the surf. You know what I mean? How to fish structure. You could see here with his wife standing next to a beach. This is what our beaches look like. What happens is there's very steep beaches. When you see this, you know there's probably a drop-off right in relation to where the beach, the dune is the highest, right on the surf. So little tips like that. And you can learn about, for instance, a lot of times the fish will feed right within your feet. You don't need to cast 30 feet out. So like when I was a kid growing up and not having the internet, trying to learn how to read the surf and how to read where the deeper parts of the water are, where the troughs are, that at high tide, these are going to be filled up with water and the fish sitting there. Like little shit like that, and as well how to read rips. So this is a great book. I should probably do a video on this. This is probably one of the most invaluable books for saltwater fly fishing, in my opinion. You should check it out. Maybe you can get it on like Amazon as a PDF and read it if you can't find the physical version. But I brought that book all around the world. I brought it to France. I brought it to Turkey. I read it in and out 30 different times to kind of just help train my brain when it comes to... Because I did slightly have to relearn how to fish after particularly just fly fishing. You know, it is different than just fishing with spinning rod. Lefty Craze presenting the fly is a classic. Fishing the flats. He and Mark Sosin did it also really good. Yeah. Are you a flats Spartina grass red fisherman? I hope, because that's some of my favorite fishing. It's very cool. I have no more room on the shelf for books. Yeah, I know, right? And not only that, I started collecting role-playing game books, like Savage Worlds. Now I have those books to deal with, but yeah, I have some really nice Lefty Cray books from like the 60s and 70s and the 80s and stuff. Some books, unfortunately, though, I don't know where they went. I had some really nice books on flats fishing for striped bass, Alan Kaleo. I think one of my friends like borrowed that or something, but I borrowed a book from him or something. It was very long ago. My all-time favorite book, I'll show you guys, Innovative Saltwater Flies. That's where I learned about Mark Sadati. Pre-joining the Eastern Fly Rodders Club back in the early, late 90s, early 2000s, and physically sitting down and watching Mark tie flies. But it's one of my all-time favorite books. I will recommend Doc. I think you've seen this one, but this one you really should try and find. Again, these books, I don't even think they're made anymore, but Too much stuff over here. Ugh. Damn it, I'm like whipping out. This is my all-time. As a kid, growing up, aspiring to be a commercial fly tyer one day, and I am now. I'm a streamer too, which probably is even worse, but this book right here by Bob Verka, Innovative Saltwater Flies. Look at the cover. You got tarpon flies. You got crazy-looking shrimp flies. You got a tube easy body ballyhoo fly for offshore fly fishing. You have a Glenn Mickelson hot glue gun, acrylic glue squid, and then you have a beautiful mackerel pattern, which as a kid, tying that was one of my favorite things. But all sorts of different fly ties. Look at that. One of the first pages that opens up, because I opened it up many times, Mark Sidoti. You see that? These are, you're really going to enjoy this. Gabe, you enjoy the Sidoti stuff. This is old school, like before you really want to know. Check that out. A young Mark Sidoti with like a 18-pound bluefish up on the North Fork. But this will tell you how to tie a slammer. And you can see this is a fully dressed large slammer like we just saw before. Wire, another hook, because you couldn't really find hackle and bucktail long enough, using really long peacock herl to extend the length of the fly as well. All googly eyes. All googly eyes. And then look at this beautiful mackerel, but he also has half bitten with silicone head bunker flies. Beautiful stuff. This is a smaller slammer. This is what we're going to tie here in a little bit to go fishing later this afternoon. I mean, look, you got Siegler. These are the original Siegler marlin flies and billfish flies. So as a kid growing up, I mean, my God, this right here was something else. Bob Verka. What is it? David Skoke? Yep, David Skoke. A young David Skoke from Massachusetts. One of my favorite fly tyers from New England. I mean, just as a kid, you know, look at that. Benito Deceiver. It's just a slim deceiver. Surf candies. Oh, here we go. I want to show you this. This is Glenn Mickelson in a canoe. This is the classic Glenn Mickelson in an old town canoe with a Jeep. If anyone from Long Island knows Glenn Mickelson. One of my favorite fly tyers, and these are the original epoxy bait fish. First off, the crabs for sight fishing for striped bass here on Long Island. Some of the greatest crab flies I've ever seen. Don't ever ask me to tie these. I have no idea. I don't even want to know. He's using acrylic glue to tie these. I bought some of these fishing for striped bass. And this is back in the 90s. Okay? There's people that can barely make flies like this today. There are amazing fly tyers that can, but I mean, just the fact he was making this in the like 90s and stuff blows my mind. But right here, epoxy minnows, epoxy bait fish. That's what we tied earlier, the sand eels. Anyways, oh God, so good. Another great book, Striped Bass Flies. Fantastic book. I'm going to make videos on all these books. I lost the cover to this, but just a bunch of just really cool flies. These are all mostly guides. A lot of them are just the same thing, you know. There's slight differences and variations. There are some unique things. Oh, more David Nelson Squimpish. That's why I bought it. There it is. David Nelson, Squimpish Flies. There's my buddy right there. One of my favorite fly tyers of all time, owner of Squimpish Flies. Before he created Squimpish fly tying material, he was tying. He still does with Rhea. All these different captains and stuff, guides. Oh, that's Paul Dixon right there. One of the guides I tie sometimes for out in Montauk, the greatest guide in Montauk, many will say. He's one of the best. At least I'm pretty sure that had to have been Paul Dixon. I'm pretty sure. Is Dixon in this book? Let me take a look. I'm pretty sure he is. Maybe not. I think that was him in the photo, but he might not have a specific thing in the book. No. Anyways. It's something great to have a real book, like a textile book, you know, with flies and stuff that you can. Definitely different than just having the internet. Oh no, what happened, Gabe? Did you post something in the chat? Why is your stuff getting deleted? What happened? What are my favorite colors for the Slammer? You gotta watch out, maybe if you, chat bot at times. I don't even have Nightbot on here, so that was YouTube. I don't know what happened. You gotta be careful posting links and stuff. I don't know what you did, but it's all good. Don't worry about it. My favorite color olive, but I also love chartreuse. I also love herring colors. I love them all. So hopefully you didn't get, let's see. Oh, you're good. I don't know what happened. The chatbot got you. Sorry about that. All right. Anyways, that's our tangent on books. Oh, God. It was good. Oh, are we dropping frames a little bit? Did we drop frames? Hopefully we're all right. Yeah, for slammers, I mean, I don't know. I tie them in all sorts of colors. You saw that last one was all yellow. Beautiful looking slammer. I'll say my favorite, though, is just classic bunker sort of colors, Gabe. In your olive, your yellow. F there slightly. Okay, we're good. A little bit of drop frames, but we're fine. It is raining. Pretty crappy out. And we're using Optimum, so, you know. If you live on the Northeast, you know how that goes. Wah, 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 wah. Give me a laugh track. The stream is definitely not sponsored by Optimum, I'll tell you that much. I know that. That'd be so funny if one day we got sponsored by Optimum, because over the years on Twitch, I've talked so much smack about Optimum because I've had such crappy service over the years. And I call them out, they're like, yep, no problems on our end. I don't know, you should be good watching Disney Plus or whatever you want to do. No. You don't understand bitrate. Can you check my line? The squirrel's been chewing on the line. Yep, no, you're all good. Get wrecked. That'll be $300. You have one crab and a shrimp? Nice. Very cool. Yeah, I think I'm going to do a YouTube series on some of my books. Some of my favorite books fly fishing books that I've gotten over the years. It was me? Okay. You're back. Good. Yeah, sorry. I don't know what's going on with the settings. And I don't even know moderator-wise. It doesn't even let me see what you did. I don't know if you just put a link or something. I got to check the moderator settings on YouTube in depth. We'll probably just end up using Nightbot. The main thing is you got to watch out typing in all caps a lot. But it's a pretty big requirement for it to auto time you out for like 5 seconds or something. I don't know. All good. Probably think I'm mad. Yeah. I do need to refresh my stream though. God, it was showing it was showing it back when we were looking at Discord so long ago. Whoa! AC Fishing coming in with the resub with Prime 24 months. What's going on, AC? How you doing? Thank God I should owe you royalties for how much video time you get in my streams, to be honest with you, with our Albie video. Our Albie video and my away video both have AC Fishing in them, catching albies and catching bass. Luckily, I don't owe him any royalties. So, but how you doing, dude? What's up? What have you been up to? You been working on your boat? I think I'm gonna go down and do some fishing at the creek later. Once the rain stops around 6. But I haven't been able to hook anything yet, but we've been sitting here doing commercial fly tying for the past 5.5 hours. But thank you again. Get some LI Flies hearts in the chat. You know AC Fishing. Know him well if you've been watching Twitch. Fishing partner in crime. now professional clamor ladies man, I believe is his title, is what they call him. Definitely he's taller than me now, that's for sure. He wasn't taller than me when he was in those videos, but he's a hell of a lot taller than me now. Same old shit. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Same old stuff. Sorry. We're also streaming on YouTube. I forgot. I don't think I need to be that careful, but I am trying to get monetized on the platform, so I'm just trying to be conscious about it. But thank you, AC. Appreciate that. In case you don't know, we are streaming on YouTube at the same time. But I hope you're doing well, dude. Hey, you're more than welcome if you want to come down later and join me. I know you're not. You probably don't really. I mean, I don't even think there's fish there at the moment. I've fished 6 times. And what I'm hearing is there's some fish out in western Nassau, but it's like, I think they're still behind at the moment. They're not here yet, the stripers. But I am going to go. You're more welcome to join me if you want. I am the apprentice. I'll tell you what, when it comes to anything other than fly fishing, and even then, he's half decent. He's probably better than me at this point. Anything other with a boat, I am AC Fishing's apprentice. Yes, that is correct. Clamming, boats in general. The kid grew up on the water. I mean, he's like a professional. He was born and raised to be a boss on the water, so luckily he knows some things, because I don't. Anyways, enough pumping up AC Fishing's ego, alright? He's already enough of a hot shot. Thank you again for the resub, though. I really appreciate that. But we can't give you too much praise, because then you're already too much of a hot shot, alright? You should see him pull up. He's like listening to house music. He's got cool sunglasses and stuff. He looks like he just came from like a party or something. 30 an hour now to be on film. All right, good. Well, you ain't coming fishing with me then, so you can play Rainbow Six or whatever the hell you're doing. All right? 30 an hour. Sheesh. You better be like on a hydrofoil playing air guitar to Van Halen in the background for $30 an hour. Plus snacks. Jeez. Would you do the fly you're doing now in solid or in white yellow, solid yellow? Yeah, of course. There's no reason why you can't tie a Flatwing in a solid color. 100%. Kenny Abrams a lot of times would tie like just like a pink Flatwing or something or whatever it is, you know. I'm tying these in olive over white. It's more of a traditional color for like a fly shop, right? For somebody that wants to go for a sand deal. But you see me a lot of times tying flies with just all sorts of weird colors, particularly Flatwings. I feel like Flatwings really well. They're almost kind of like salmon flies, right? You can use pastels and all sorts of different colors and get away with it. You don't have to be perfectly on point, you know what I mean? Oh, white is your favorite slammer color, Gabe? Okay, that's good to know. All white? Should we just do an all white slammer? Maybe we'll do an all white slammer then. You called it. You're the slammer aficionado around here. I'm going to try an all-white one. I was talking to the dude I was doing some steamering with, which AC knows who it is, cigar smoking man. And we were talking, I mean, classic, you know, all-white deceiver. If you have one fly, all-white deceiver. That's all you need. And that's what I used to just bring. If I had one fly for the day and I was going fishing, all-white deceiver. Size 1 odd. A little bit of peacock curl, all white, a little bit of flash. That's all you need. And you're good pretty much fishing for the entire year. I mean, you're not going to be able to do everything, but you pretty much go anywhere and catch fish with an all-white deceiver. Same thing with the clouser, but I'm not a fan of fishing clousers all the time. Oh, is that you guys honking? I hear somebody honk, and I'm like, I'm like, no, that can't be. I was like, I'm not paying attention. But I hear someone honking. I'm like, I wonder if that's them honking at me. And I'm like, no, it's probably just people honking. I'm like, man, there must be some real assholes. People are honking nowadays. I literally said it on stream. I was like, you know, this place used to be so nice. It was so calm, and now there's people honking everywhere. Like, people are honking at each other like it's New York City. I didn't even think it was you guys. I kind of figured maybe it was, but... Oh, that's hilarious. I literally said that yesterday. Or whenever it was. That's funny. All right, that's good. You guys are keeping an eye out on me. It's a good thing you don't have a paintball gun. I don't think you could hit me from that far, but... I was like, God, who are these a-holes honking? That's funny. I had a thought. I was like, it could be, you know, it could be AC. His pops or somebody maybe, but that's funny. That just made me laugh. Just because I was like, God, who are these people honking? Jeez. Man, Hamptons used to be so nice. That's funny. Yeah, I'm not wholly convinced I'm going to catch something later, but we've sat down and we've done commercial fly tying for... And I was fly tying earlier before the stream as well. I woke up at 7 today, so I did like 3 hours before this. That being said, I have to pretty much sit down and fly tie all day anyway. I'm trying to get this order done, but what do you call it? I definitely want to take a break and go do some fishing. I'm definitely going to eat something beforehand, though. Yesterday I got so nauseous while I was down there because I didn't eat something. I think it was my blood sugar was all screwed up. Fortunately, I had to turn the stream off. Thank God I did, because I ended up being sick. And I don't think I can stream that on YouTube or Twitch. It was not pleasant. But then I just sucked it up. And I was like, all right, I'm going to fish for like another hour, and then I'm going home. So I think Yo It's Okay would have been proud. I didn't chicken out. Oh, my tummy hurts. I sucked it up and still didn't catch anything, so, you know. Oh, okay, very nice. Was that the one you were, your dad was talking about, you looking at a bigger boat? Was that the one? Or was it bigger? I thought it was something bigger. But what's your boat right now? A 16? Your privateer? Or something, right? I mean, Parker's beautiful. Was that the one, though, you've been talking about? Oh, that's the one? Nice. 18 Parker's perfect, right? In fact, you don't want something too big. Probably for what you're doing. Especially, I think your dad was saying you're going to get a hauler or something, right? You're going to try and bull rake alone or do whatever you're doing. I mean, that'd probably be perfect. Yeah, speaking of which, I gotta go up and get a scratch rake. I want to get a custom, or not custom, just buy a scratch rake for myself. It'll be a nice tax write-off. Once the weather warms up, I want to start going out and doing that. Right now, I'm busy enough with fly tying, so I'll stick into streaming and that, but I would love to go out and do some scratch raking. Well, very cool, dude. I hope it works out. Get a little bit of a bigger boat, be able to... You'll see AC fishing out there. The dude will have like 30 crab pots, 5 count of clams, and he's going to have like bags of oysters hanging off the side. This kid's a machine. Yeah, AC's probably like, whoa, slow it down. 5 count is enough for me. All right. Just double checked. Everything's looking good. Man, I'm happy with Restream today. Restream's been working very well. I can't complain about it. Knock on wood. All right, so now we're just like we did with the first one that we did at the start. We're doing white bucktail on the bottom, olive on top. We put some peacock curl on there. And then we're good to go. And then we just got to put a little epoxy just on the eyes. Now, ideally, I'd put some jungle cock or some sort of feathered eyes, something like that. But this is how I go with these Flatwings for commercial. It's a little bit, they're a little bit more durable. And I just make sure I don't put the epoxy too far back onto the bucktail. I really don't want to interfere with the bucktail too much. So, kind of classic deceiver style, put those eyes closer to the front. Because if you, just like, I mean, obviously you never put epoxy or something or UV resin on a hollow fly, but even a bucktail deceiver, you can put eyes on a bucktail deceiver with UV resin, but I try to specifically not put eyes too far back in a way that I cover the fly in resin, right? You know what I mean? So, let's go ahead and do that. But I do want to tie, before we go fishing, which I think I'm going to go around 6, so we have time. I want to finish these up. We've actually gotten quite a lot done for streaming commercial fly tying. I'm quite happy. But I was specifically trying not to get too distracted, even though we went on a whole book tangent about 30 minutes ago. Let's see, what other tangents did we go on? It was pretty good. We didn't go on too many tangents this stream. We stayed pretty focused. It's pretty rare for this stream. By the way, any of you folks watching on YouTube, I hope you're doing well. How does the stream look? Is everything looking good over there, YouTube? Gabe and everyone else? If you guys are new, we've been streaming for a long time on Twitch. I'm finally glad to be able to stream on both platforms. And hope, you know, we're doing some commercial fly tying for some local shops, but we are going to tie a Sadati Slammer here in a little bit. So I've been pleasantly surprised in terms of analytics and watch hours. Almost as many, I'm getting almost as many watch hours from the streams as I am from videos I'm making. So the nice thing is, I think it's a little bit easier to find the fly tying VODs on YouTube than it is on Twitch, you know. Looks good. All right, Crag Roll. Nice. Sounds good. It's weird seeing like brew or Crag Roll or gin on YouTube. It trips me out because I'm looking at it. I'm like, it shows me a little symbol. The next step is I got to get both the chat from both streams merged into one and on the actual video so you guys can see each other. All right, good. Unfortunately, I can only stream at 720p because I'm not paying for the service that I'm using, but I don't have very good internet anyways in the area I am. I'm kind of in a crap spot. We're like neglected over here, I feel like, when it comes to internet, but high quality internet in this spot. But so I can't really stream too high of a bit rate. I wish I could stream higher because YouTube allows me to. I could stream in 1440p if I wanted to. But that's all right. We'll keep it 720, keep it 60 frames, and try and have a nice steady bit rate. So hopefully it looks good. But I am going to have a new fly tying video coming out here soon. I'm working on one. We're going to be doing a flex candy, which should be fun. I have some other ones too. I might do some other stuff first, but we're actually really close to being able to have memberships and stuff like that on YouTube. So not that I necessarily, you know, if somebody wants to support the stream, they can, but it was exciting. The channel's growing. The YouTube channel's growing pretty good, so I'm pretty happy with it. I'm going to try and stick up with it. Make some high-quality fly tying videos. Fancy with the dual stream, yep. Well, I'm going to be honest with you. I feel like there's a lot of people on YouTube that want to watch this sort of stuff, but they just don't watch Twitch, right, AC? Like, most of my audience is around my age to, like, 65 plus on YouTube. And people aren't watching Twitch. Most of my fishing buddies that are my age in their 30s don't even have Twitch. You know what I mean? So, it's a little bit more accessible for a lot of people that fly fish. Because I'm no gaming streamer, right? I'm no hot tub, you know, or kiddie pool in my bedroom licking ASMR mic streamer. I'm a fly tying streamer, so. That was oddly specific, but that was a very large demographic on Twitch for a while. You got to throw those Twitch jabs every once in a while. God, what a ride it's been. Posture check, thank you. I'm stretching right now. You can be if I want. I mean, I've done it. Not on stream, but God, I've had a hot tub in my room before. That was on a different platform, but... Oh, you want me to do a rear floating squid video, Gabe? Why don't you take a look at this, buddy? What do we got? Video ideas. Bucktail hollowfly. Don't have one on the channel. Squimpish bassfly. Just generic squimpish streamer. Flex candy. Sand flea fly, which we did for Joe F on stream the other day on YouTube. Poplip. Classic. That's going to take forever. Bucktail deceiver. Extended bucktail deceiver. The beast fly. That's going to be a doozy. Rear floating squid video idea. I beat you to it. Get wrecked. You thought you were ahead of me on that one, huh? Way ahead of you. I was pretty much just looking through Popovic's books, like, what is a fly I want to tie and film that is a fly I enjoy tying? Rear floating squid is going to be one of them. And I will say we don't really get crazy squid bites around here in terms of, it's not like up in Nantucket fishing the rips or like Cape Cod where those rips and the squid are out in the ocean. You know, we get stuff like that, but we don't really have squid runs, you know. At least I don't know about them, and if somebody does, they probably won't tell me. But there is squid and stuff like that. But it's just a great fly in general, I think. Plus, that's the sort of fly I'll fish for sharks. You know what I mean? You keep that fly sitting in the chum bucket, getting a little juice on it, and then you catch yourself a blue shark on that fly. You know? Rattlefly. What's the rattlefly, Tex? I'm not familiar with the rattlefly. You see? You thought you were slick, Gabe. I beat you to it. I put that one on there for you. No, I had no idea. I was just looking through the book like, this is a great fly. I love tying it, too. I don't fish it very often. I don't tie it very often. But when I got Popovic's second book, I was like, whoa, this is such a cool idea. Because it's essentially like a modified Boehner-esque fly, if you will. And I do love different ways to incorporate Bob's Boehner heads into flies. In fact, one of my favorite ways is just taking a tube, specifically for offshore fly fishing for sharks, taking a giant tube fly with hackle and all this stuff, and just putting a giant 1-inch cylindrical Bob's Boehner head. And the other thing you can do is his classic offshore Bob's Boehner fly, where you have a giant 1-inch head, you poke a bunch of holes in it, and you put feathers into the holes. And it was like a tuna fly. That's essentially a tube fly you put in front of the hook, and you troll it for tuna and stuff. You know? There's some really cool stuff that I want to make videos about that I think would probably be pretty good videos, you know? I really am not trying to get sucked into the YouTube mentality of like, I mean, it's part of it though, right? Especially once I get monetized, like I'm going to be like, I'm already looking at my analytics every day on my videos. So now I'm like trying to figure out like really working on like the thumbnails almost more important than the video and stuff, but I'm not trying to get too sucked into that. I'm just trying to make videos that I enjoy, but I'm also trying to make sure they're ones that people want to watch, right? Because it does take time. And time is money in this sort of game. Even though I don't make any money off YouTube, you know, I still want to make videos that people are gonna want to watch. So I don't know how well like a rear floating squid would do, but I don't even know if there's any videos on a rear floating squid or something like that out there. So, but I make sure it's a fly that I want to tie, and I know that I am good enough at tying it. But it's also one that I want to make sure that people are gonna watch, you know, because nothing worse than making a video and spending hours and then nobody watches it, but that's part of it. You know, it's part of the game on YouTube. I went to set up all my lead porn equipment. What are your thoughts on synthetic bucktail for bucktail jigs? Hate it. Don't like it. Absolutely hate it. There are synthetic material like Supreme Fiber that they use in parachute jigs and like out in Montauk where the synthetic materials tied forward very long and it folds back like a parachute. That, you know, one thing, but fishing bucktails from shore, nope, you got to use real bucktail. That's my opinion personally, and I'm sure probably AC Fishing can back me up on that one. But yeah, you do not want to be using the faux bucktail. any synthetic bucktail, I absolutely hate. Like that faux bucktail material, it's just not good in general. It's like trying to be bucktail, so it's just bad synthetic and bad bucktail, in my opinion. Like, I'll sometimes say squimpish could be a replacement to bucktail, but that's just in terms of how you can apply it. You know, it's not actually physically replacing bucktail, or trying to. Yeah. Now, I could be wrong. You could be slaying them, but that's my personal opinion as somebody who fishes, you know, who thoroughly fished bucktails when I was younger. And if I'm just thinking if I would ask that dude who smokes that cigar that's, you know, fishes a lot or something, or anybody, like any of my buddies, Jeff, I'm thinking if I asked him, could you use faux bucktail? What would they say? They would go, hell no. So I'm giving you the honest answer. Au natural when it comes to striper jigs in the surf. And don't be afraid, you could put some feathers on their stuff too. But the main thing is to have a full bucktail, you know, with enough material on there that it's going to push some water as you're jigging it, is my opinion. Make sure it's just not sparse. It's searchable. I have one left in purple and one in black with a rattlehead. Night fish for big speckled trout. Oh, okay. I'll take a look. What'd you call it, Tex? The rattlefly? Could you just tell me what it is again? I'll look it up. I'm going to write it down. What was it? The rattlehead or the rattlefly? What did you call it? I don't use a lot of rattles, but when I do, it always makes me excited, like that big popper we have. I think it stopped raining. Let me check the radar. I mean, we got to finish these. We have quite a bit to go, but I'm just double checking. I think I want to head out around 5:30 or 6. Double checking. Let's check the radar, shall we? I'm not showing you guys because I don't want you to see exactly where I am in the world, but I'm in Long Island, Eastern Long Island somewhere. That's all you need to know. People are like, yeah, already got the coordinates. Based it off the trees there. Yep, he's right there. Fun fact, I have been stream sniped in person once. This cool dude, Joe, on Instagram. Or was it Joe? No, it was, fuck, what's his, oh, excuse my language. Duck, what's his name? Oh, this is like back in the early days of me streaming. And it was just like, he was almost like a buddy of mine. And he just showed up and I was like, he's like, yeah, I saw you on stream. I'm like, oh my God, you stream sniped? It was like funny. I was like joking with him. What's his name though? I mean, we're going back like 6 years. People who I haven't seen in years that used to watch my stream. Yeah, it looks like it's going to stop raining in about 15, 20 minutes. Probably almost already stopped. Let's finish these up and then I'm going to go do some fly fishing on Twitch. Keep time, maybe another hour or so. You did that? That wasn't you. Was it? No, that wasn't you. Get the hell out of here. You didn't start watching until however many years ago. This was like this was a long time ago. Unless maybe it was. It was Bowface. Bowface. That's who it was. It was Bowface. I remembered his name. He was a cool dude. We did some fishing together on stream. That's who it was. That wasn't you. And it was more of like a joke or something, you know what I mean? He was just after work, he pulled up, but I was like, you stream sniper. How could you? And we were laughing. Unless I did that with something else. Rattlefly. Okay, I wrote that down. Rattlefly. Good. I got it written down. Perfect. Stream sniper. Remember in Waterworld when they go mutant and he screams out mutant, they're like ding 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 ding. That's what I'm picturing. Oh, you're looking on Google Maps. Yeah. Listen, don't give anyone any ideas, okay? Like I said, I am contributing to the internization of the internet and fishing. But at the same time, I tried to do it in a way that we're not giving all the secrets. But, you know, Craggerroll over here is 007 looking me up on Google Maps, you son of a gun. Little do you know, you think you know where I am. Damn it, you probably do know where I am. No. I know Jin knows. Jin knows. He's like, haha, I know who you are. Meanwhile, I invited Jin years later to my house because he's been my mod for years and he's an awesome dude. But he was like, haha, I know who you are. I'm like, if you say something, you're banned. That's why I don't even tell you what town I'm in. Nothing. If you want to play geolocator, then you know. No, I know you're not going to spot burn, Craigro, you know. I have it in my rules, though, for Twitch chat. When somebody comes into the stream, no spot burning. And people either love that rule, or they go like, why wouldn't you want to tell where the good fishing is to everybody? And I'm like, okay, you don't actually fish. That's good to know. Because if you were serious about fishing, you would understand the no spot burning rule. Most of the time. The cool thing is, I mean, we get some people from Long Island watching me sometimes on Twitch, but a lot of times it's people all over the world. You know what I mean? So I don't have to worry about it too much. I guess if you grew up locally, you'd probably know, but then again, you'd probably know anyways. But if now you're playing geolocator and you're finding me, I mean, God, that's, you know. It's going to happen no matter what, I guess. All right. Oh, dude, I'm so excited to play D&D next week. I'm telling you, that old prospector dude that I came up with, Coot Jenkins, he's going to be the most fun character. A crazy old 1800s Westerner prospector from out west. Alcoholic, gambling addict, just crazy old delusional old man. I just wanted to be some old guy that was always like laughing at people. Gotcha. I'm so excited. I had so much fun playing him last Tuesday. It was so good. Good old Coot Jenkins. You know, I think we are going to end up doing a stream. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. For anyone watching on YouTube, I don't know if I'm going to stream everything I stream from Twitch to YouTube. For instance, we used to stream a lot of live music, so I'd play guitar. I'd be like drinking vodkas and cranberries and playing guitar for 3-4 hours Saturday nights, something we used to do. I would stream video games like DayZ, miniature stuff like Warhammer. So that I would probably, if I ever really wanted to, I'd probably do on another channel. Like I do have another channel called Mike Rolls Dice for TTRPG stuff. But so I probably won't stream that stuff to YouTube. That'll probably be Twitch only. But I am going to be streaming at some point a game with like my mod, Frosty, and some of my buddies like Rev over Discord of probably Savage Worlds, which is a tabletop role-playing game, kind of like D&D. So we are going to be doing that live at some point, but with a group, with other people. And I'm going to be the DM, the game master. So that's going to be a lot of fun. I really look forward to that. I think that'll be fun. It's one thing for me to do it solo, but when we have a group of friends and we're all BSing, you know, it's kind of the reason we do it. So we'll see. I think you're going to enjoy it, but you're going to need to watch that on Twitch. So that's definitely not something I think the people on my YouTube want. And if you do, then you know you can always head over that way and see it. But or that'll be on my Mike Rolls Dice channel or something. I'll save the VOD of it. But we do other things. We've streamed many different things on Twitch over the years. You know, Twitch primarily was a gaming platform back in the day before it devolved to what it is now, which is an amalgamation of everything. But you're going fly fishing later today? Very nice, Gabe. What are you going to be fishing? You going slammers? You throwing something else? Some of the sand eels you were tying? Yeah, Twitch is my comfort zone when it comes to the streams that I think my YouTube channel would like. That's like, I want to wear a wig and play guitar? Yeah, we'll do that on Twitch. Nobody's gonna watch it anyway, just like the 5 people. So that's good. Oh, you caught that tink, huh, AC? I see. Yes, you did. So other than working, what have you been up to, AC? I know you got school and stuff, but have you been doing any gaming or something? What have you been up to? Are you out on the clubs? You prowling for ladies or something? What have you been doing? I saw, what were you playing, some Helldivers or something not too long ago? I haven't done any gaming. I've been watching a lot of DayZ though. I was watching Smoke, and I've been watching one of my favorite DayZ YouTube guys, and who also streams on Twitch, who I've watched for years. In my opinion, Smoke, and then Running Man, obviously, the two greats. I've been watching a lot of Running Man videos while I'm working, while I'm fly tying, and after work and stuff. So I'm like, oh, dude, I want to play DayZ again, but I just don't have the time at the moment. But when I do get some time, I want to play some DayZ again. It's definitely fun. But I haven't done any gaming for like months now. I've been so busy. Nothing. Fixing the boat and working? All right, good. That's good. We can't be getting sucked into Rust, playing Rust for 12 hours. We'll do that later on. At some point. We got stuff to do. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he plays a lot of the BRs, the Running Man. But, I mean, I watched Running Man videos a long time ago. Before I think I watched Smoke streaming. I was watching Running Man videos of DayZ years ago. Fly tying has took away all of my interest in video games. Yeah. I'm still a pretty big video game dude. There are times where I get into it. I'd say recently as I've gotten older, I play much less. But, especially when I'm single and I'm not in a relationship, I do like to get down on some gaming. I do like to play some Tarkov or Rust with the boys for 8 hours on a day. And then I'm like, all right, that's enough. But I definitely don't do as much as I used to when I was in my 20s or something. But I am a gamer at heart. I do love, all PC gaming and stuff. But I definitely don't have the time. It's tough as you get older, of course, But you got to realize I've also been fly tying since I was a little kid. And I've been playing games since I was a little kid. So, they kind of go hand in hand almost, if you ask me. Fly tying and then whipping out the console and playing some Sega Genesis. Rust! That being said, I will say, I could sit there and play video games, or I could sit down and make money. You know what I mean? Or I could make content, or I could go out and work, or I could do this and that. So I just don't have as much free time. It's tough to be able to, time is money when you get older, especially, so. But I do miss it at times. I'm like, man, I want to play some DayZ. I want to go on an adventure with a random dude I met from Sweden. I can barely talk to in-game, and we go take a random adventure up to the Northwest Airfield and end up dying to some hacker or something. I don't know. But the journey along the way, I've had some good adventures on DayZ over the years. Even got to play with Smoke once for a little bit. That was cool. Got to a couple times fight against Smoke, and he whooped my ass because I was just walking around and like, oh shit, there's some dude, or flip, there's some dudes. Damn it, I need to have a little dollar jar where every time I curse I put something in the jar so I remind myself not to curse. I mean, not to mention only that, but I also do a ton of other things. I print and paint 3D miniatures for Warhammer and, tabletop games. So I get together with my friends and we play D&D and stuff. So I do all sorts of different stuff. It's hard to, I play Magic the Gathering. I do all sorts of stuff. I really haven't played any Magic since Rivals of Ixalan, the latest thing, or whatever, a long time ago. But been either working, getting back into fly tying full time and making content, and also I'm now running on Sundays a tabletop role-playing game, Savage Worlds, with a group. So I really enjoy game mastering, like running tabletop role-playing games with my friends. We got 4 players, 2 guys and 2 girls, and all of them are playing just crazy amalgamations of like dog and humans and fish and humans. Like, and then my buddy's playing a little girl that's a necromancer. So it's just fun. It's kind of like storytelling, you know what I mean? It's like getting together with a group of friends and playing a board game or something. It's a lot of fun. I really enjoy it. Holy crap, we've been streaming for 6 hours. This is the first time I've done a 6-hour stream in quite a while. I'm sure all you folks on Twitch that have been watching me, it's been a while since we've sat down and done a 6-hour fly tying stream. But we're not done yet, because I'm going to go fishing around 5:30. So we're still going to stream for a little bit longer. We need to tie up more of these. I am going to take a quick little break. I'm going to grab a drink and stretch my legs real quick. I like to, every hour and a half, I like to take a quick little break. We have a little fishing video. By the way, you'll see AC Fishing. Luckily, I don't owe him $30 an hour for this. But yes, so we'll be back in just a little bit. And if you haven't ever seen, what do you call it? If you haven't ever seen any sort of striped bass stuff before, this will just give you a little glimpse into some of the fish that we chase. And also it's just, this is kind of just like a little mix of fly tying and some like B-roll footage of shark fishing. So we'll just be back in just a moment. Don't go nowhere, and we're going to keep on tying, all right? So I'll see you folks in a sec. Oh man, I was too slow. I make my videos like 3.5 minutes, and I usually try to get back beforehand. It's another penalty. Penalty box. It's gonna be a yellow flag. By the way, I'm dying to catch a striped bass. We've gone fishing 6 times and no fish. At least it makes me feel better that I know that other people here on the island haven't been getting them. Haha! I removed that one, AC Fishing. Get wrecked. That one and probation specifically. They were... I don't want to get canceled. Specifically because you guys... when we would get a raid or something, like Wolfram or certain people would type ! Probation, and those dumb butt, I'll say, commands would... I removed that one, and I removed probation specifically. I'll have to change Jungle Cock to JC Jeffy or something. For all you sneaky Twitch viewers... Got him. All right. Keep tying some sand eels. I know. Excuse me. Haven't you heard this is a classy fly fishing stream where I burp on stream? So I'm going to need you to class it up a little bit. Black tie or something like that. Isn't that a thing? White tie, black tie, something like that, parties? Just because I don't want commands where it talks about me like sniffing ponytails or whatever Microvert came up with 5 years ago as a mod. I wonder what Microvert's doing. He was a mod on our Twitch, some young dude, like 18-year-old fly tyer from Colorado. I wonder what he's up to nowadays. We haven't heard from him in a while. Hopefully he didn't get anybody pregnant or something, you know. He's probably still out there fly fishing in Colorado. He's probably still doing the same thing. Doing what he does. You're not the same LI Flies Mike you used to be. You used to have funny commands. Oh, God. I really want to go do some fishing. I'm probably not going to catch anything, but I think I just need to get out of the house for a little bit. Hopefully. Yep, Doc, yep. I know Wolfram's going to go and type probation one day. And expected to talk about something with ponytails or something. Not anymore. Until Microvert comes back and recommands it. It was written in the books one day Microvert, our mod, would return. It was prophesized. All right, we're getting close to being done with the sand eels. It's 24 sand eels we tied today. Some of them were tails, so they were half tied, but still. 24 sand eels, 24 banners we finished. So that's pretty good. And then later tonight, I will work on surf candies. I have 24 surf candies to tie, or 24 actually. I could be, if I'm not wrong. Could be 24, but luckily they don't take too much time. But I'm chugging. We're chugging away, and at the same time, tying flies for whitewater and other places. It's a balancing act of time, but Somebody's got to do it. Gosh darn it, it's gonna be me. It's so hard trying not to curse. I'm trying to not have too much of a potty mouth here. It'll be great. Later we'll do a fishing stream on Twitch. All I'm gonna do is curse. We're gonna get it out. Where are these effing fish? Flipping this, that. You go to town with that sensor bar. Beep, 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 beep. There's no real reason, just I try to be a little bit more respectable for YouTube. Their guidelines are slightly different, so. Clean it up just a little bit. What flies are we going to throw? We're going to tie a Sedati Slammer before we go. So I'm trying to finish these up. We'll probably glue the heads later. I don't think I'm going to glue the heads right now. We're probably going to switch over to a Sedati Slammer. We'll tie a size 3-odd Sedati Slammer, I'm thinking. Little micro version, and we might even put googly eyes, because I'm pretty sure I found googly eyes the other day and I put them to the side, so if I can find them. But yeah, we're gonna tie an all white Sedati Slammer like you recommended. I know it's been a while because we've been streaming for a while, but I do intend to tie a Sedati Slammer before we go fishing here. I'm telling you, it's been a while since I've done a stream like this. Could you believe we used to do 12-hour fly tying streams? I think we've done a handful of them. I don't know why, but you know, I think that's a little too much. But I think I'm going to try and get in the habit of sitting down and doing commercial streams, like a 6-hour, 7-hour fly tying stream, because I am sitting down tying flies for 6, 7, 8 hours. The only difference is talking some of the time. Most of the time I'm not saying anything, so my voice is probably going to be shot. I can already feel it kind of getting a little coarse, but it's all good. I'll get used to it. When I first started streaming again this year, I couldn't even stream for 3 hours because my voice couldn't take it, but my voice is slowly getting used to it again. All the people that stream like 12, 24 hours, they always drink tea and stuff because they're sitting there talking all day. Yeah, we're going to tie a Slammer. Almost forgot about that, but we're going to do it. I mean, I have some amazing flies already. We have a beautiful bucktail deceiver we tied a couple, like earlier in the week here on YouTube and Twitch live. And I have just an unbelievably sick pop lip that we tied, that pop lip. Hey, Marcelo, how you doing? Damn, I missed these streams, Mike. Hey, how's it going? I hope you're doing well. Yeah, well, now you can watch them on YouTube, and we're going to start streaming a lot more, so you can always catch them if you miss them, but we're going to be streaming a lot more, so you're going to be able to watch them, so it's good to see you, though. I hope you're doing well. Yep. It's funny, man. Every once in a while, we see some people I haven't seen in a long time. They're like, man, I hope you're doing well. I was like, I haven't seen you in years. Audio Doctor tunes in, but some people that I haven't seen Lunacrypt in a while. There are people that used to tune into my stream years ago. So it's good to start streaming a lot more and seeing you folks that I haven't seen for a while. So it's nice. Yeah, well, I haven't been going to the fly fishing shows. I haven't been doing them. I'm still commercial tying, but the past couple years I was commercial bait fishing and clamming, and I didn't really have any time. I kind of fell off on fly tying commercially, but from taking a little break to it, now I was still doing it, but not as much, but now I'm kind of back in full force, and I'm specifically having time to fly tie and stream and make videos and whatnot, and also get my back a rest, but so we're back at it, but I'm probably not going to be doing fly shows, but I'm getting back on making content, fly tying videos, streaming, and commercial fly tying again, and going fishing. I only went fishing a handful of times last year, so I was like clamming all the time and this and that, But I'm specifically getting back into it. I need a nice healthy balance. You know what I mean? So, and it was good to take a little break. Now I'm back in full swing. You know what I mean? Fully refreshed. So, but yeah, I'm probably not gonna be doing fly shows unless somebody invites me to like sit at their booth. I'm not gonna be getting a booth myself because I'm not trying to do, you know. And plus, you know, it could be a good amount of money and this and that, vice versa. But if, for instance, maybe Squimpish Flies wants me to sit down there, somebody, I'd be glad to do that. But you're going to get a lot more stuff on YouTube and Twitch from me, so. But it was good to see you again. You tie your slammers in 5-odd, Gabe? Yeah. I generally fish a lot of big ones, but we're trying to fish a little bit smaller because I have a bunch of larger flies in my fly box. I'm trying to throw some smaller stuff because, I mean, ideally I should be trying to mash the hatch a little bit better. Even though there's some bigger stuff. I have a lot of bigger flies in my fly box. I want to tie like a size 3-odd slammer, like a smaller version. You know what I mean? So I have a kind of variety of sizes and whatnot. Yeah, I enjoyed doing the shows and stuff, but I think people know me enough now. Ah, you're Ally Flies, Mike. Yep. I have a fair amount of commercial fly tying I'm doing for different shops and stuff, you know what I mean? So I'm trying to put a lot of time and effort into YouTube and my streams nowadays and do that a lot more. So I can get back to maybe hopefully making some informative fly tying content for people to learn how to fly tie and get better, and me get better at the same time. But finally we're able to stream it to YouTube and Twitch at the same time, so that's good. I'm happy about that. Making steps, baby steps. Yeah, exactly. And I enjoy working on the water, but I don't want to give up on all my fly tying that I've been doing over the years. That would be so idiotic. Plus, I have a really bad back. At any day, I could hurt my back, and then I'm stuck sitting in a chair, so. But I do enjoy fly tying, you know, commercially and whatnot. It's one of my favorite things, but it was nice to take a little break. Had to reevaluate some things. But now we're back on it. We're cranking out flies for some shops. Trying to make at least one fly tying video a week on YouTube. We did, I think, 2 videos last week, the herring and the micro surf candy. So at least one YouTube video a week, which I've never done. And that's the goal for the year. Probably from now until next April is the goal. One fly tying video a week, minimum. And then any other sort of videos are secondary. Or I guess technically we may, I don't know, we were talking about doing like a series on fly tying books and all sorts of stuff, but the goal is to do one fly tying video a week for the year. I have 80 dozen of those wolves and bombers to do for a local fly shop. I'm going to tell you right now, Thomas, I cannot do trout flies commercially. They're so much smaller. I don't know how you do it. In fact, I tip my hat because you're a better fly tyer than me. I don't know how you could sit down and tie that many dry flies. I'm not a very good trout fly tyer anyway, but they're so small. And you have to do so many, right? You know, because 80 dozen, really. But, yeah. My hat goes off to you, my friend. You're a beast. Yeah, I think in total this order is probably about, I don't know, 16, 18 dozen flies or something like that. But you gotta realize saltwater flies are much larger and stuff, you know. But yeah, I could never do the dry flies. I could never do that. I don't know how you do it. You're a beast. I couldn't imagine. I think my eyes would go out. You're working on 200 buttons there as well? You're trying? Yep. My hat goes out to you too, Doc. You guys are the champions of the fly tying world. Oh, man. They need size 8 and 10, so they're pretty big. Yeah, I couldn't imagine doing like size 20s and stuff in bulk. Like, ugh, you got to have like a magnifying glass there or something to try and tackle that. I couldn't imagine. It's a lot. So my hat goes off to all you dry fly tires out there, especially commercial or trout fly tires. People have asked me. I said, nope, I ain't touching that. No, thank you. I can't even see the hook. That's size 20. I ain't tying that for you. No, thank you. All right. 2 more Flatwings here, and then we're done. I do need to just put a tiny amount of epoxy, but I'll do that later. It's not really much. Just a tiny bit of medium resin, like if you've ever seen my Deceiver videos, how I glue the heads on those. 1 coat. Bing, bang, boom, done. You're on 10s too, and they like wet flies, or the lake wets, so they didn't have to be pretty. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, let alone trying to tie beautiful looking dry flies. Oh man, it's a lot of work. Mind you, sat me sitting here. I've sat down and I've been tying all day for 4.5, 6 dozen flies. But I mean, later on, once I get done fishing tonight, I'm gonna sit down and I'll probably tie down another 2 dozen. So I mean, it's not bad. We got a considerable amount of flies done today. That being said, I have a considerable amount more to do for multiple places, so it never ends, but that's part of the fun of it, working for yourself. Does bucktail stink? Yeah, some bucktail smells really bad. It depends on how well it was dressed, how well it was properly cured. A little trick is you can just wash them with some like Dawn or something, you know what I mean? They smell really bad, and let them dry. But yeah, some bucktails are not cured very well, and they smell quite bad. So probably one of the reasons why I'm single, because I have a lot of bucktail in my room, you know? Oh my god, what's that smell? It's just a bunch of deer butts. Yeah, it depends on how well they're cured. You know, how well the curing process was, whether like how much of the fat and meat they actually scraped off the hide. It depends how well they washed them, the dyes, all sorts of stuff. But yeah, I've had some really bad smelling bucktail to where I didn't even like keep it in my room. I'm like, I don't even want to use this. I gotta wash it like 5 times before I even touch it. But I've also hunted deer, and I've made my own deer tails, and I understand, so it's just whatever. It smells bad, but, you know, it's not the end of the world. Why do you have so many birds in your room in a big bin? Yeah. Oh, dude, I was dating this one girl, and God bless her heart for putting up with me. But, I mean, there was just fly tying material everywhere. Because even right now, my poor mother, man. Like, I vacuum all the time, but literally a trail leading down the stairs into the kitchen is just like flashaboo and bucktail. Because when you're tying in a high volume of material like this, it just gets everywhere. So I have to vacuum every day. I have to constantly like go outside and brush all of the bucktail that's on my pants and my sweater, you know, so it just gets everywhere. So you'll just find giant feathers around the house. Like giant pieces of Magnum Flashboo. Like, how did that even get there? It must have got stuck to my sock or something. Like, I have no idea. So it's funny. You can always tell when I'm in full fly tying mode because there's just material everywhere around the house. That's why it's in your basement? Yeah. Exactly. I wish I had a little workshop. This is in my room. Man. That's all right. It's better than paying $3,000 a month for a tiny little apartment somewhere. Then they would really I would have troubles about the bucktail. Luckily, my old landlord was an old fly fishing guide, so he didn't mind it too much, but even he was like, ugh. I'm like, listen, I met you because I tied flies for you, alright? You know the deal. I'm going to have a lot of feathers. I'm going to be in your backyard fly casting, alright? Get used to it. Yeah, you'll find rather random feathers in your car and stuff. Yep. It's part of the fly tier's life. One of the many struggles we deal with. First world problems. They're like, holy cow, that's a jungle cock eye right there. What the hell? What? I find myself finding feathers on the ground. I pick them up. I'm like, damn, that's a good feather. I'm picking that one up, putting that one back. I ain't throwing that one out. Oh man, I'm getting pretty hungry. Once we get done, I'm gonna eat some food, get prepared, and go do some fishing before it gets dark. Before it starts raining again later or whatever. Hooks on the ground, that's the worst. I try to make sure that doesn't happen. I've luckily never stepped on hooks and had them like get into my foot. I've stepped on them. I've dropped many hooks on the floor, but if I drop a hook, I, as hard as I can, try to find it. Now, mind you, I am not tying size 8s and 10s. My hooks are 1-odds and 3-odds, so you're going to see them. And if you step on them, you'll know. That thing's going through your toe. So if you step on it wrong. So I always try and find them, but I could imagine with small hooks like that, it's probably impossible, right? Yeah. I remember being a kid, cats would kill birds. I'd go find blue jay feathers on the ground from like a cat kill, and I'd be tying striper flies with blue jay feathers. This was like early on. I used a pair of vice grips. I would stick the hook in the pair of vice grips, clamp it down, like crush the hook probably, and then I would stick that pair of vice grips in a toilet paper roll, and I would tie flies. And that's how I started. And I was tying with bird feathers from that cats killed birds around the neighborhood. And I'd find bird feathers around. That's how I got started. Yep. Yeah, it sucks when you lose tiny hooks, I could imagine. The worst for me is when I drop little dumbbell eyes and stuff. I can never find them. If I drop a dumbbell eye, that thing's going flying. I just never end up finding it. I'll find it like a month later. Like a size 7/32 dumbbell eye for Clousers. I always end up losing them for some reason. For whatever reason, I have no idea, but... $12 to $6 you're mainly tying? Gotcha. Let's put on a different song. Alright. We're almost done with these Flatwings, and we're about to tie a Sadati Slammer, and I'm going to do some fishing on Twitch here in a little bit. Again, I think I really need to get like a fancy setup to multi-stream to both platforms, but that's alright. What do we want to listen to? This is like a new one I made. Let's listen to this. New beat. I'm not necessarily super happy with it, but we'll try it out. I dropped a case of 25 size 16s on the floor, and you had to get a magnet from your toolkit. Yeah, that is bad. I've dropped a box of 100 count hooks. That is not fun. All right. Let's finish this and then let's make a slammer, shall we? Shall we? By the way, I hope everyone's enjoying the stream. If there's any folks that are new here, you know, we're glad to have you, and hopefully we'll see you on some future streams. But if you haven't, if any folks on Twitch haven't, go check out my YouTube channel, subscribe to it. We just got to 2,010 subs or something like that after many years. That was pretty cool. It was a nice little accomplishment. In the YouTube world, 10,000 subs is kind of nothing. But for me, that was a nice little accomplishment. I'm proud to finally get there, so. But I haven't really put much effort into it, so I'm going to. But that was pretty cool. But there's going to be a lot of fly tying tutorials going out. So hopefully, maybe you can learn some new patterns and stuff. Or get some insight into how I tie. Alright, this olive tail is almost done. There's like barely any olive hair that's long enough for this. I can totally use it for surf candies, because that's kind of the perfect size. But for these longer applications, I'm starting to run out, so. But luckily this is the last one we gotta tie here. Hey, Honkin 101, great videos, thank you. You ever use a Royal Wolf ambush floating line, or any thoughts? Thank you. You know, I have not used any Royal Wolf lines. I remember reading about the wolf lines, particularly they had a lot of tropical bonefish lines and all that. I don't think I've ever personally had one. So I can't really give you much opinion. Does anyone on Twitch or YouTube, have you ever used any Royal Wolf ambush floating lines before? I'll tell you, the floating line I'm using right now, I use a lot of Rio products. I'm a big fan of the Rio lines, the outbound shorts and things like that. But they're not always the right line for certain rods. I've also used some Cortland, like big game lines and stuff like that, or big fly lines for floating. And I've also used some really cheap Cabela lines, which were really great over the years. But I haven't personally used that line, so I'm sorry, Honking, but maybe someone else has some opinions on it. Perhaps maybe some of you in the chat have used some Royal Wolf lines before. You can give some insight. Yeah, I use a lot of Rios. I've used Scientific Angler over the years. But at the moment, I have mostly Rio lines. I have the Rio Striper Intermediates, the Rio Striper Sink Tips, and I have the outbound lines for my switch rods. Your floating lines, whatever came on your combo? Okay. Yeah, I've never personally used Royal Wolf lines. I remember, though, they had a whole line of clear tropical sight fishing lines for saltwater in the 90s and early 2000s I was interested in, but... I'll need to look it up. The ambush line? You know what? If you're still here, Honking. Never use those lines. Where do I get my bucktails? I get my bucktails from saltwaterflies.com is where I got all the white bucktail and chartreuse you see me use. But I also get bucktail locally from Whitewater Outfitters, is a local fly shop here on Long Island. And they're nothing fancy, but saltwaterflies.com is where I get most of my material that you've seen me use. You got a TFO NXT 2 combo. Okay. Let's take a look. Royal Wolf ambush fly line. Ambush triangle taper floating. Triangle taper floating ambush lines are our most successful introduction. $100 is around what you're average paying for fly lines nowadays. But a West Coast influence designed for single hand casting, single hand spay, Skagit, Scandi, or switch, or double spay. Now in heavier weights to 600 grains, originally designed for roll casting close quarters, the head's around 20 to 29 foot for ideal quick loading. Comes with the J3 coating and welded loop. What's the full line length? Okay, so 3 to 10.5 weight is 90 foot, and 11 to 15 weight is 100 foot. Interesting. So from what I'm getting at, it's kind of a mix between, it's kind of like a switch line, if you will, right? Typically a good starting point for switch rods, ambush 8 weight will load a 5 weight switch rod, and the 9 for a 6 weight, 10 for a 7 switch, right? If you're probably fishing single hand, it's probably you're going to be using like a 9 for an 8 or a 9 for a 9, I'm assuming. But it seems like the lines that are made for more like switch fishing, kind of like an outbound short is what I'm seeing. Okay, so it's got a short, heavy head. Okay. Fishing in tight quarters, very limited backspace. So I guess you have a small head, 20 foot, 29 foot. The idea is you pretty much are using most of the head to send it. And if you're switch line fishing, you're going to overload the rod slightly. But if you're fishing normally, it's mostly made for like very good roll casting, it seems like. But you're probably just, you're probably giving it 1 or 2 false casts to load the rod with the heavy head or something. Because 500 grains is pretty heavy. The heavy head digs in the water surface, slowing the line speed in the typical down and across presentation, making it ideal for swinning and stripping streamers. Interesting. I've never tried it. And I'm assuming for single-handed rod, you want the 350 grain head for a 9 weight, for instance, but that's the line for a 5-6 weight switch rod, for instance, and it's a 24 foot length. Okay. It seems like a good line. It seems like a what you call like a hybrid line between a traditional line and like a Skagit or a switch line, a spay line. Seems good to me. I don't know whether you're throwing it with a switch rod or a single-hand rod, but I would try and follow their chart for the most part. And you might need to adjust your casting a little, but that's with every line. So very cool, though. Thank you for sharing that line. I'm not familiar with it. I like Scientific Angler's Intermediate sinking shooting line. Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, if you're not familiar, saltwaterflies.com earlier, Thomas. They're based out of Massachusetts. They've been around since the 90s. So I bought fly tie material online since the 90s. So Chris is one of the longest running saltwater material places. And I also tie flies for him. So you can find my flies there as well. But all right, we are going to tie a Sadati Slammer real quick before we go fishing. It's already almost 5:30. Holy cow, we gotta go. Plus, I gotta eat. I gotta get ready. Oh my god. Oh man, a Sadati Slammer is actually gonna take a little bit of time, but let's see if we can tie one real quick. I gotta find hooks. Oh, you live an hour from the TFO headquarters? Nice. TFO is my go-to rod company, by the way. I love the cheap rods from them. It's my favorite. Hook. I think we have lead wire. No, I haven't used one. Only thing is if it's tropical fishing, it might not be the best for our climate. Yeah, well, it didn't necessarily say it's for tropical climate. Even though Royal Wolf, I think they do have a lot of tropical lines. I think it also said that it can be used with Skagit, switch, and all that, right? But you're right. Certain tropical lines do not work well in cold water, specifically for striped bass as well. So you can't use a lot of tropical lines when it's December because it'll knot very easily if you're fishing for striped bass. So it depends where you're fishing, honking. Use the Cabela's rod. We have a Cabela's switch rod. Great rod. Cabela's actually makes some good stuff. When I was growing up too, Cabela's had some great affordable options. My dad was not going to buy me an Orvis rod setup for $500 in the 90s. That was a lot of money back then, you know what I mean? So I got a Cabela's reel and rod, and the reel kind of ended up being crap. So they refunded me, and I got a Ross reel. But the rod was great. You're not sure was it wolf or airflow. Gotcha. I know what you're talking about, the ambush. I think I've heard ambush in something else. There may have been an airflow line that was an ambush, like a 33, no, there was something else. There may have been an ambush clear intermediate line that I used for false albacore. But I haven't used a lot of airflow. I'm going to be honest with you, I've had issues with airflow. But it's all personal preference when it comes to lines. So, I mean, I just stick to Rio nowadays, because I find if you find a good line and it works good, I just stick with it. Because fly line is too expensive nowadays. $100 a line, $80, $120 a line. I don't know where they think we're getting this damn money from. But I will say, though, I've had issues with Rio's line cracking. They'll send you a new one. But we've had a lot of issues with that. But the line works good, so I put up with it at times. But, I mean, that's one of the struggles, man. It's not like just going and getting a spool of Power Pro on your fishing rod. Finding the right line to match the rod and stuff, I've had people quit fly fishing because they got really crappy line or the line didn't match the rod. And they're like, this is impossible. I'm like, yeah, because this line does not work for your rod. I've been one happy mofo with the Monic. Oh, yeah, I remember Jin was talking about Monic is the brand that he really likes. M-O-N-I-C. You can't see it because you can't see the Twitch chat, Honkane, but Monic, yeah. He was talking about that. The coating was soft but got a little roughed up, but then they sent a whole nother line for free, and that one was better. Okay. The Reddington Behemoth. Yeah, Gabe, we have a Reddington Behemoth for tuna and shark fishing. It's literally this big. It's the largest one they make. I think it's the Behemoth, if I'm not wrong. It's a 14-15 weight offshore shark and tuna reel that we've caught sharks with. And I gave to AC Fishing to go down and try and catch tuna with in Costa Rica, but he didn't manage it, but it didn't work out. But I love the Reddington Behemoth. I forgot about that one. That's my shark and tuna fly rod. Yeah. All right, we're going lead keel. Which I have, and now that my boat isn't working, I haven't even touched in forever. I forgot I had a 14-15 weight shark rod for a little bit. I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot. Yeah, no, it's great. I've recommended them. The reel is unbelievable quality. In fact, I might need to get one for stripers because, I mean, it was the most affordable reel for a 14, 15, 16 weight shark tuna rod. Every other reel in that size category is like $500, $600, $700. But the Behemoth was like $200-300, and it honestly is so well made that I can really recommend it. It was such a good reel. So I might need to get one for stripers because I am in the need of for a reel for my 9-weight because my TFO Hayden kind of stopped working. So we're putting a lead keel on here. We're tying a quick Sadati slammer before I go out fishing. And this is going to help not only make it easier to cast, but it's also going to help the fly track right in the water. This lead keel. One of the secrets to the slammer. Alright, so take some bucktail. Just going to tie this off. Like so. Essentially the way you tie the slammer is just pretty much high tie, low tie, high tie, low tie. We're going to put hackle on there. I want to see, do I have any schloppen hackle? Specifically. Which is big, thick hackle. I don't think I have any white. And that's stuff you used to get in the 90s. Even talking to Mark, it's impossible to find big schloppen hackle nowadays. The real deal schloppen hackle. Like here's some blue. You can see the size of it. Now imagine this, but twice the length. You know what I mean? But we are going to use this. These are perfect. I'm only going to use... No, I'll use 4 blue ones. That's schloppen hackle right there. Chalapeen or something. I don't know. I butchered it. You get the idea. I butchered it right there really badly. And I have thick like Chinese saddle hackle, but finding real schloppen hackle in that size is tough. And Sadati slammers, we load them up. You want a chicken on there. You want a chicken on that fly. That's why I put the lead keel. Remember? Sadati slammer was king before the hollow fly was a thing. Alright? Put it on a t-shirt. Give 25% to Mark. Tell him I sent you. We're gonna get wild. I'm just picking colors. We got blues. We got pinks. That's pretty good. I think I want yellow. Yellow and purple. Yellow and purple. I'm thinking herring sort of coloration, classic. Your classic sort of stuff here. I don't think I have yellow Chinese saddle hackle, no? I don't think I do. I think we're going to need to use Flatwing. So we'll just use Marabou. We don't need to use hackle for that. It's fine. In fact, you know what? Let's throw in a couple olive. I'm feeling generous. Let's throw in some olive. Why not? You get a hackle. You get a hackle. We're going Oprah. I was watching like videos about Cat Williams and like Dave Chappelle and like people were talking about Oprah and the Illuminati. I was going down some rabbit holes today. Tell you what. People are like saying Dave Chappelle's like got body doubled. I don't know what to think of it. There was some I went down a whole rabbit hole on comedians today. It was wild. It was I did Jim Brewer and stuff was talking on it. There was also, it was wild. I did not expect myself to go down that rabbit hole while I was drinking my coffee in the morning, but I did. Something else. All right. You'll look them up too? Yep. All right. Sadati Slammer. Again, I may not be tying it exactly to the exact way that he does, but this is my variation. This is how I do it. And I like to angle my hackle like this. See how I'm angling it upwards like that? As opposed to tying it flat, I angle it like this. That's a classic trick so it doesn't foul as much. That's what we do with the GT slammers for the giant trevally flies for saltwaterflies.com. And it also is going to give a little bit more action, I think, personally. You can see the size of this hackle. This isn't slopping, but this is really big Chinese saddle hackle that's close. The schloppen hackle has a very specific look to it. But you're essentially filling the body. You know, we're going for a big old bunker or something. And this is pre-hollow fly. This is, you know, early on trying to get big flies for big fish. Now, mind you, we're tying this in a smaller version to replicate like a smaller herring or something, but you get the idea, right? When it comes to, you could tie this 13, 14 inches with monofilament or like a wire extension and stuff. People nowadays will go, oh, this is too bulky. You should just tie a hollow fly. But again, you know, this is way back before. We had to tie big bulky flies, and you had to know how to make them cast good. Also knowing how to cast good. You had to know how to do. That's one of the reasons why we put a lead keel on there, because the lead keel helps balance it and make it so it's actually fishable. And we're specifically tying the bucktail top and bottom hollow tie until we get towards the front. I'm trying to speed tie this, by the way, too, because I want to get down there and go fishing. It's going to be high tide at 6:30. So I think it seems like it stopped raining, too. It's already 5:30. In fact, I'm kind of tempted just to go fishing, but we'll see if we can do this. Okay. So See if we can speed tie a slammer, essentially. I'm gonna go mostly white for the entire thing, by the way. And then we'll add the colors after. Make that a little bit longer. Will you post the Twitch link in the Discord when you go to the fish spot? Yeah, sure. If you wanna, if you look me up on any social media, it's Li Flies Mike. But yeah, I'll post a link for sure. I always post in the Discord when I go live, either fly tying on either platform or on both platforms, or fishing. So I let you guys know when I go live. I just go in there and make a quick post. But yeah, I'll post a link for sure. So if you look me up on Twitch, on YouTube, on Instagram, it's Li Flies Mike. Again, I do want a pretty full body on this, right? And I think we should add peacock curl, like lawn peacock curl to it, like Mark does. God, I'm like trying to speed tie this right now. Because if you look how he ties them, it's essentially high and low ties. That's what you're doing. You're stacking the bucktail top and bottom to build that profile. And we're going to add some on the sides here and there, but we're building that profile top and bottom. Probably start adding some colors here soon. You can see we're building that profile top and bottom up. And start shortening up the bucktail slightly lengthwise. So that means we're going to have to fish this fly, of course, though, right? So we'll probably take that bucktail deceiver off the intermediate 9 weight, and we'll put this on there, and we'll fish that. And I am tempted to bring that big poplet, but I'm like, should I just throw one thing? Or yeah, we'll bring it. It's easy enough to bring 2 rods. It's a little bit of a pain, but... I honestly like mostly going white for most of the flies with these slammers. Now we're gonna get blue, pink. Where's the good blue? What do we need? We need this color. We got pink, blues, and we need some olive, right? Yeah. We're gonna be putting pink on the cheeks, but I'm also gonna put it on top. Yep, a little bit on top. We'll go a little bit more white on the belly. Could I do all white bucktail with just multicolor hackle? Of course you can, Gabe. We already went over this. There's no rules. Do whatever you want. Mark Sadati would be like, of course you can. In fact, I'll tell you a funny story. And he starts telling you a 30-minute long story about brook trout. That's Mark Sadati. That's why I love him. Of course you can. In fact, I probably should have just done that. Just because why not? But I'm just adding some color now just to please my own fly tying curiosity of making it look really nice. Going for like a herring look. Oh, bucktail's getting slippery. Okay, let's redo that. This has been a little bit of a disaster. Let's fix that. Just got slippery there because of all the stuff we're tying. Oh yeah, PCB or PCV free or whatever, PCBs. I've told you guys that my dad, we had a friend in Europe. He was like a millionaire from developing a system of recycling PCBs out of the water of the canals of France, and the government was paying him. Is this mono still? No. This is 210 flat wax nylon. I don't like using mono for flies like this. I always end up breaking it because you know how much thread pressure I put in Cracker Roll. I go really hard with thread. You know me. Now I'm going to put a little on the cheeks. And then we'll do a little bit more on the white on the belly and a little bit of olive on top. Put some peacock curl. Put some eyes on it. Bada bing, bada boom. See you later. I'm eating dinner and then we're going fly fishing till sunset. We're losing valuable light. I mean, there's not even fish down there, so I don't know why I'm getting all excited. But, no, today's the day. They're down there. They're blowing up. They're blowing up on the half beaks, on the greenbacks. Dave McPhail is onto something with it. You should get some wax. It's a game changer. Interesting. Get some wax? What, with the mono? Is that what you're talking about? If put a link in the Discord to whatever sort of crazy shenanigans you're talking about, because I'm curious. Are you on to some sort of futuristic fly tying technique you haven't told me about yet? Your commercial fly tying buddy here on Twitch? Come on. You hiding the good stuff? All right, and there's our speed tie Sadati slammer right there. Waxing your already waxed thread for more grip. Interesting. I think the flat wax nylon's pretty well waxed, but I could see what you're talking about. I could see it. Like, do I really even need to put eyes on here? I can. But we gotta go fishing. I don't even think I'm gonna put eyes on here. I mean, I could put tab eyes. Nah, I'm not even gonna put eyes on it, chat. Yeah, I don't think you need any eyes. Don't worry about it. I think that in itself will do pretty good. Is it used for bucktail flies so thread does not slip off the edges, or any other fly that has a large head? It depends. I think just in general for getting a good grip on your fly tying thread. I don't know. We'll have to see. Craggerroll, you can post that in the Discord. Maybe we can get some more information on that for the folks on YouTube too. And if you haven't, you can join our Discord over on if you're on YouTube. There's a link in the description to join our Discord. We have a lot of fly tying and fly fishing stuff, so you can feel free to join that. I am packing up at the moment, though. I appreciate everyone hanging out. I hope you had a good time hanging out with us while we did some fly tying. We did over 6 hours. 7-hour fly tying stream. Let's go. Give it up, chat. Give it up for yourselves, by the way. Give it up. Give it up. I tie with GSP for most things now because of how little bulk it adds. Oh, okay, interesting. So you could use less material, less thread and stuff? Interesting. Very cool. We'll have to take a look into it. Post it in the Discord. All right. I'm going to go do some fishing. I'm going to eat some food real quick. I'll probably around 6 o'clock we'll go live or something like that, but I'll see you folks in a little bit on Twitch, all right? I will post a link to our Twitch in the Discord here in a minute, too, for any of you new folks from YT, but unfortunately I can only stream to one platform with the IRL fishing because I don't have a crazy IRL streaming backpack to stream to multiple platforms at once. But when we're fly tying, you can always check us out on YouTube or Twitch, whatever you feel like. But we are going to be doing some live fishing here in a little bit, and we're going to put probably the Sadati Slammer as well as that pop lip to work. So I'll see you folks in a little bit. Thank you so much for hanging out. I hope you enjoyed it. Thanks for spending some time. And if you somehow managed to hang out this entire stream, I know Doc was here for a long time. You're a legend, right? Keeping me company, I appreciate it. But to everyone on YouTube and Twitch, thank you so much, and I'll see you guys pretty soon. We got a new video on YouTube coming out soon. I gotta work on that and film that. But I'll see you guys for some fly fishing here on Twitch in just a moment, all right? So I'll post in Discord, all right? Thank you so much for hanging out, and I'll see you guys next time. Hope you enjoyed it, all right?